And then, yeah, next stop, 2 p.m. We get the decision. Nothing's going to change as far as the interest rate is concerned. 2:30 is going to be the key here.
I just want to see how he's going to balance this, right? We got a weaker inflation print, but we got a higher jobs number last week, and those are his dual mandates, full employment and price stability. So how's he going to balance that? I'm sure he's going to be pressed on that during the press conference. That's when really things start moving. He releases his statement earlier on, right? I believe at 2 o'clock. It's on the website, so you can read it before he's even read it out loud. Other than that, I'm just going to wait for the conference.
Yeah, I mean, you and I were just talking. Like, what hurry is there?
There's none.
You know, economy is great. Market's at all-time highs. There's more jobs than anyone could ever have, it seems. So what hurry is there at this point? But it looks like the market pricing in at least one at this point, pretty much guaranteed. The second bit of a question mark still is just seeing FSLR popping up in front of me. I guess 300 just came and went on First Solar. Another positive note here this morning for First Solar. This is a daily chart for this thing. Just keeps going through 300 and change now, guys.
A big breakout there. Like we talk about, you know, the best of breed or like finding the best stock within a sector. And there's times where maybe you just look at the fundamentals, or most times you kind of want to understand the fundamentals. In this particular case, just look at all the solar names and look at their chart, and First Solar stands out like a sore thumb. Obviously, a higher chance or a greater chance of rate cuts coming in September, and then possibility of this number giving us a greater chance of getting more than one cut this year is going to be good for the entire group. So it was probably going to make sense that this was going to be up regardless, but that's a pretty solid breakout on FSLR. Not a ton of volume pre-market, not that it ever really does it. So this is very, very thinly traded up here. If you're trading a trend, when you break a channel like we just saw, you kind of look back into previous highs for that dip buy. Like previous resistance turns into support. That sits around like the high 280s. I'm not even sure you have a chance of seeing that today unless the market wants to reverse some of this move at the open. But First Solar definitely off to the races. I think you have the benefit of possibly more than one cut. I think should help the group. Might be some names that are playing some catch up, but this is clearly by far the best chart. I mean, this reminds me, First Solar's chart kind of reminds me of what Pinduoduo was doing to the rest of the Chinese internet companies, where it was just clearly the only one that was uptrending and everything else was in the doldrums.
Yeah, look, we can look at some gold today as well. I mean, there's going to be lots of different things moving around. I mean, we were just talking a little bit there about, I mean, not really talking too much about it, but Bitcoin trying to get back up to 70,000. I mean, that bottom there at 66 was amazing, 66, 67. I mean, we've held there a couple times. Look at gold today now, up $1 and change and starting to get going as well on this. So, I mean, it's kind of like high tide rises all ships. There goes gold. We've seen silver, SLV the last couple of days. Some of these have been beat up. I mean, if we look at the daily chart, you know, we had breakout levels and then all the way back into the 50-period moving average, and there goes silver up 2% again right now. So, I mean, there's going to be a lot of different names that are hitting some bottoms. A name that I know that we've liked that's really gotten hit too is uranium. Uranium down 10% or so off of this level break at 33 that never happened. All the way back into 29, like down 12, 13% in 2 weeks is uranium. And that's getting a little bump. I mean, today, whatever, it's because it was so low. I don't know where this print is. I don't think it's up 2%. But at the end of the day, some of these names just come in, and it's worth buying some of these ETFs maybe in things other than, I mean, it's just because I'm always talking about NASDAQ and how high it is. And I have the NASDAQ here and the S&P. These are all at all-time highs. There are other opportunities out there. You know, like you got the dip yesterday in Bitcoin, and I just showed you gold and silver, and then uranium's another idea that you can get involved with that I know a lot of traders like. So, yeah, some great opportunities in the market in general. And we talked about this even, you know, on that podcast that you mentioned, the Freedom and Wealth podcast. Make sure you join it right now. Oh, well, good, 1.09K. And we have 2 episodes out, a couple quick little highlights here. And it's just, we talk about trading as a side hustle, trading to try to put some money in your pocket, to try to do something different. And this is what it's about, is trying to find opportunities and value that exist, potentially not in, you know, the run-of-the-mill stuff. So we'll wait to see what happens here. I think crypto's an opportunity. Roblox is looking good there too. Beyond Meats is still, what is Beyond Meat doing?
Beyond Meat's being Beyond Meat.
That was 667. Okay, yeah. So yesterday, Beyond Meat had a story from the New York Times that didn't appear to be anything. It's actually up today. I was wondering what it was going to be doing. There's the move down, and then I got stopped out. Was trying to go short, and eventually breaks higher through that 710 level. Beyond Meat. The market's moving, man. There goes NVIDIA. We wanted 123, and it's already broke. So the sticky note is now out. And we had 123 written on that for NVIDIA. So we'll see if it plays today. But some of these names just continue to go higher. I mean, now we're getting that cut for sure, and not this time in September. So market likes that. Little pullback for now.
We'll see.
I'm buying these dips.
So many things have broken. Like Rivian, I just noticed broke that $12 level as well that we've been kind of watching for. Pretty intently. So this is going to happen unless you're taking breaks or entering orders in the pre-market on these economic numbers. I think you can run into trouble when you do that because of the spread. Like I was mentioning the spread on a firm, which I want to get to next. But I think 12.20 might be next here for Rivian. It hasn't really been super explosive, but anything, a couple of weeks ago, we were like, yeah, this is going to be the trade of the week. It's finally bouncing off of that $10 level, long consolidation, kind of breaks out. And it's been a very gentle climb from about 10.75 into 12. I think today, if you follow through this move, all it has to do is hold 12 at the open and it's good to go. Affirm is the other one. I guess this will be on the watch list, but if you remember Affirm from yesterday, broke out late in the day, was great off the 33 level, which you saw in the afternoon, and breaking out this channel, clearly it was that 34, it held it like a wick. This has been a long trend in there with only a single break being a bunch of post-market action and dark pools. But you're finally breaking out this trend, deal with Apple, going to be the catalyst, and then you throw in the market moving like this. As long as it's over 34, I think this got a lot of room to be dip bought for another potential 10% kind of day here on Affirm. We were just talking about Beyond Meat and its short flow. Affirm's got a decent enough short flow. Not gigantic. I mean, it's not Beyond Meat level. Beyond Meat's 40% short. This is only 11. But one of these charts is better than the other. That's for sure. Rather be buying strong stocks, even in this kind of a move where almost everything is going up.
All right, a couple things. Andrew Left is coming out from Citron saying that they'll probably short it again, 45 to 50, if it gets back up to that point once again. But yeah, Citron out of the short in GME. I mean, this thing's done a ton of volume already this morning. Very, very active here. Most of it was early on, but back above 30 after a pretty good day yesterday.
Oh yeah, not a bad look at all. We watched this one on at the midday yesterday. It was doing moves. So was AMC. They'll be on watch again today with Adair and I on how to trade. Here's what Andrew Left said, specifically with respect to his short on GameStop, or Citron's short on GameStop, and the covering of that short. It's not because we believe in a turnaround for the company's fundamentals will ever happen, but with $5 billion in the bank, they have enough runway to appease their cult-like shareholders, he goes on to say in a tweet. So a little unflattering there.
Yeah, to say the least. Yeah, more to come on that, obviously. But yeah, if you missed it, probably short it again is the exact quote, 45 to 50.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's the business they're in. So
no, I mean, generally, if a stock goes up 100%, it's a short opportunity.
I would say so.
You know, I mean, come on, stop being so genius there, Mr. Left. I mean, honestly, like if you're saying that you're going to short a stock that looks like this, yeah, if it gets into this level, yeah, that's probably not a bad short. You know, but guess who's going to win and be a billionaire if it gets up to that level by the time you finally short it? Not you, somebody else. So we'll wait to see what happens here on GameStop. I mean, look, this name was $23 or something yesterday where we got long. And it was, honestly, an oh my God type of an opportunity because it just fell in. We were long twice down here. We were long on a 30 break. I even said after hours, I want to hold this thing. And we went to $32 after hours. I mean, this name, for some reason, when we all know what the reason is, continues to go higher. I mean, I like the cash in the bank story. I like the short float story. The stock is actually pretty, I mean, sure, you're going to get these blowout tops and bottoms as well. But at the same time, I wrote down $26 today for a sticky note trade. So, you know, this is a level right there. I was just looking at it and thinking, like, we got going all afternoon. The level that really started it, I mean, sure, you could wait for 25, 20. I mean, I've waited for lower and never gotten filled. So we'll wait to see 26 bucks. I mean, I think that that's where we halted. It was a level that mattered yesterday. It's a ways down. You know, it's 10%, 10, 15%, a little 13% lower than maybe where we are now. The market is still 45 minutes from opening. So to know where GameStop's going to be in 45 minutes, I feel like is just as much of a coin toss as where it's going to be today at 4 o'clock. So let's just wait to see what happens with GameStop here. But I am definitely a buyer. I paid for shorts in case this thing absolutely blows up. But I will not be hitting a short key today until we get a downside halt. But that's it, man. Yesterday we were long. Go check my Twitter feed. It was the #1 P&L name yesterday, and we'll see if we can do it again on longs with GameStop.
Yeah, I think for us at Real Trading, I think I paid for GameStop shorts almost every single day during this run because they're incredibly cheap. If you're not holding it overnight, it's just a vastly different story. So we pay 1/8 of 1 cent per share. And then you can use that or not use it. And at that price, it makes sense to have it. Because I don't want to be in a situation where it goes to $100 and then you don't have the locates and there's a move into the downside to take.
Yes,
thank you very much, Randy.
It is a
Appreciate
George
the coffee.
day. All right,
it
cheers
is warm.
to coffee.
We're finally getting back above 20 degrees today. It's about time. Leave that in the bowl. I just looked yesterday and realized that had been on the bear when we've been going long all these tech stocks recently. Randy?
Good coffee, Randy. Good coffee.
So GameStop, yay or nay?
Yeah, I give it a yay.
There it is. Randy gives GameStop a yay. Yeah. Even though it's flat right now, it's not going to stay that way. That's for darn sure. Play those halts. I think if we get an up halt, I don't know. The best trade a couple of days ago was the first up halt off of the open. I think if it did something like that, I'd try to join it. But the last time we missed that trade, it's a little tougher to get those halt fills. Recently, I found.
GameStop just going red now might be an opportunity to pick it up, but yeah, it's all good right now. We did have Rivian breaking through $12, Randy. That was a good one, and then Tesla today breaking back in and around 170, but a nice little bump up there for Tesla. Nvidia pulling back into 123. I would be buying this dip if this market was open. Damn, I'd be buying this dip right now. But let's just wait for a 123. I like this level, a breakout level right there. It already happened. I love NVIDIA today. Oh, man, today's going to be a very, 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 very exciting day. Intel finally over $31. What?
Is it really?
Okay.
The range on Intel's been so ridiculous at that $30 to $31 level. It's kind of just been like buy it in front of 30, sell it in front of 31.
1320 Wolf. I had Neil's got his banana over there. I already have mine.
I haven't.
Maybe I'll get another one. I don't know. Is two bananas no good? I don't know what.
We got it.
I don't know how many bananas you're supposed to have.
I don't know.
Is there a limit to bananas? I don't know.
Well, it's like anything else. Like you can't eat too much of anything. I learned that when I was in Cub Scouts, and they have all these Macintosh apples when you go camping.
Oh, you can eat too much of
and
lots of things.
I would eat like 10 of those. I had like 10 in one day. I'm like, why don't I feel too good? Well, because you ate 10 apples in like 3 hours, Neil.
Yeah, I don't think that's a lot of sugar.
It was kind of stupid.
Apples are. All right, look at Upstart, look at Bitcoin, look at everything. I mean, there's going to be lots of stuff moving, probably even a firm, but I'll be looking at a few specific names today. Back over to the desk.
A couple other things here. I was just noting Palantir up 1.5% this morning. There is nothing significant on this, but another one that's moving with the overall market here. Had a pretty good day yesterday. Was doing absolutely nothing pre-market, and then we get this number out this morning. A few people were mentioning Palantir. Sharif, Plug Power is up 5.5% as well. I mean, it's a $3 stock, but so there's a decent amount of these little ones floating around this morning that are moving around. Open Door, I haven't said that name in more than a year, I bet. 7.5% this morning. I just checked. There's no headlines on it either.
Yeah, I'll keep an eye on some of these large cap or small caps. Guys, to be honest with you, I haven't had a look at too many small caps today, but I'll be looking at the likes of Oracle, earnings winner. Obviously, want to see how that trades today. Obviously, day number 3 for Apple. We really got that big push yesterday, selling off. The only Mag 7 in the red today, so I'll be looking to see if we can defend that 205 level. Interesting day, Brendo. Anything can change really at 2 o'clock. Though.
Yeah, there's this note on a firm as well with Apple Pay coming up later in the year. Some of their products going into Apple Pay. So this thing had a huge day yesterday. Just took out the highs again here. 35.50 this morning, guys, for AFRM.
Yeah, breaking that channel as we mentioned. The other thing, because we said Palantir, the first thing that came into my mind is don't forget to look at Robinhood. I said there'd be a lot of charts that are doing this. So 52-week high break on Robinhood has kind of already happened on the number 2380 or so would be that top. So it's holding around the top. There's already a size bid at the 50 level, 23 and a half. So I think this can be a nice continuation long. Under some pressure yesterday because of Bitcoin and all that stuff at the open, but it recovered more or less everything. The note on Affirm, I think it's a great partnership for them. Obviously, anytime they can get as many eyeballs, dollars, whatever you want, which is the entire Apple ecosystem transacting through them. If people want to use the feature, great. Now all of a sudden they're going to be just more people using the buy now, pay later. And it's breaking out of what was a very, very long trend. And when you get a long trend like this, the breakouts can be pretty spectacular in their breadth. So as long as we're above 34, I want to be looking for longs in this stock for days. And it doesn't mean they all have to work. Yesterday was good. That was just a start. Now you're above this trend line, and I think back into it is worth some opportunities long. This number has changed a few things because before the number came out, we were trending right back in. I thought we'd actually be maybe trading off of like high 33s, 34, and a bounce at the open. Now a dip buy could simply be back into like 35 or 34.75. We still have a half an hour to go until the open, so there's lots of time to settle down where this is going to actually be at 9:30 and where we'll play the bounces off of. But I'm not thinking short this name like we usually do. Completely different change now that that trend is gone.
All right, you guys mentioned Palantir. Look, we've had Palantir on the sticky note pretty much every single day since 20 bucks. And it's some days we're in it, some days we're not in it. And yesterday was just one of those days where it just so stupid because I'm looking at the sticky note right now. We wrote down $23. Well, $23 was the bottom yesterday, and it basically ripped all day before closing at almost $24. Up $1 on a $20 name is pretty good. Will Luka and Kyrie show up for the win tonight? Probably not, unfortunately, to JB, but I don't know. Who knows? I hope so. It should be a good game for sure. All right, so I just think here, nice move up for Palantir. I would love a pullback. I'm not sure 24 is right. I know the market is going, I don't know it, but my opinion is the market rips today again all day. Fed comes out, continues to rip. Powell leaves the podium, continues to rip. You could have a 2 or 3% day today in the NASDAQ. And if that's going to happen, then I am liking any of these opportunities down here at $23, $24. So let's wait to see if that can come through. But Palantir right now at those lows, I think that those are for sure opportunities there. So we'll wait to see if Palantir can get to $24. I'm still looking at NVIDIA dancing around 123 and Apple 207. So a lot's happening here today. I mean, it's going to be a wild one. I think it's going to be, especially with that CPI print, like could get some pullbacks, like 19.4. Just looking at the NASDAQ, I mean, this is absolutely like, see ya.
We're gone.
Like Apple was just like, yo, get on this back and I'll just carry you to the promised land. And then NASDAQ's like, promised land, we're already here. And Apple's like, exactly. And then it was just boomed the upside again. And it's continuing here today. And Powell's not going to throw cold water on this. There's nothing he could say, in my opinion, that does that. So I don't, the outputs are out of his control. CPI is lower. So that's it. I feel like that's the trigger, and he's going.
He could say there's just a 0% chance he would.
Right, 0% chance, yeah. So that's what I'm saying. Like, I don't think there's anything that he's going to come out and say anything. I mean, what could he say, really, that throws this market down?
Oh, he'd have to just do, he'd have to say things. They're absolutely never going to, over the top, telegraph like a big sea change. And he's not going to say something like, yeah, you know what? I don't think we should be cutting rates at all. I've done a complete about face. I kind of like what Turkey does when it comes to interest rates. We're going to follow that. I'm just basically telling you, like, there are things that could get said, but they would exist in like a what if in a Marvel universe. Like if you decided to throw out economic theory, then there's things you could say that would hurt the market.
Right.
But they're not going to throw out economic theory because this is not Turkey, it's America. That's all.
Right. Yeah, I mean, I guess he could say anything he wants, but I mean, ultimately, he's not going to say anything.
I'm willing to bet it's such a nothing burger that he drops at least 3 jokes in the first 5 minutes. That's my call.
All right. Well, we're going to be here for it. Not much trading at 2, but it'll be 2:30 when the market starts to go. So, yeah, all right, back to the desk.
We'll get some analyst moves here, and then we'll get into what's happening in the overall market. Let's go over to Adara quickly with that.
Couple interesting names on both sides of the docket here. We do have Klaviyo. This was a late 2023 IPO here, getting this upgrade from Barclays up about 3%. So nice look for Klaviyo here. We also have Valve Online getting an upgrade from Piper Sandler. Pfizer getting this upgrade from Wells Fargo. And TSM getting an upgrade and actually also an earnings estimate increase here from BofA Securities. So nice look for TSM and Taiwan Semi over here. Downgrades, Paramount kicking off this side of things. This downgrade from Wells Fargo coming as there's yet another update to its ongoing potential merger situation there. NextEra Energy getting a downgrade from Mizuho. Tesla here with a downgrade from Exane BNP Paribas. And last but not least, another late 2023 IPO to close off the list. This one going to be Birkenstock. Goldman Sachs raising its price target, but downgrading the stock, guys.
Yeah, look at those names in there. Tesla, probably not much of a surprise with the EVs being under some pressure, though when we get to Tesla, it's actually holding some support. Yet another 52-week high, and this one is TSM. So you've had a few of them. I said we'd have a lot of charts that would look exactly like this or very similar to this. So TSM, it broke 170, so forget about that potential breakout trade. It looks pretty strong. You've got Broadcom to report tonight, which I think is going to be the biggest one of the week in terms of interest, I suppose. I mean, Oracle's pretty big as well. But double top here on TSM, if you include today. If it tries to dip back in, I feel like I'm going to be more involved in the chip names and like NVIDIA with the potential of Micron. We'll get to that. But TSM looks pretty good over this 170 level. You never want to sleep on them. They're not always the best day trade volume-wise, but anything that holds a 52-week high break today, I think has good continuation opportunities here. Microsoft's in that category as well. So it's not technically a 52-week high until you open above here. It's just trading at fresh tops. And I love to see it because that means you have nothing out in front of it if we continue this move. There's no past historical levels. There's no bag holding zones or anything like that. You just have these nice fat round numbers and the air up there.
All right. The name, first of all, you guys all know this one. About, 13 days ago or something like that, we upgraded Shopify at Katina Capital. And you know what the chart looks like since that day? Kind of like this. Every single day from that bottom of $58, we're just lucky to get this, all the way up. So look where Shopify is right now. I mean, it's up $6. It's up 10% in 2 weeks. So forget about all these other upgrades on that board. It's Shopify. I like this name. Dip buys into 64. I think are great there into yesterday's close. It continues to work. Shopify continues to be a good little buy. We did buy some of that Shopify, of course. And then the other name that I saw on that list that would be interesting to me because it is on the sticky note here. And we wrote down 174 short. We got to 173 on that bump. So that's an interesting level there for us. I like Tesla for a short idea today. Back over to you.
We're just reading this note from Kathy Wood, ARK Invest, just coming out with a note about Tesla. I mean, it's kind of long, but to sum it up, this is from ARK Invest. The bull and bear cases for Tesla are approximately $3,100 and $2,000 per share, respectively, by 2029.
Punch long, Brendo.
Even on the downside, it's still going higher. All right, let's talk about the overall market here to start things off.
53.84, guys. That's where we closed out yesterday on the ES June contract. You can see we're well above that now. We're at highs, breaking through that 5,400 like it didn't even matter. 432 high of day. We're currently trading there. So obviously no resistance levels because it's a blue sky setup, but because we broke 5,400, let's use that level as support if we come down.
If you haven't done so yet, go to the website right now, tradertv.live. Wait for that pop-up to appear, and then you enter your email address, and then you get the morning watch list delivered right to your inbox for absolutely nothing from us. Has everything you need to know on it every day in email form. What is it? 8.02% currently here for Oracle. Was higher than that in the aftermarket yesterday. There was initially a dip to 120-ish after the close yesterday, and then it was just straight higher. Pretty good report here across the board.
Yeah, it's a good announcement that they made, but they missed on everywhere. EPS missed, revenue missed, year-over-year growth was 3%. Even their cloud infrastructure grew 42%, but as Neil pointed out to me this morning, it's slower than they grew last year. Still up aggressively though. Reason is they're growing as fast as AWS and possibly Azure. Those are two competitors. And there's a new OpenAI collaboration there, and that's gonna really get people excited. So we'll have to see how this does. A big...
Ask Apple. All you have to do is trade AI. All is well. Nice day, guys. Is there a trade here for us on Oracle?
I mean, to me, it's like if it comes in, like these earnings plays, there's things that are breaking out that I don't have to worry about the report. Like I don't have to worry about a report on TSM or what's going on. Like you know what's up with Microsoft. You've already had your reaction to earnings. They bought all the dips and they broke out the all-time high. So right here, you're essentially breaking it out on. When I said that about what Sharif and I were talking about that growth, the fact that they went from the cloud infrastructure 49% to 42%, like that's an impressive number, you know, not to distinguish it. It was more along the lines of no metric, even the great ones, actually beat expectations. That said, you were partnering with the right people, and the price action is king. There's no such thing as good or bad earnings. There's just earnings and what the market decides to do with it, and that's a stock price. And that's, as a trader, you care about the stock price. So Oracle breaking out, this 130 level on the daily has been big resistance. And if you zoom it way out, last I checked, when you zoom this out, that looks like a rounded face into a break or smiley face or whatever we're calling it. And so as long as 130 holds, it looks like long to me. But as we have with a lot of these earnings names, here's the gap underneath. It's got 32 pre-market, 32 aftermarket. That could get broken. Maybe it bounces off 31. Maybe it bounces off 129.50. I feel like on these earnings names, you never really know. So if it bounces and holds above 130 after 10 o'clock, and there's a move above that price, then I would look to join along. But I don't want to be catching a falling knife on this name. I just feel like there could be selling. In this name particularly, I just feel like you could get some selling off the open. And I have found that if you just sort of sit on the bid with these on the morning of earnings, you can get run over, look back in half an hour, and you would have been right. So instead, just wait till 10 o'clock, and if it's holding above the line you like, find an entry point, higher lows, consolidation in front of the support level you like, that 130, something along those lines. Instead of guessing, just let it happen, and then try to react to it a little bit later in the day would be the plan for me.
Look, Neil just basically said every single thing that I say about every earnings play. Wait for it, wait for it, wait for it, back to the desk.
90 something or other. Anyway, yeah, let's continue. We were just talking about Tesla. That valuation from Cathie Wood, pretty impressive. We'll get to Apple in a sec here, but it's worth noting we are higher here for Tesla, 172, trying to hold here after a pretty ugly day yesterday. But if you missed it, Cathie Wood thinks it's going to be worth $3,100 in 2029. So get long, I guess. Let's go to Apple coming off what happened yesterday. I mean, the overall market move a little more impressive today than Apple's move here pre-market, but I mean, just absolutely monstrous all-time highs.
Oh, yeah.
Just huge across the board yesterday coming off the keynote.
Yeah, so I won't really repeat some of the things we announced yesterday with respect to Apple Intelligence or any of the other new announcements, but I'll tell you what the analysts are saying. So Morgan Stanley predicting a multi-year product refresh, another word for super cycle, and a price target of 270. Bank of America also upgrade cycle for AI-enabled phones. Evercore ISI liking this as well, calling the iPhone super cycle incoming in the fall. Separately, they are releasing Vision Pro in 3 new countries. I believe it's going to be in China, Hong Kong, Japan, and Singapore. That's going to be on the 28th, so 4 countries. That's before it makes its way to Canada. And the highest price, Brendel, get this, in China, it's going to be for around $4,200 US.
So already Yeah, a little more reasonable. I mean, you were even saying that you can get them here.
You can get them.
Now. They're not going to be retail prices, but if you really wanted one, you can get one here. Negative right now, guys, for Apple.
Yeah, you can get anything everywhere. It's just a matter of whether you can get it the traditional way. But I guess it makes sense to be the most in China. That Vision Pro, it doesn't. I don't think that's not really moving the needle. I was actually saying to Sharif this morning, I don't particularly care whether they get the super cycle or not. I think with everything that you saw in the release, it's a matter of when, if not not if, that pretty much everyone's going to hop. Well, not everybody, but the vast majority of the users are going to make those upgrades. If it happens now or if it happens next year, the long-term case, I think, is going to be completely intact. So, you're here to trade price action. I think you may stick a fork in some of the dip buys. When you prepare before a number, I'm ready for things like 200 and 202, because if we go down on CPI, then those big levels, like that big 200 break, could come back into play as a dip. 202 could come back into play as a dip. Instead, the market goes higher. Apple doesn't really do much, but that's because it carried everything on its back. The good news is I think some of those dips, where you found actual consolidations and dip buys yesterday, are the places to look for them today. That's the 202, and that's the 204 level on Apple for me. I'm just letting what happened yesterday dictate. Where did the buying come in when they sold yesterday? And that's where I want to do the buying again here today. So Apple continues to win. I think sometimes on a day like today, you might get other things take a leadership role in the market. That's why you got to look at some of those chip names. Microsoft breaking some fresh highs as well is going to be worth a look. But that doesn't mean you can't be buying dips here.
All right, Apple yesterday, I mean, it was the number one name on the sticky note, and there's the buy immediately off the open at 194. It closes the day at 207. It's a $13 winner straight off the open. It started to rip like crazy. Our best out there was $3. Then we actually wound up getting more on, I think it was 204 dip buys and things like that. So we wound up taking our last piece out in and around 204, so about $10 winner on that Apple. And again, it was on yesterday's sticky note right here. Long, great story. I really like it. But today I'm not 100% convinced on what we want to do with Apple here yet. So I don't get the same feelings like we did yesterday on this name. I mean, I still think it goes a lot higher, but it's down today. Like that to me is, I mean, this market's going to scream. So this has a lot of runway, and it's good. It's going to get here. Like, it's going to get to 208. I just don't know when. Like it might hang out a bit. I actually wrote down, because we were negative here, and again, I wrote this all down pre-CPI. So, I thought that we were down a bit. There's the bump up on CPI. We've made it all back to the downside. So I just looked here and I said this little area right here, 202, could be something. So that was a level that I was thinking about. You could go up here to 203, 204 maybe. I'm not sure that's early enough. You don't want to catch a falling knife on this name. I don't think it will be falling for long. So you definitely want to look at this. I'm a buyer hand over fist, I believe, at 200. Unless something dramatically changes. I don't see this thing dropping $6. So we might try to buy 203s into 202, see what happens at 202, and hopefully don't have any left at 200. If it gets to 200, we'll make a different decision. So let's just wait. I'm not super excited about breaking the top on this one. I'm much more excited about breaking tops here on NVIDIA and things like that. So Apple will be, and I mean, you saw the trade yesterday. Let's see if we can put it back on the board here today and do a little damage. So Apple, I'm on it. It made the sticky note, but it's in the top and it just says waiting for a base. And then I have that 202 with a question mark. So I don't like the fact that it's down here, but it's going to be a good trade. We just have to figure it out.
Does there need to be?
Not really.
WHLR, a little real estate trust moving up right now. Just heads up on that. Here's GameStop, back downside right now. Pretty heavy selling coming in as well, back through $30. Was the end of the day, essentially, around the close anyways, where we ended yesterday. But huge day, once again, really got going into the close. The last hour, you can see down here, a ton of volume came in on the buy side. But Citron out of their short said they're going to revisit possibly 45 to 50.
Yeah, Citron with that comment. Wedbush, you'll recall, yesterday actually increased the price target on GameStop from 7 to 13.5. That was short-lived, Brendo, because now it's from 13.5 to 11. So citing lower than expected proceeds from the share offering. I guess they weren't impressed with how much they were able to raise yesterday.
Yeah, and that was the other side of it. They completed that. We were talking about that end of last week, guys. Thoughts here on GME?
I mean, look, completing the offering, that much cash, all that good stuff. You know, the bounce post that dump that it had last week. I think those are good reasons to have taken profit in the short. So I can't argue with, I don't know I have no idea where Citron was short. I guess you could presume if they said if it gets back to 45 or 50 again, maybe that's an indication that that's what they were short before. But, they took their profit and ran. I think you got to do that as a trader. You had a lot of key levels yesterday that held. 23, 26, and 28 were the three big ones. So in that order, in terms of significance, obviously, I think if you dip down and bounce off any of those, I want to look for it. If we do get some kind of an up-halt, as I said already, like if we get an up-halt off the open, there's a chance I'll try to get into that. I'm talking about after the open because you can't have halts pre-market. I might try to get into that on the bid and then take it before it breaks out. In theory, it's at 29 now, so it might not be able to break yesterday's highs without going into like an immediate halt to set upside. And just like I usually say, unless it does something stupid like 50s or something, ridiculous to the upside, I'm not really looking short there. But I don't have a hesitation. If it drags up something nonsensical like BlackBerry or maybe AMC, maybe not AMC, but more likely a BlackBerry, then I will short that name in sympathy. And I just think that's an easier way to go. So if we get a parabolic move, we halt up 2 or 3 times, I'd look for the turn on something else. Look for another highly shorted name that's just going up on sympathy with this. I mean, it could be Beyond Meat. It's got a 40% shortfall. It could be BlackBerry, but it wouldn't necessarily be GME. I'm kind of with Citron. Unless it's ridiculously high where you'd feel much more comfortable that a pullback gives you a huge move and a lot of people are taking profit, I don't know that you want to take the shot at the short when it's bouncing off of all these levels recently.
Yeah, look, I mean, I wrote down here, it's on the sticky note today, it's $26. It's long. Yesterday, the long was absolutely monstrous. And it was, like I said, the number 1 PL name yesterday. So here it is right here. Whoa, this is today's. Where's my GME trade from? Oh, there's Apple. Hey, what's up, Apple? Right there. Let's just see where we traded GME yesterday. So here we go. There's the 23 longs off the open. You see that, a couple outs there. There's the out at 28. That's $5. So, I mean, we're here to trade GME, so it needs to come into some good levels. That was that. We have more GameStop trades than this yesterday. We started trading it through $30. I don't know exactly where those trades are on here, but let's go chat GPT. No, we had this selected yesterday, and I like it. I like playing these dips in GameStop. I still think this name works. And, down 4%, no surprise. We said that we don't know where this name's going to be at open, and I think 26 is a good level. Back over to the desk.
Let's go to Affirm here, just taking out the highs right now. Once again, we got above 36 and held. Day high is coming into play right now. Now 7% to the upside coming up this fall. Their product's going to be added to Apple Pay as well.
Yeah, this is really interesting here because you're going to actually be able to use this for in-app purchases. So anything that may cost a little bit more than you'd like to spend at the moment, you're going to be able to actually, finance this over a period of 30 days, 20 days, or whatever. There's going to be multiple different time frames here that you can use. And the thing is, it's going to be integrated within the OS itself. I think that puts it ahead of some of its competitors. We'll have to see how this pans out in real life. But Affirm coming out and saying they're not really expecting too much in terms of revenue from this association this year. It's more of a 2025 story, Brandon.
Yeah, still it's worth noting, still a slight short float on this as well, about 10% of the float short, guys.
Yeah, I love how it's in context that we say a slight 10% short float. That's because everything else that we look at that we trade on a heavy basis has with real short floats, it's like 20, 30, 40. 10% is a pretty solid number. I mean, if you're short and you're not considering whether you'd be covering when every single bounce, you've got a ridiculous trend line. And I know it looks a little bit there. If you draw both ends of the channel, it's pretty clear that it's holding almost the exact same range. And this is for the entirety of this year. So it's about half a year that you've been holding this channel. And we didn't even want to be bullish. The last time it touched the top of the channel, it never got to the bottom, and now it's breaking out the top. So it actually holds a significant 28 level. I think belongs back into 34. It's kind of far gone now, all the way up at 36. Didn't really think we'd be playing this far away from the 34 level. And then 8:30 happened, and the economic, the CPI came out, and it kind of drifted us way above. So we'll have to look for ways to join this. VWAP will be in play, 35.5 at the open, at 35 even. But I want to see bounces off those and only be looking long. If it's above 34, then I'm looking for long trades in a firm. It was good yesterday. I think this could work for a while as long as it holds this breakout of this channel. There's something. I was mentioning Micron there. I just wanted to point this out. It's not the same channel, but it's a similar kind of deal with Micron. It was an up channel, so not a down channel, and then it broke it. Just to give you an idea of what this looked like when Micron did a similar move. It held the channel for a year. This is it breaking the channel back in March. So, higher highs, higher lows in this case instead of the opposite. Still bullish. And if you were patient enough with it, it dips, and this right here is exactly the previous high and what was the top of the channel. So that when I say this could work for a while in a firm, even if it breaks back out 15, 20% and then pulls back, if it holds the previous top of the channel, sometimes you get the real acceleration after that, because that's what happened over here in Micron just a few months ago. And even this is starting to get too far away. That 135 on Micron, we're at 138.50. On Micron, up 2.5%. So I think we're going to need some patience here off the open.
KWE, the next Palantir. No, I don't even know what KWE is. I'll have to look at that. Palantir is coming back into $24. So let's have a look at that one again off the open. Remember, the market is still 10 minutes away. You're still up 0.9%. Looks like we're going to have that 1% move just to hold it off the open. And then we'll see if it comes back on that CPI print. Normally, you'll see a lot more movement here with that print. But, I mean, straight up and basically holding the highs right now. I mean, you're 25 points underneath its high right now and trying to hold. So, I mean, I like all these long ideas here today, including one that is like really been a good one. I did not pull the trigger down there, but it came right into levels that I liked. And we had talked about $64, honestly. I mean, we can just... The thing about me is if you're going to listen to me about stuff that I say, I don't just say, what if this happens or anything like that. I'm trying to say, this level here at 64, it's just like Oracle, why we're long down there at 104, 107. It's like, if you like this stock, this was a great area. Coming into the 200 period, we talked about it. I'm not going to sit here and say we bought any because we didn't. I was very nervous about this stock, and we talked about it. But Uber right now, wow, that's up now 10%. Forget about Shopify. I mean, you heard that call. This one right here, I mean, $64. If you guys were able to pull the trigger on that one, congratulations. A nice move breaking above this 50 period. I really like this name today. Uber, 69.70. Good level. That's where the 50 period moving average is. I like Uber, and I think it continues to work. So someone else does too. There's Uber on the buy side today. Oracle's got a bid under it as that continues to go a little bit higher now, breaking back above 134. There's gold as a sell, but we already talked about gold today, trying to make a move back up. And then there's GameStop, 70,000 shares, but going the wrong way right now for GME. So we'll see if that comes in later or not. But I still like GME down there at 26. I like Palantir here at 24. But letting things settle down, I think, is going to be pretty key this morning.
All right, Ford with a minor announcement, some job cuts coming through. This was late yesterday, but some job cuts coming through in the pre-market this morning. It's up with the overall market anyways. We had a bit of a back and forth couple of days, if you remember, going back to Friday. Really strong, and then we give it all back, basically right back to where it was at the beginning of the day on Friday yesterday.
So GM in the headlines yesterday, Brendo. Today it's Ford's turn. 1,600 jobs, sadly, are going to be cut at the Valencia, Spain assembly. That assembly has 4,700 individuals working, so 1,600, large majority. Of those 1,600, 600 are going to be permanent, with 1,000 possibly here to be rehired at that specific plant. They're looking at starting production of a hybrid vehicle in 2027. They want to produce 300,000 of these at this specific plant by 2027.
It seems like both of them, I mean, you mentioned GM there. They came out with those revised numbers yesterday on the EV side of things as well. It seems like both of these are just doing anything to, it's almost like 1 week they do this, next week they're going in this direction and adjusting as they go. So, they haven't really found a clear path towards where this market is going yet, but higher anyways here to start today.
Yeah, it's a 1.7% move. You never want to sniff at that. You never want to just scoff at something like that. But Ford, not always the best trade, especially if you don't get it at that perfect price. Like if it's already at the top of what has been a very distinct range for it. So this is a hard pass for me because of that. Like the buy has generally been off this 200 period moving average, the days that it's holding it. Like you had a failure, you get back above, suddenly it's holding $12 again. So, longs off 12 are good, but it's at 12.30. That's essentially what is a normal day move, and it's already happening for Ford. So I think that's a bit of a nothing burger. If we're looking at EV names outside of Tesla, Rivian's trying to take out this resistance here at 12.20. Gentle move to the upside. It has done nothing parabolic yet. Right, good bounce off 10, consolidation higher, starting to run. If it can get through 12.20, I think this one can go. It's got a decent enough short float here with Rivian at 19%, so that can be a good one. I know Randy yesterday was talking about Lucid specifically. We don't usually see a lot of movement with Lucid, which is disappointing because it's got the bigger short float. As I look, load. Oh, you know what? I'm still not getting any data on trade ideas for Lucid short float, but it was always bigger than the 19% on Rivian. I'm guessing that's going to be adjusted. I'd be interested in it if it was doing what we saw on Rivian, like Rivian, gentle upward trend, trying to break out highs. Lucid, I mean, this is really just falling asleep here. So I think in the EV space, it's got to be about for me Rivian, Tesla. Unfortunately for Tesla, it was a great short yesterday. That's all I can tell you. I had 73 marked off and then kind of missed out on a Mara trade at the open, which we wanted to have. And I've said this before, you've got to be able to stay focused. Whatever situation you're in, you miss a trade, you make a trade, something happens, like a fly is flying around and bothering you, or like your back hurts. You've got to stay focused on whatever the next opportunity is going to be and then just finding that. Because yesterday, the two ideas I liked the most at the open, I didn't really get either one, but you're able to sort of lock in, find Tesla consolidating, then breaking a 170 for a couple of bucks, then find NVIDIA breaking down a double bottom, and then that was a good trade. Finding Apple late for a 200 break, but that's only because you stay focused. You can't get wrapped up in everything that's sort of going around you. Just work on that next trade. So that same level that it broke down at the open on Tesla, I just think unless it's past that, it's not safe yet on Tesla. And we talked about that 50-period moving average being a good thing. Daniel Shea mentions it all the time. You're still failing underneath it after holding it for a month on Tesla. It held this 50-period moving average, essentially. You're failing underneath, and until it breaks back above, it's hard to be short-term bullish on that stock. But at least Rivian's in an upward trend. That's the difference. Lucid doing nothing but trending down. Rivian at least is trending up. That's the only one I want to look for longs on today.
Look, I think the last buy here, I mean, I bought Rivian down there at 11.25. Finally, I was mocking myself because every time I looked at it, it was either lower or at exactly an 11.25. So right now it's nice that we're up to 12 and change, right? And so we're almost now $1 in the money on 11, so it's not bad. We'd like to get this up to 13 or 14, and then we could really see potentially a breakout. So I'm pretty comfortable buying and holding these Rivian shares. I said this yesterday, and I'm gonna do it today. Well, actually, it's not really pulling back that much. We're up another 1% there. I was a little bit nervous yesterday, and I was mad at myself when GM came out and put a lower forecast on EVs. EV sales. So that was obviously bad, and that's what started this move. And I was like, oh God, I was just talking about it on the show, about getting out of some GM, and I actually wanting to get out of some Ford as well. So I think all of these names, I don't think they're really great investments. And if you listen to the Freedom and Wealth podcast, you may know that if you've been in Ford over the last 20 years, you probably would wake up right now and realize that you're still stuck 20 years ago because the price is still $12. It might even be lower than where it was 20 years ago. And then you get the amazing, what is it, a 1% dividend or something? I'm not super interested in this, and I feel really silly actually being a shareholder in this name. But I mean, some of you may like it. It's a completely dead name. You either buy the ultimate dips or sell the ultimate tops, but sitting in this seems to be a waste of time, and I've wasted my time. So we'll wait to see what happens with Ford. I'm in the money. I'll check. I'll tell you guys. I'll tweet it out today. I'll go double check the prices where I'm in, but I'm just kind of like, meh. I mean, it might be better than Tesla. I don't think there's any headwinds, so to speak, with Ford as much as maybe there are Tesla. I just don't like, and I said this yesterday, not in love with the automotive space right now. I'm in love with, I almost said an Akon song there. All right, 123 and change coming through. This is, I mean, my eyes are going to be on NVIDIA here with only 2 minutes left. The imbalance locator, the NASDAQ came out a while ago, 925, but there's the king. We'll see what happens with Palantir. Uber, great call. Not much has changed. Oh, there's Rivian. So Rivian is on the bid. As we just talked about Rivian at 12.10, now 12.25. So with a minute left, this market's going to be a bit silly. Do we have to go over to the professor? All right. Professor, what are you teaching us today?
Expanding triangles today, Sean, on how to trade. If you're into that kind of thing, and if you like these kind of continuation patterns, and this one is a bit of a bamboozler. Sometimes it can be a continuation, sometimes it's a reversal. If you're into that kind of thing, check that out with Adair and I on How to Trade at 11.
We were talking about those channels on daily charts, long-term charts. We found a few of them yesterday that are breaking out. Just one more before we get to this market open. We have about a minute to go. I want to point out Mara up 2%. You saw that ridiculous reverse that all of the crypto names, including Coinbase, had yesterday, failing 19, then breaking out above 19. Like it was $1.50 if you went short at the open. It was almost $1 if you had it off the 19, and then in between you could have had $1 off of VWAP. So lots of volatility in this name. I want to look at that consolidation and close just underneath $20 on Mara. So yesterday's chop zone, I want to look for dip buys. Keep your eye on Bitcoin. It hasn't really been doing much, and it's right around that 70,000. All better. Longs are better if it's breaking 70,000, but I'd hate to be punching long as it's literally failing 70,000. So keep an eye on Bitcoin if you're going to be trading Mara. I always have one up if I'm looking at the other. But let's get this Fed day, hump day countdown started. Market opening in under 10 seconds. Let's go there in 4, 3, 2, and you know what to do.
All right, here we go, 123.50. All right, Rivian's starting to go upside a little bit here, but we're not going to look too much at that as the U.S. markets are now open and 19.4 coming in pretty quickly there on the NASDAQ as we're starting to head a little bit lower. Apple is just still trying to moon, man. I mean, it just touched 208 again, which was yesterday's high. We did not break that, though. 208 and change right there for Apple, and now fading back in as this market makes a move back into VWAP. So a little bit of a move. I mean, I don't think it's anything to be worried about, but there is a move coming in right now on the market as Apple just touches 207 and bounces completely off of that. And now we'll see where we go for AAPL. Nice bounce off, probably takes 208.
Yeah, well, no dip on a firm that just made a fresh high already. You already mentioned Rivian bounced higher almost immediately. AMD, which is trying to hold on to, never mind. AMD, which was trying to hold on to $160. Oh, for the AMD, so whatever. AMD has just been relatively weak forever. It is dumping right now. AMD was chilling out at $161, now breaking negative down at $159. Don't chase move, don't chase move. Look for an opportunity. Again, this stock just continues to flush. What a move to the downside, AMD.
All right, I'm just watching out because we are long. We do have our first position on board. It's NVIDIA, of course, and there it is right now. It's 50 cents in the 50 cents in the money. I mean, all right, or long right now, 122.90. We just take some out at 40s, and we're going to go longer through 50 here as it looks like it wants to break, and there it goes right now. There goes NVIDIA. Let's see how high she can fly right now. I mean, you know, we like the stock. I like the market. We talked about that. We just broke through the day's high. Let's see if it continues to work. I mean, it's having a hard time, but this is what NVIDIA does. I mean, I don't expect this name just to continuously fly up like Apple did yesterday, but I think dips get bought in this name, and let's see if we're wrong. That bottom is 122.50-ish. I think we'll just play off this pre-market bottom of, 122.40s, something like that. So we're trying to make this $1 worth, but again, the thing about this NVIDIA play is, and I don't think our charts will be do it so much justice, but because we did have this split, I'll look at it at a different chart, but right now we are starting to get out as it's starting to rip higher here. NVIDIA, here we go, man. It's going to be a big trade, hopefully, but we need this market to continue higher as well, just bouncing now to the 50-period MA.
Speaking of breaking higher, good look on NVIDIA. Oracle, we thought we would calm down, do dip buy. Oracle's taken out the top as well. I did get into Rivian, but with this move up in NVIDIA, I'm looking at that AMD fade, and if it can hold back above 160, why is it still Oracle? If it can hold back above that 160 level, I might look to join it. The one I really wanted breaking the top was going to be Micron, but Micron, it's kind of already gone here. 139, if it can hold 138.5, we thought we'd look for some crazy dip buys in this if we could get them, but you're not going to see 135 now when you're at 139. I don't want to take a 140 break. I'd rather be long before it gets to that kind of a round number. So we're going to go for 138.5 here on MU. Apple about to take out the top as well. Don't want to take a break there. I thought we'd get dip buys. We'll have to go for like an 07. We're going to get into this Micron above this 138.5.
NVIDIA is speechless. This is another one. We did it yesterday with Apple. Let's see if we can do it again here right now today. It's 70 cents in the money. And again, notionally, might be the biggest trade you'll see here today on the air. So let's wait to see what happens right now with NVIDIA trying to go back up to the upside here. Oh man, like if I think this market's going to be up huge today, we're only up 1%. Maybe this is worth holding, but there's the pullback again. We're out of a little bit more than half. So I felt pretty good about holding that up to there into 124, but now we are starting to fade out a little bit. Let me just get out of a little bit more. I'm reverting to my old self. I'm trying to hold as much as I possibly can, but then again, P&L chasing it, right? So let's just hold out, man. We just got a great fill up there at 124.25. We're just slowly adjusting ourselves here and see if we can get a bigger move upside for NVDA. I mean, the king of the castle, and everybody else is simply just a dirty rascal at this point because Apple is just like ripping right now back up to the upside, 210. We should have taken the 208 break. Instead, we went over to NVIDIA. Probably a mistake there as Apple right now going to take out 210. What an absolute monster, man. That 191 was a good fill. And we're still in our 169s long. So we're going to have to think about maybe getting out of some of that. But there it is, up to 210 right now goes Apple. Absolutely amazing. Palantir down to 24 and bounced as well.
Down. So by the way, AMD did not make a bounce, so we're getting away from that one. We're only in Rivian. I'm not going to take a 210 break here.
God.
I want to wait a little bit later for that one. But GameStop's about to break 30 to the upside.
Yeah,
so it's about to break this local high at the $30 level. I'm going to take the break. I thought maybe we'd be getting into like a halt at the open, but you saw that stock dip pretty much after all that Syntron nonsense. So GameStop just made a bit of a local break. I'll give this to 29.80. And then see if it wants to make that move. The pre-market highs are like 31.80, so I would like to be out in front of that. If it goes into a halt, I would try to hold some through. So it's just GameStop, Rivian. I'm on the bid of Apple. Oh, there goes. Does not hold that 29.80.
Oh, God.
Take the 30 break. Does not hold that 29.80. And now Apple is at 210, so I got to get over there to AAPL. Rivian's holding. It's about 5 cents in the money. If it breaks a fresh high, that'll be 12.32. So I'm not offering until it gets to 12. The high 1220s on our IVN. But here comes 210 on Apple already.
I mean, NVIDIA, Apple, GameStop longs. We knew about those ones. It's this NVIDIA that we just dipped by into 123 again. So we like that trade, right? We've talked about this. Now we're long at 122.80s again and not fooling around. So let's wait to see if it can go higher here. I mean, again, I like the stock, but I'm not trying to get too excited about it because so far so good here on NVIDIA as it goes. Yeah, so big trade here, needless to say. Yeah, we'll see what else can happen, but that's a good one right now if you're looking for the winners. We've got one on board here. I know Neil's been on GameStop, Micron, and Rivian. So a couple good trades. We'll wait to see. Hopefully this one will moon. It's a big one, and it's been so far so good. The missed opportunity for myself, of course, is Palantir, but Palantir is coming right back into $24 again. So I have a lot of exposure to the long with NVIDIA, which is just right. I'm going to have to take another piece out here as we're right back into 123.50 again. So let's take another piece out on that. Wow, on that dip buy reload. What a trade. And there goes Apple. We cannot be happier about Apple today, man. Up to 210 and change, Sharif. We're rocking on this one. Apple today, NVIDIA today, Palantir today, everything. Good. We'll have to watch out for Tesla and see what's up with Adara.
Downs Tesla.
We have that GME move, but some of these other higher, shorter float names are running today. We have Blink Charging here up about 10%, BLNK, short float of about 19%. We also have QuantumScape here up about 9%, QS, this one has a short float of just over 10%. So keep an eye on some of these names with larger short floats. Looks like some of them are getting a run, guys.
Yeah, the only ones with short floats I'm looking at are going to be Rivian, which it got that high of the day really quickly.
Just
we
have
got out,
NVIDIA,
we're
not
looking
Apple.
for that break. We didn't get the breakout on Rivian, so we're going to have to go right back into the dip buy. So we didn't get the break. We're going to look for VWAP in here. We had 15s. It broke that 30 level. We're just in Micron, which is following everything else up, and Apple was a good break at 210. It's not really $1, but it's already like 60 cents in the money, and it really didn't look back if you took it. I thought we'd get some kind of a dip. Like yesterday, you did that break, and then you kind of dipped, and then you made the break of 200. This time it just said 210, we're going right away. So very different from yesterday's move in that there was at least a consolidation when it went that first 50. On the offer, 139, and then 140. We already talked about this being a kind of a rough spot for Micron as it already failed once. AMD, if I'm going to short something, I don't know how AMD is
Apple
one of the,
is fucking
just one of the more ridiculous ones. Apple, that
Let's
breakout,
go.
210 was actually very, very clean.
Oh, yeah.
Which usually when it goes $4 right away, you're expecting some kind of a dip, but it doesn't even want to dip on Apple. So we had to look to join it at some point. We were able to find our way into it late last time, but that was on an even dollar. 200 is really easy to take because it's a 200 offer and there's a million shares on it, so you just punch long when it breaks. I think it's a bit different here on Apple. So I look for that 210 on the way back in here. Give me a round number, show buyers in front of it, buy stock.
Look, we have to show you guys, it's one trade. This is the trophy today, right there, as it's just one trade, and it's a simple one. It's NVIDIA, it's buy the dips. We talked about that. Again, trade could come out, who knows? We still have some decent size on, so let's just take some out as we get back up into 124. Obviously, we have FOMO about Apple. I mean, yesterday we absolutely destroyed that one on pretty... a similar break. I mean, we wanted 194 yesterday. We knew we wanted to, that's still NVIDIA. We knew we wanted 210 there. I just, for some reason, didn't pull the trigger. So, yeah, a little bit of, trigger fingers turn Twitter fingers on that one because we just sat there and watched it. I mean, we already have a lot of exposure, and that was probably why I didn't do it. But again, look at Apple go. I mean, honestly, I don't even want to check the account right now because like this Apple position and look, yesterday I said it with high conviction about how much I loved Apple, what I thought this Apple AI, what I thought that WWDC meant for the stock, what I thought about the super cycle, how good their products are, how they're now leaps and bounds ahead. Everyone's going to be doing everything with Apple now. And honestly, the stock price and big money agrees. I mean, this is not stopping here. Unbelievable move. Another 2 and a bit % to add on to the 8 yesterday. They gained $250 billion, 2 Intels yesterday alone on that. On Gen Emoji. Like, I mean, this is a monster move up, and just get on board at some point because honestly, this move just continues to go higher. If GME stops somehow at 26, Okay, good. I was going to say, because definitely missed that Palantir, but we did not miss GameStop because it didn't come into our levels, but it was a great long, needless to say today, as there goes GameStop. We said we're not shorting this at all, and I'm not doing that until I get a downside halt. So we'll have to have that up, and hopefully we'll be able to see when exactly it does halt. But, I mean, we're lifting up trophies here, and it's because of this. Yesterday it was the big dog in Apple. Today it's the big dog in NVIDIA. And right now, Neil, is a $1 winner right there and more as we try to break through 124. I said we'd be here today, and we're here today. And there it is again. We did it yesterday with Apple and GameStop. Now we're doing it here today with NVIDIA. And again, the number one trade idea on the sticky note there today is NVIDIA. And we took it, and we believe in it. And it's paying off.
Make money, make money, make money. That's what it's all about. I'm not worried. Don't worry about the FOMO in Apple. Apple ran all day yesterday, and if it does it again today, there's going to be a chance to get into it. And you know that to be true. That's how the market works. If it's going to do something special, it did it yesterday. I think if you found it late, you found it early, it didn't matter. It made all dreams come true. And I think that's an important thing to remember. You don't have to get that FOMO. I like 210. I wait for 210. I did jump back into Rivian. We're in and out. Higher low got put in. The breakout price, which we got out in front of, it dipped right into it. So when we talk about taking the stairs to the upside, generally speaking, it's higher lows, sometimes VWAP, sometimes the previous breakout price into that 1250 level. Like what's going on here in Rivian, I think there's room to $13 on this bad boy. Affirm, there's really not much to say about Affirm except it's now up 14%. So this is, it's gone. 15% now to the upside on Affirm. This one is absolutely ridiculous. Micron's about 80 cents. It went about $1 in the money, but I'm looking for a break of $140 into the upside on that particular name. But I'm not on the bid of Affirm anymore. The dip buys I want are now $3 away on Affirm as that's completely gone. So we're into a couple of longs. I don't really have any short ideas at the moment. So we just got to be calm, be patient. That's what led to green yesterday and finding those like 10 o'clock type plays. Once you're in your open trades, I think we're in the hold zone now.
Oh man, the zone that we're in, I mean, let's just do this. I mean, this is now almost $2 in the money on NVIDIA. I mean, this is the name for us, man. This is the name for us. I mean, Apple just continues as well. I'm not even sure we should be getting out of NVIDIA at all. This could be, well, it might already be the biggest trade. All right, what's up, Adara?
Keep an eye on Upstart here. This is another heavily shorted name getting a nice move up today. UPST currently up about 11%. This one is a short float of just under 30% from what I'm seeing. So UPST, nice look here, guys.
Upstart. All right, we'll look at that. I'm just going to get out some more of NVIDIA here. I mean, I feel like really good about where we are. I mean, we're at day's high. We have the low ticks today on NVIDIA. I mean, this chart right here came right back into the pre-market level. And remember what I told you about this trade? We were getting out if it broke 40s. So right now we're long at 75. So that's 30 cents worth of risk. And we're in the money at $1.60. So far, so good on that one. And yeah, it looks like today NVIDIA will be PL number 1 on the floor. So that's absolutely great. And I want to say a shout out to everybody that hit this with us here today again. And if you're looking for trade ideas, I'm just going to keep it as simple as possible. I mean, you guys want real trading. This is what it is right here. This is the work that we put in for you every single day. You know, giving some levels that we like, taking some trades. Let's go back over and look at Tesla, GameStop, Apple, and we don't have Palantir on here, but we did talk about Palantir, so we will have a quick look at that. Let me just look at Tesla real quick. I'm right now, and again, I know that I chase P&L, and I talk about that all the time. So President Biden speaking, okay. All right, let's just wait to see. Oh, President Biden said price is still high. That's nice to be, you know, have a couple $100 million in the bank and saying comments like that. Shut your mouth. All right, so right now Tesla up to 174 was a level potentially that we were looking at. And look what happened. The high of the day, 173.80. Oh, damn, Neil. We did it again on that one right there if you're looking for shorts. Unfortunately, my focus right there is on NVIDIA. But again, everybody checking Sticky Note Nation, you got it again right there. That's $1 plus in the money on that trade. So we'll see if Tesla goes the other way, as we'll just take Again, $2 on this NVIDIA trade right now. And look, I told you it was the highest notional trade of the day, and I told you that at 9:35. So, I mean, you guys want to talk about like having faith in a stock and then telling you guys about it? I mean, that's the trade right there. It's NVIDIA. It's a monster. It's now $2. So let's just keep on going, man, and see where we go. I like what you're saying, Neil. Maybe we're just in hold mode now. And it's just funny because
that's the thing, because
when you're on Mars, you think you're too high.
Yeah, the NASDAQ just got to 19.5 here. So when you're at these kinds of levels, I think if you're hitting the buy key, maybe it's on something which is playing catch up instead of already gone. It can be really, really tricky. If we're up 1.3%, it's a Fed day. Let's not lose sight of that. So a lot of times I feel like we've gotten to the 1.5 to 2% mark on a Fed day, and then you slow down a little bit. So I'm not hitting any buy keys on anything all the way up here. I think I want to be a little bit more patient. I do like what's going on over there in AMD, however, because that was an absolute dog into up 1%. So what I just said, look for something which is catching up. If MU fails 140 again, I'm getting out. It's gone up and down that 140 level, which we're trying to hold through. I'm going to get out if it fails 140. But AMD just came right back in after breaking out the highs. If this can hold a higher low off that 160, I think we got a little something here on AMD to join this party.
It's not ridiculous.
But we do like it. It hasn't really followed
It's supposed to be
NVIDIA,
4,000.
unfortunately. But at the end of the day, you know, this stock has held on the daily chart. So it's back above the 50-period moving average. We said it's above
pennies
50.
or dollars?
You want
That's
that
the
long
thing,
for
right?
sure.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's both different kinds of strategies, as we just talked to the professor over here. All right, so we're just talking about some stocks you catch pennies, some stocks you catch dollars, and I mean we're trying to do that here with NVIDIA, and I'm using like the same shares that I would catch pennies with, trying to catch dollars with. So that's why when it pays off, it pays off. So right there, nice move, and actually probably more shares. So all right, here we go. 125 right now inbound on NVIDIA. Remember, this is 1250. You know, times 10. You know, trading might be okay, math not the strongest, but here we go, 124. Oh man, good thing I'm already married. All right, 124.80 coming into play right now. Let's see, like we don't have too many shares left. I guess that's in the eye of the beholder. What we have left is about 20 to 25% or so of what we had, maybe a little bit less than that. One more out here in the 80s, and then I feel comfortable. It's just we're bouncing around here. I don't know, 124, 125. Good trade on Micron over there. Nice to see Rivian finally in the money again. You know, for me, up where we are, we're in that name at 11.25. We're going to find out about that if that does make a move. I want to check out PayPal and stuff. One stock that I just saw somebody wrote, and I've kind of left this one a little bit, because we were able to, and we talked about this, we're still in some Disney. I mean, this is not something where I'm going to say like, oh, I got out on the high and didn't tell anybody, or I bought more on the dip. No, I didn't buy any more of Disney. I didn't get out of any more either. So we got out. We were talking about this. We got some out at 112. Then we got some out at 115, and we got some out up here at, I think it was 120, maybe 121. We definitely don't have like any 124s. And I've got out, I think maybe one more time into here, but definitely not enough as we fall all the way back into 100. And as you look at Disney here on the day chart, it looks like it wants to break below this $100 level. So again, a little bit of a rebalancing situation maybe happening in people's portfolios for Disney if it does break that level. We can't get above 75 here on NVIDIA, so I'm just going to take I just tried to punch 72. I'm going to, oops, there it is, I got it. So we're just going to take 72s right there on NVIDIA and put $2 again. This is the level. We like it. We'll see. Apple is like at 214. It's unbelievable that I'm not long this name. I mean, yesterday, we only had Neil yesterday, just a $10 winner. Right now here today, it's given it again right there. But like I said, we're actually up more today on NVIDIA than we were on Apple yesterday. So, I mean, just believe that. With 20 minutes in right now, we have one trade, and it's a podium.
Yeah, Apple was so good, but the difference between Apple yesterday and today was it gave you like a second shot. It gave you a third shot. It's so far gone now. I'm asking myself, can you take a 215 break up 3% at 10 o'clock? The answer might be yes, but I'm not there just yet. So I'm not going to do it. I said I would get out of Micron if we started trailing back. I put a trailing stop. I was trailing it at that 140 level if it got to 39.5, and then trailing it at 140 when it got to 140.5. And then when it tagged up here at 141, I got at 140.5. So I guess $2 is the magic number. So we did get the Micron in there. Again, everyone just has to trade your own style. Like for myself, if it works, going station to station. There's days where you get that move and it doesn't go further and you look great, and there's days it does go further and then you're like, I should have held on to it. But I'm always looking for that dip at around 10 o'clock to get back into the trend. Rivian, first trade was good. Second trade was okay. Third trade will be off VWAP here, so we're taking the stairs up. Just keep in mind, we just got the 19.5. Rivian in a bit of a pullback here. So it's pulling back when the market's going higher. And if you're looking at what's going on in Tesla, like Tesla just dipped into VWAP and it's going up. So very similar patterns. I'd like that to hold. If I see Tesla breaking highs and Rivian can't bounce, I might jump out of this one for sure. And then Affirm, yeah, I mean, Affirm is trying to consolidate up here. I said I will not chase any highs, taking any breakouts in Affirm once it was so far past what we wanted for the long, which is down around $30, $34, $35. We'll look at VWAP. Can VWAP hold? It's a pure squeeze name that got the Apple news and was riding some coattails. It hit 15% to the upside on Affirm. I think some shorts are pretty, scared's not the word. They're probably already covering, and they were scared yesterday.
Oh, they're still scared, I would think. Scared a lot. I mean, anybody that short that name into 200 and thought that today there was a pullback day. I mean, I thought that we could get a little bit of a pullback in Apple as well, and now it's just absolutely gonzos. I mean, I don't know. Yesterday we thought that maybe some people were buying Apple and selling NVIDIA. Says Stone Cold, not today, as the market just keeps on going higher here for both of these names. We just got out another piece as we broke through 50. Again, now we have about 15% left of this trade. And like I said, we don't want to throw it back. We're not going to throw it back. But maybe if we break through 124, we can think about getting out of this one because, again, you can hold things forever. There's no doubt about that. And we've already done that, I feel like. We've been in this trade right now for 25 minutes, and it's going to be the biggest trade here. So, I mean, this is going to be a good one. I like the stock here. We might as well stay in it. Let's look for something else. Palantir is right here. So this, little bit surprised. I'm going against myself here by looking at Palantir because I don't necessarily like a stock that is at its lows while the market is still at its highs. Now, the thing about this market is right now we are at 13.5. So we're not necessarily, 19.5. So that's another key psychological level possible for a pullback, I guess, in some of these names. So we can wait for Palantir. It is bouncing off that 200 period. It might be worth a shot down here in and around this 200 period, which is $24. So why don't we just put a little bid down here? And again, it won't be a big one for me considering this, but we'll put on a little bit at 24 if we can get it. And then I really want to watch out for this 23.90. If somehow we break that early candle down, then let's get out of Palantir. You know what? I'll put a little bit of a bid here at 06. Maybe we get some now. But ultimately, I feel like I need to be loaded up down at these levels and then wait for that to break. I still like the stock, but yesterday was really superheated. That's Palantir. Let's see what winds up happening. Nice pullback in NVIDIA as well. No pullback in Apple.
Yeah, just scanning to see what's relatively strong, what's relatively weak. I just saw ARM kind of pop up that it was above 150. If it can reclaim 150, maybe, but that's already starting to pull back as NVIDIA's pulling back, so might not be the right moment to strike on any kind of an ARM trade. I got out of Micron. At least for now, it seems like it was the right decision, but if this move is going to continue, let's look at 139.25 is about where VWAP might be. So if we can get a bounce off of that, I don't mind jumping back into that trade. I'm only laughing because we are at 215 on Apple.
Yes, sir.
So
I'm checking my account. F this.
I don't want to. I've done this thing where in my personal account, when something becomes really, really big of a weighting, I've been trimming some. But the last 2 times that happened, I took out 10% of Eli Lilly and 8% of NVIDIA, and neither one of those were good decisions in hindsight. So I'm trying to not do that on Apple, which if you look at your account, you're going to be one to do that. So I actually did get to 215 and pull back a little bit here. So it must have been some size on the offer that I didn't see. But it is pulling back in Apple. This will be the first red candle on a 3-minute. and it might be the first opportunity to get into this. I want to be, if we fail 19.5 and Apple pulls back, I want something short. I have not found anything that is setting up a good short. So then I'm just not going to take any. If I don't see something, if it doesn't set up, you don't have to take it. I think that's pretty important. Usually by now I'd find something that's weak and be like, yeah, let's get into that. But even Intel strong. Now what can I say? This is holding higher lows all the way through, just like the market. So if you guys know anything that's relatively weak, let me know. Mara, apparently. What's Bitcoin doing? Nothing.
69.3.
Mara just got back to VWAP, bouncing off $20. Oh, that was the $20 level. Yep. Right off the $20 level, Mara, and already up 2% off 20.
Okay. Yeah, the only trade, I mean, again, if you're looking for some ideas, it's the sticky notes. You can go double check that right there. But at the end of the day, the short that I liked was Tesla, and I think maybe if we can get back up to that level, which we're here right now, is this 174. We did talk about Palantir. That's just kind of going lower right now as the market goes higher. So we definitely want to check that stock in a couple seconds. We did get out 124.50, another piece of NVIDIA, but that price isn't going to change now. I have an offer at 125. If we don't get 125, then we're not going to worry about it. All right, we could try Tesla up here at 174. I mean, this is a level that we've talked about. Apple's trying to pull back just a little bit. So let's try a little bit here on Tesla. We didn't get that good price up there when it was in the 70s, but we are now short here. No, we're not. We're not short anything. We didn't get that fill. Oh, there it is. Now we're short. We're short at 56. I was like, we got 56s? All right, so now we're short at 56 here on Tesla. Let's give it a little bit northbound of 174 and just see if that level works. Very good chance it doesn't with this ripping market. But as Neil mentioned, though, we know we're looking to get into something short, maybe because of 19.5. So far, so good here. Let's wait to see what happens. We're trying to get a little bit more up in and around 174, but this one is a quick one. So I don't want all the Elon fans out there to be like, why is this guy shorting? Why? I don't mind that. Well, here it goes. I'm not short for long. If this breaks 174, we are out right now. This could be the L. Almost. It's almost getting higher. Is it going to be a fail or not? Oh, a little bit of a fail back in, but not too much of one. All right. Yeah, it looks like Tesla right now is at our sticky note level. Normally, I would give this a little bit more room, but being short in something when we've called this market a 2% move today might not be reasonable. But there's Tesla pulling back in. Let's just take that fill. There it is. We'll take some 65s, pull this name back in there. Good stop. So, hey, now I don't feel so bad anymore for doing that. But there we go. We'll see if we can get something else here on Tesla just to take away some of this pressure because we are pennies away from being stopped out. So there you go, man. I'll complain a lot about things going bad, taking high ticks, taking low ticks. Right there, we got lucky and able to get out of some of that Tesla for basically flat there in the 70s and 60s. So now let's wait to see. It looks like we are still going to get higher here on Tesla because the market's not moving and this thing's going higher. So that is not a recipe for the success that we're looking for anyways. And the same thing is true for Palantir. This one's going down. Oh, what?
No,
123, oh my God, I didn't have a bid at 24. I thought I put a bid at 24 and I went over to Tesla. Okay, well again, props up for anybody that listened to me. I didn't listen to myself.
So I'm into Apple, but I did something very similar to Sean where I went to add in front of 213 and I ended up bidding on Rivian instead. I'm going to leave the Rivian bid in because it was at VWAP, so it was a good price. But Apple's starting to bounce. I wanted in front of 213. It's the first dip that we've even had. The first red candle was at 215, $7 higher. Check that, $9 higher from the open. And it's right back into those highs. Apple's ridiculous. Let's go to Adara. Shoot, I did the wrong stuff.
What an exciting day it's already been for the markets, and we still haven't even had the FOMC meeting yet. That's going to come at 2 p.m., followed by comments and a press conference from Fed Chair Powell coming through at 2:30. We do have the SPY and NASDAQs near their highs right now. Really nice look for both of these. We have Apple continuing strong and actually apparently overtaking Microsoft as the world's most valuable company, or at least poised to take that at the end of, or by the end of the close if things hold up there. So really interesting look, lots of excitement today, especially with that CPI print coming generally slightly lower than expected across the board. Some other stocks to keep an eye on here include Affirm. This is a day two play here, still up about 13%. Apple announcing that Affirm's payment products are expected to be available to Apple Pay users in the U.S. later in 2024. This announcement came out yesterday, but nice day to move for AFRM. We also have SoFi and a lot of these other heavily shorted names here. SoFi has a short float of about 17%. SoFi, Upstart, and quite a few other names with higher short floats trading higher today. SoFi currently up about 5% right now. And last but not least, GME. This is, of course, one of the heavily short floated names. There's also a catalyst on this one, moving around a little bit today after completing an at-the-market equity offering program as announced yesterday after close. So no shortage of names to keep an eye on today as we head into the FOMC meeting, guys.
Short float name. Sorry, SoFi sucks. If you're a short float name recently that's supposed to get all that retail love and then GameStop and all these other ones do all this crap and you're not moving, that means you're not good. And I say that as I'm not a bag holder because I'm literally long exactly where it's been for this forever, essentially. So Apple, I was trying to add more in front of 213. We went 213.5 to 215 and then took the 215 break, double top breakout on Apple. The slippage was actually bigger than normal on Apple. I got 18s on Apple, just to give you an idea. Usually a fill of a even dollar break, you're getting like 10s or sometimes even 7s or 8s. But I got 18s on the way through on a 215 break. I'll have one more offer out in front of 216, and then we'll see where it goes from there. Rivian, we're only long right now. Like I said, I can't find any shorts that I like. It's not that I'm forcing the action. It's just that we're at 19.5 on the futures. And when I see a resistance level on the futures, my thought is, what's the short going to be? And can you find anything if we fail that level? So I did get that last fill on Apple, just getting another order out there on Rivian. If we hold 215, I stay in it. But if we reject this up here, I think you look right back into 213. If you reject the 215 level, I'm looking right back into 213 for a dip buy on Apple. The breakout so far so good, but I feel like it was better yesterday off 210. It sounds crazy to say. That's so far away. We're just at 210, 200. I mean, and now all of a sudden you're taking a 215 break. 200, 215. It's Apple. Like, this isn't Nvidia. Apple is doing this right now. Just goes to show when they like it, they like it.
Yeah, I mean this Apple, we did check the account. We're pretty jacked up. We're actually in the money now, 28% on this swing trade now for Apple that we took down here at 169. I know the professor, wherever he is, he's in this name as well. So shout out to Professor buying these dips as well and talking about it. And you know what? It did take a little bit there. I mean, a lot of people, as you know, were haters of Apple, including all those BS stories in China. I mean, what a crazy story that was. As Apple continues to go higher. And by the way, we did it finally. We'll put down a hot dog cannon a little bit there as we get some out at 13s. And then again now at 8s on Palantir. We're just long at 02s. Like we said, remember, we have the ability to do lots of different things here at Real Trading, including scalping. And we'll have the big ones, obviously, with NVIDIA. As NVIDIA's right now back into the $1 and $2 club right here as it goes. We said we were going to wait for 125 here. And remember also what I said a couple days ago as we went a little Nostradamus here, and we talked about how my number one stock moving forward will probably be NVIDIA. And then right there, right now, it's exactly that. So we're pretty happy with the way it's going. Trust me, bro, says Rivian Millionaire. Palantir is going up. So I'll trust you, bro, on that one. I mean, we've already, like I said, made some money on this name. Our good out right there is at the 50 period, which is 13s. The problem with that, Rivian Millionaire, is that I do trust lots of people, but I trust myself the most. And that's what's got me here right now. That's, where, basically how this show was born. So let's just stick with the plan here and not get too much FOMO looking somewhere else. I mean, right now we're out of half of Palantir. It did go to the 50 period moving average. We have to stick with our guns a little bit. I will reload this thing. That needs to come. I mean, whatever. O's are 98. I mean, I guess that doesn't really matter. So let's just sit here at O's and just take a shot. I'm not feeling as good about this one, obviously, as we were about our NVIDIA trade. So if we can scalp this back and forth and then use 90 as our out, then fine. So that's why I'm thinking, like, right now, VWAP and the 50-period moving average here on Palantir. And again, this is real time, like, discussing the trades that I'm in, So it's like, I know Neil does his thing of the day there at lunch, and then these guys do the whole time talking about strategies. But this is actually like putting in stock right now and talking about what we're doing. Like, so $24, I want to buy it. Why? Because my stop is going to be breaking through 90. That's 10 cents. The VWAP and the 50-period moving average are both 10 cents. So I just consider this kind of like a one-to-one trade on a name that I like long. But the reason why I'm not putting in a lot of shares is because it's not acting the way that I thought NVIDIA might act, the way I thought Apple might act yesterday. It's down while the market is clearly up. So that's not a stock, a situation that would be loading into, you know? So this one, we're gonna have to wait for it right now. That is PLTR. Looks like we're about to get long, and then a stop out of 23.90. And if it breaks it, it breaks it. It will put us red on the name. So that's what we're gonna do with Palantir, only because we didn't even write it down on here, but I know how strong this name has been. So let's continue to watch out for Palantir. It looks like the high on Tesla was 175, now breaking 174 back downside.
I'm guessing that is Fabian in the chat pointing out that BTC was at 69,420. So 69,420. It's not there anymore, but I guess it ticked there as I look over. It's right at that price. Look, I'm out of Rivian. We liked it off VWAP. We were buying dips off VWAP. So dip buy, dip buy, dip buy. The fourth time through, it doesn't hold VWAP. We come to the chart, and it just bursted to the burst to the downside after. I was out at 23. VWAP was at 25. So Rivian, good early, now starting to come back in. I gotta ask myself if I want this. Like, this is almost exactly the same situation that Apple had yesterday, what NVIDIA is doing at this 125 level. So stair step up into a double top at 125. I have it as not breaking. If there's anything above there was a dark pool. Looks like 95 is the current high. The longer it holds it, the better. I think when you take a breakout trade, I love consolidation about these. So 125 breakout play for Rivian, I think, coming in. AMD, if it wants to follow suit, it's not doing it. Just absolutely tanking now. Breaking lows on AMD as NVIDIA is going higher, but I'm still taking the break 125 on NVIDIA. Might have found something worth a short at VWAP, and it could be AMD.
Yes, please. All right, so yeah, thank you, Randy. That'd be awesome. By the way, guys, thank you for believing in me. But I got to believe in myself a little bit more, too, because look at Tesla right now. We were short 174. We were even short 174.25. And now it's all the way down. And there it is, a complete move. I mean, we were dead right about sort of dead wrong on the timing, but right, it looks like, as we were looking for something that was potentially weak into a strong market. We talked about Tesla there today, which is funny because it's not weak. It's just we saw it dip down in there yesterday, and I just think there's too many negative catalysts behind this name, so that's why I was trying to look the other way on this. We did get Palantir to come in a little bit here, not a lot, but a little for PLTR. So we took O's and we got out 05 there. So nothing to write home about. We are waiting for 08, so we'll just scalp this in 5 cents. I mean, honestly, the range has been 10 cents since 9:53. So in the last 25 minutes, it's been 10 cents, or 20 minutes. It's been 10 cents worth of a move. So that's top to bottom. So we'll wait to see here if it can go a little bit more. We've already taken out 5 cents right there, pretty much negating any possible loss on this stock. But again, we want this to go a lot higher. So I'm not just going to sit here and let it happen. If it breaks back down below, it breaks back down below. I know you were in that Apple trade, and right now it's back up to 215, so good one on that. We'll see what happens here at 216 now with Apple.
I guess we're not getting 13s.
On Apple?
Oh, I'm back on the bid at 13, and it's about to break the high, so we're not going to get that.
Yeah, you could get it.
Yeah, I'm going to cancel it for now. The next thing that could happen, was going to quickly mention something about Micron, but we're at 124.90 on NVIDIA, so I do have an order to break the 125 level. Micron looking pretty good off the 140, so I thought we'd get VWAP. Look, sometimes you play a pullback. I just like VWAP as a setup. It doesn't mean, hey, if something dips, why didn't you get to VWAP, Neil? I don't know. It just didn't, so it means it's pretty strong. Next available dip we'll have to take. You had one shot to get into this on the dip, and you had to take it at 140. So the next time there's a big red candle on Micron, I'm going right on over and looking for the curl. But as long as we're within 20 cents of 125, I am going to look for that breakout on AMD. Rivian, I don't know if I get back into. Apple. I want 123. So yeah, 213, sorry. AMD is the name that we're looking for the potential short on. Hey, that did not break.
Oh shit. NVIDIA right now. Let's go. NVIDIA's 125 and ripping right now through it, man. There's a $2.50 winner. We talked about the trophy. Trophy's getting taller. Good go. Carnival. We will not keep going on that one. Shout out to Kanye. I want to see that next album, my guy. 125.20, trying to go now on NVIDIA as we go. And we're short this name as well. We said wait for it, so here is. We're going to hope for.
Another one.
And then maybe even.
Another one.
But for right now, we are into Oracle, and it is, look, it's 20 cents in the money. Let's see if we can get back in here. We shorted against that 140. It's Oracle. We're putting this one on the board again right now, and let's see if we can get a quick 50 cents. Well, let's see a break first, and then maybe we can get 50 cents, put it a little bit lower than 139. Maybe that break sparks some people to get out, and we'll get a lower bid there, breaking back down through 139. But again, wouldn't surprise me if we continue to go higher. This was a good report for Oracle, up 13%. I'm shorting it against 140. Okay, so my out right there, if we're going to go 1-to-1 again and talk all about risk management like we try to do here on the show, that would be something for me to look at. So Oracle right now, trying to wait for a bigger move lower. Does that make sense? Bigger move lower.
Yeah, move lower.
Larger move lower.
Larger
than where we are right now. So it's 30 cents in the money, but we're looking for more.
You want it to move bigly.
Bigly, that was the word I'm looking for. Man, I can't believe
I think if you're gonna go with like bad English, you just lean right into it.
Yeah.
And when Adara, decides to correct us, then that's perfectly fine.
So what would we call this NVIDIA trade then? $3 in the money if we're using improper
I just heard
English.
wiggles. Oh, biggles. Biggles. Let's go with biggles. Hold on a second. Your word of the day. NVIDIA 123 is biggles to the upside?
Yeah, I guess it's biggling itself higher.
Well, then I can't actually use that properly.
No, let's keep that kind of stuff for the midday show because we're going to try to keep it. I mean, Adara's going to have about 1,300 puns I think today in the midday show, give or take. All right, so right now Palantir's trying to go right here. It's now 7 cents, and there it is again. What are we even doing over here, Patrick? I mean, another one is coming through again for Palantir. So here we go again, Neil. The party, it doesn't honestly. It's too bad I'm not here Friday. I mean, I got a team of girls that are ready to go and really do some damage here. But I'm going to miss the markets. We will have Obi here. Look at this size right now. Let's see what there it goes. See ya. Wouldn't want to be ya. There's another one, Neil. Let's go, man. We are flossing all over the place. Look at Palantir there. And I know my guy over there, Mr. Ice to the left of me over here. I know he likes Palantir. And there it is right there. We talked about 24. To the moon she goes. It's Palantir starting to go. Oh, and by the way, oops, Oracle.
I'm reloaded. Another one.
Oracle, we get that fill at 138.90 right there for another 50-cent winner on the board. Oh man, Neil, today is a elite day.
It is. The only red flag I have is it was one breakout on GameStop that we took. We said we liked it better, but it's still going. There was just 125 broke, and immediately 125 half had size. The size is gone through 125 and a half now. Next stop 126, and then gonna try to hold through a break. Maybe look for some dip buys, all that good stuff. You can probably imagine that Micron, which we wanted to get back into, hasn't had a red candle since the last one. So it's all green candles. That's the nature of this market. What's interesting is we're still at 19.5 in the futures, although we're trying to bust through as we speak. The only thing looking weak and heavy out of these big cap, well, at least what I'm looking at, it's still AMD. AMD is just penalty box, penalty box, penalty box. I don't know what's up with it, but it is barely up, and it's not going with the rest of the market. If we curl, it just feels like this has to be the short. But I'm just reminded of something we said 2 days ago. There's this weird tendency for AMD to go inverse to what NVIDIA is doing. So it's like if NVIDIA drops and the market drops, like maybe AMD catches a bit. I don't think you need to force the action today. Everything has basically been working. So unless it's really obvious, give me a rejection off the one, off the VWAP or off the high of the day, I'm not seeing a need to rush into AMD and force the trade. Just because I'm looking for something to short at 19.5, you don't have to do it, man. Like Apple, you could find a late long that worked. NVIDIA, you could find a late long that worked. I should have gotten back into Micron. I think looking for short opportunities, not worth it right now.
Thank you, Randy, for all of that. Randy, the only trade that we actually lost on today was your Tesla trade, as it was up 2.2%. I tried to short this into 174. It's on the sticky note here at 174 short. So we'll have to wait to see if 175 winds up holding. I thought it would be weaker than the market today, Randy, and it's up 2 and change percent. Look, I got to give you some credit for this one because although I'm in this at 11.25, I know there's people in this a lot higher, but right here, Rivian, looking not bad. We talked about Lucid with a possible base. It looks like right now Rivian trying to base out as well. And I was saying that DraftKings I thought was a great buy down there at 11 or 12 bucks or 16, whatever the bottom was. I almost feel something similar for Rivian. If they can get their together, then I think that this $10, you get a lot of this garbage and get this out of here, which we've already suffered through that. A bad report sends this name from 11 down to 8 and change. And then now we've sort of digested all of that. This was that bump up when they rolled out the R2T, whatever the name is. And then all of a sudden we bounced and now we're starting to go higher. Hopefully production issues solved there with Rivian, and we will continue this. But Randy, you like dollar winners? How about 1, 2, and 3? NVIDIA right now is your number one trade idea on the sticky note, and there it goes right there. It's a super spicy trade, and it was put on today. So it was a good one, and we'll just see if it wants to hold out here the rest of the day. And we already called this being a monster day. When it was only up 0.8, we said this market could go 1.5 to 2%, and there it is right there. So yeah, good call by holding some of these longs so far there today. Thank you, Randy, for the coffees.
If you take every single break today, it's been working. So the question becomes, one that
I thought that last Apple one didn't work.
It did work.
Oh, it did?
I'm just out of it. It did work.
Okay.
It just trailed back through. Like I got out most of it at the high at the 216.
Oh, right,
trailed
good.
Back out
Okay.
to 50.
Yeah.
No, I'm getting a Tesla here because what about in a stock I didn't take?
What about Oracle right
Look,
now?
I didn't take it, but I was saying like, what about a break on a stock that I wasn't bullish on today? And that would have been Tesla. But it just broke 175 to the upside. Looks like it is going to join the rest of the party. NVIDIA's trying to take 26. Micron's pretty much done. It's kind of a pump zone right now. ARM, we said 150 on ARM, but it's, yeah, like look at this. Like ARM, it's very, very messy in here, choppy, 149 to 151. Unless it breaks out the high, maybe you like a VWAP in there. No, we're just still going to have to chill. I said maybe Mara off of the $20 level, but that was too late. By the time someone said 20 on Mara, I looked at it and it was at $20.30. So it could just be a breakout on this name again. That worked out yesterday. 20 and a half is not the level. It's like 2060 here on Mara. Bitcoin's underneath 70,000, but how long is that going to last? The way this is going, Mara almost doesn't care. It did this dip and rip. That's a lower lows and then lower highs into a flat top. Little V-shaped recovery action here on MARA. Had a big turn yesterday. Maybe the same thing will happen. Breakouts have been working all morning. I'll go for this 2060 on Mara after passing on Tesla.
What's up, Al Mog Mazer? How you doing, my guy? Oh, by the way, our newest position, Oracle, went to dollar in the money for us as well. All right, Adair, I see you ringing that bell. A little early to ring the bell. Right now, but we'll see. We'll see if we're ringing the bell, if we can get off the mat, per se, here with some of these names. Again, NVIDIA, you know, you're always, for me anyways, I'm always going to look back and be like, man, oh man, like I wish we had held that. I wish we had done this. I wish we had done that. At the end of the day, this is probably PL number 1, maybe of all time on the show that you've seen anybody take. So, I mean, for me, that's good. We're always trying to do better. I mean, I have PL number 1s to the downside, all of them as well. So, I mean, that goes with the flow, unfortunately. But so far, so good here on this move, as it is just pulling itself back up to the upside. So we like that right there for NVIDIA. But again, we are relatively light on this position as we look to see for more opportunities. So let's just chill out on it. We did take some more outs there on 14, 15s, and 16s there with Palantir. And again, we're just sort of adding to our day right now. We do have a negative stock. We did talk about it. Tesla, and Neil just mentioned it as well. Maybe that 175 is the top right there, but we're going to find out what is happening. And hey, there he is, Al Mogg. Hey, thank you so much for that right here. Pretty good, sir. Good. I'm glad you're doing well. It's a holiday here. Not trading, unfortunately, just watching the pros at Sean Katina. Thank you so much. In Israel. Thank you, bro. Okay. And thank you to Neil and bro. And how is Neil? I think Neil's doing fine. All right. I think. Yeah, he's just chilling. I think Apple 220 today says Gonzalo. Yeah. I'm not getting out of anything Apple. I mean, Apple's already buying iPhones and left and right, so I think we'll just let Apple run right there and then cash out when I need to buy. I might just get the Pro 15 because again, Rogers or somebody will give a great deal on those, and I don't know if we'll buy the 16. Very, very excited to hear what the 16 has to offer because I'll definitely be getting one of them. I have a 12 now, so we'll pass it over the rest of them to the kids.
That's oddly what my pop was saying. He's like, he doesn't know if I think he has. My mom has a 12 for sure.
Yeah.
He might have something else. But they're just like, you can get either one. You don't have to get the brand new one because if you're in Canada, all of the best deals are usually not on the latest. You get such fantastic deals on what might be next. Second most recent. So AMD might not be weak anymore. I'm giving the might here as it's trying to get into these highs. Market's still holding higher. Everything looking pretty strong here. I was just looking over that Mara break, which I got the order set for the breakout, but you can see it's kind of cresting, so I don't think we'll get it imminently. Maybe if you dip by. You're getting higher lows on Mara, so if it can hold on to like 2020, I'd go for a dip buy on it. So either breakout or dip into 2020 as we're trying to be patient with it. I think we could have had that break on Tesla. You know, sometimes you talk yourself out of a trade. I don't want to FOMO myself with this Tesla trade, but 175 is not exactly exploding to the upside. You could have a pretty big dump back in if it fails this level, but the good news is 173 was where it died yesterday. 173 is VWAP, so I think a dip buy could be available if Tesla's really bullish. And if I'm not super bullish on the stock, I'd rather buy a dip than take a break.
Yep, exactly. I think that's a good thought there. I mean, that's what honestly, the reason why, I mean, we could talk all about, we are talking all about it, but NVIDIA today. But ultimately, the reason why it is this day here, and by the way, you see I got the bull up here like this right now because it's been a very, very bullish day today, is the fact that we are able to get this dip buy on NVIDIA. So it's like we took it early. We took it right off the open. So we already had 122.90s. Then we take a 123.50 break, which goes about 80 cents. And then on that failed break, basically failed, right? I mean, we are looking at that 123.50. It went up 80 cents. So it's kind of like what Neil mentioned there about Apple. You know, it goes up, you get out. But ultimately, just like Apple, and I haven't checked it in a minute, but NVIDIA then fell. So from 124.50, it fell back down $2. It fell to 122.80. But the thing is that we were sitting there already because we knew, and again, it just goes by, I threw the sticky note, but it just goes by trying to figure out what your strategy was. And we say dip buy this name back to 118. So obviously we weren't getting 118. I mean, we write that note on CPI before that even came out. When that was strong there today, we called the NASDAQ was up 0.8. And we said this is probably a 1.5 to 2 day. And we don't even have Fed yet. So, I mean, I do think we continue to go higher here. I might just hold. I was actually waiting for 126.50 on NVIDIA. I think if we get that, let's take it out, and then maybe we'll just hold the rest. It's been a monster day here, and we're looking for more. So let's wait to see if we can get that. Palantir and Oracle came all the way back right there after stopping at 138.25. So it did go $1.10 in the money. Now it screams higher. Watch out for a 140 break as the market is going ham. What's up, Adara?
IWM actually moving in sync with the market here, near its highs of days, continuing up here in this kind of actually bull flagish formation here, currently up right now over 3%. So great look for a lot of these small caps, and no shortage of runners to talk about here, in addition to a lot of these names with higher short floats that are moving around, a lot of which are small caps. So we have some other names to talk about, like Beamer Imaging, BMR. This one has moved in the past, had a nice run up back in February. Today moving higher after announcing that its Beamer Cloud solution has achieved a certain kind of powered my expertise status within Oracle. It is now available in the Oracle Cloud Marketplace, 2 million share float for BMR. We also have here RNA. This one's a little bit larger, about $2.5 billion market cap. This company's called Avidity. They reported this positive data for their trial for their muscular dystrophy treatment. So nice look for RNA. This one has a short float of over 10% as well. And last but not least, Day Cook, DDC. This one up here, over 100%, announcing that they've acquired Omsom, a food brand, for a combination of cash and stock paid out over 4 years. So interesting look here for DDC.
So this happened a while ago. We didn't really mention it at the open. Barnes & Noble opened back up after the, what was that halt again? It was halt pending regulatory concern yesterday was what they said for BNED. Nvidia continues to go higher. Apple's chilling out at $215 again. I'm going to get there in a second.
$4.
New CEO before the open, and clearly some kind of, it was a reverse split. I don't know the exact, but it was probably like a 1 to 10 or whatever. I'm just guessing on Barnes & Noble. It is open and doing some decent volume. Apple is now, it's still chilling at this 215, consolidating. I've been bidding 213 looking for a pullback on Apple, and you're just seeing it hold higher. VWAP's a little bit of a ways away, down at 212. So I'm looking for a dip. But if it doesn't do it, maybe it's another breakout through the high, which is $215.99. So that's a 216 break. I mean, sometimes the market just tells you what the level is. If it's going to hold 216 this long, 215 to 16, then I guess the next step would be a 216 break on Apple. If it completely ignored Microsoft, Microsoft, all-time highs on Microsoft at every single price that it's traded at today, but it's only up 1%. It just bounced super clean off VWAP. I think if we take out the high on this name, we're now well past 19.5. That one could be one to give her. Just feel like Apple 216 is going to come sooner for us here. So I guess we're back to breakout trades. 216 on Apple should be next.
All right, still going with NVIDIA right now, of course. So, I mean, this is really, I'm learning a lot every day. And you guys, I mean, I'm assuming that you guys can see that. But at the end of the day, you know, learning to really, you know, calm down, trust, you know, be in the right positions, hit the right stocks. I mean, yesterday we had Apple 194 off the jump, right? So like yesterday we had this Apple trade right there. Let me zoom back out for you guys. Not in. There it is right there. So, you know, yesterday we had this move right here on Apple, and it went $10, $11, right? It was the number one name on the sticky note yesterday. And we came in here, I mean, here, this is the sticky note. You can, the good thing about it too is you can go and check all this, right? And then the other thing today was this, right? NVDA was the number one name again on the sticky note there today. And this is the net result of that. So, you know, regardless of what's happening here to your P&L, to my P&L, to anybody's P&L, it's always good. And again, we talk about this on the podcast. Do your work. You know, do the due diligence. Trust the process. You know, make sure you definitely check out that Friedman Wealth podcast. Damn it, man, get Brendan off there, man. The guy's just too handsome. I mean, it's making me look like a fool every day. But definitely check that out there. It's the Friedman Wealth podcast. And I think that this is, I'm doing exactly what we're doing in the show there. We're talking about opportunities to possibly trade stock as a side hustle, trade it as, you know, an extra part of your income. And we still want to attract the same crowd. I mean, there's a lot of people on here, and I've talked about day trading as a living numerous times on here. You know, can be great, for sure. But at the same time, if you invest properly, you diversify, you have different opportunities in your asset portfolio, then you can also have that job, pay the bills, but then build something to gain that wealth so that eventually maybe you do turn to trading full-time because you do have a little bit of that nest egg. So again, make sure you do check it out. It's a Freedom Wealth podcast. We're putting a heck of a lot of time into that. And, you know, as it grows, you know, guests and everything, the show is going to just take off. And there's a lot of things in the works. Yeah, I'm just excited for more podcasting and to get more involved. So we're really, really excited about all of this as Palantir goes right back up another 12 cents.
Yeah, and it's not just about investing and trading. I mean, you know, certainly a lot of the things that I heard are going to apply to everyday life. You know, you can improving yourself is improving yourself. The idea about compounding, that was discussed. Like you don't just compound interest. I was mentioning to this with Sharif this morning that when I was, whether it's like working out or whatnot, like you learn to be more efficient over time if you actually focus on getting better and doing the right things, tracking your results. And now what I can accomplish 30 minutes in the gym would take me an hour 10 years ago because I worked at it. And it's the same thing. You could be a baseball player, you could be a hockey player with like Gia taking 1,000 shots a day. I'm probably exaggerating that,
a week.
Something like along those lines. And it compounds over time. I think that works for trading, it works for investing. You know what also works? Going to the desk for Adara to get, let's call it crypto update.
We will be talking about crypto. Before we get to crypto, though, a quick little recap here. We did get some of these EIA numbers. So EIA crude oil inventory is coming higher than expected here, 3.7 million versus the expected negative 1.5 million. Then we also had here EIA gasoline inventory is also harder than expected, 2.5 versus 1.5 expected here. So nice, I guess, bit of a move up there. If you're following oil or energy stocks at all, we did have higher than expected gasoline and crude oil inventories coming through. In terms of Bitcoin, recovering from this pretty nicely, but yesterday apparently $250 million in liquidations in those crypto markets as Bitcoin pulled back towards that $66,000 level. From what I'm seeing, a lot of analysts speculating that this had to do with concerns over the rate hike, but it looks like some of these crypto investors have recovered. We have this bullish candle here overtaking pretty much all of the losses we had yesterday. So nice recovery here on the daily chart for BTC, still below that 70,000 level. And again, still be interesting to see what we do here at this level of resistance that we've now pulled back from 5 times. It's going to be that 72,000 level. So interesting look on the daily chart for Bitcoin. Bitcoin up here about 4.5%. Ethereum following suit up about 3.5% here, above that 3,600 level. BNB up about 4%. Solana up 5%. Dogecoin up 3.4%. Cardano up just under 4%. Really great look across the board here for all these crypto names recovering after yesterday's losses, guys.
All right, let's do a quick little shout out here. I saw someone, we've already seen Israel on here. We've seen Milan on here. I saw someone here from there it is right here. CT 2010, he's from Hong Kong or she, watching us every night. So thank you so much. Fakir family loves the podcast. So subscribe. Right there. Crude numbers out. Yeah, we just talked about that a little bit, so we'll go over that in a minute. Tesla could hit 200, I bet. There it is. What's up, James Dell, right there as well, a big guy. Wherever you're from, put it in here. We'll sell. What's up? We got someone from Palestine here, so shout out to that. We have someone from Brooklyn. What's out? What's up right there? And then someone right before that says Smelly NYC. Shout out to Brooklyn. It's the Bronx in the building. What's up, Jay-Z? Jay-Z, another prominent Sean, in the business right there. So shout out to Jay-Z. All right, what's up to Brazil right there? Oh, he's in the North Pole. What's up, Kanye? He's in the North Pole. Kanye's always somewhere. He's in the North Pole today. So shout out to that. Say hello to your lovely family. There we go. Milano is here as well. What's up? Washington is here. Colombia's in the building. Rochester, New York, Netherlands. We're in the Chi-Town right there. I thought that said CN Tower. What's up, Chi-Town? What's up, Georgia? Sydney, Australia's here. Hey, Guelph, we've got family up in Guelph. Props to you, Guelph. We like Guelph, but a little too far for your boy to go there to live. What's up, Tombstone, Fleming Island, North Carolina, Utah, Croatia. Oh yeah, by the way, I know Italy is probably, one of the best teams in Europe. Obviously, we won the Euro Cup last time. But how are we in a division with Croatia and Spain? Shout out to Croatian and my Croatian cousins.
That's trouble.
We're coming after you, my guys, right there. Shout out to Portugal. What's up, Portugal? CR7, yeah, my kids go sweet all the time, so shout out to that. What's up to Ronaldo? Belgium is in the building. Puerto Rico is here. What's up, Qatar? Singapore. Hey, we love Singapore and we love Nimit as well. I've been to Singapore. That is one hell of a place. What's up, Venezuela, Utah, Philly, Venezuela again, more Brazil, more Netherlands. We in the building, baby. This show is worldwide. And I could not be more proud of what we've been able to build. That started with me speaking in front of a bunch of different offices here at Real Trading on a camera, basically on a webcam. And now we have spent millions and millions or less of money.
Thousands and thousands.
on this show, and we want to thank absolutely everybody for being there. That was an abbreviated roll call.
I love Bakersfield, armpit of California in there as well. I'm out of NVIDIA. Every 50 cents and an even dollar, we've been trailing it, and this time it trailed out. It's the first dollar pullback that it had since 9:30.
Oh, no.
Like that initial one in there. So it just pulled 127 into 126. I went over, and when it happened, I was trying to short AMD, but I resolved myself not to chase the move. So I didn't, I had one offer. I didn't get it. I didn't try chasing it back down in. Not going to do any of that this afternoon. This late morning. It's 10:36. If we don't find ourselves into another trade, we'll just be happy with what we got. But it was the first real pullback in NVIDIA, and it's already right back into 126.5. Apple still at 215. It's really not doing a heck of a lot. I do want to see if we can bounce off of VWAP here on Micron. Finally, we're at VWAP at 140. So if it shows any kind of a pep in its step, we're going to look for the long. Tesla is stupidity.
Dude, I have $2 in the money on Oracle.
Tesla, that 175 break, it's now at $177 and up 4%. Tesla is absolutely flying. I guess they'd like Tesla after all that pressure it's underneath. It's just not stopping here.
Remember when we gave you...
Another one. Another one.
It doesn't stop. Look at Oracle. I mean, this is now $2.10 in the money here on Oracle. We knew this was going to be a special day. I had no idea it was this special. $4 on this, on NVIDIA right now, $2 on Oracle. It's like we're just sitting here, man. We're just normal dudes, sitting here trying to put some money up. And it's been a good day so far. So that was a good one there. I mean, look at Oracle again, comes up to 140. I like that level. We take the short there on earnings. We said we would base this out. And again, remember when it came over and Neil talked about it for a couple minutes there, it was this, that. At the end of the day, this is the kind of stuff that I'm looking for. Pull-ups into nice levels. We know what kind of a trader we are, support and resistance one, and that's exactly, to me, what printed out here on this name. So again, like the name here with Oracle. I don't like to trade earnings plays. Those of you know that. And today, I just felt like Oracle was a little bit different. Nice pullback up into that level. Its expected return was move was 12%. So we got that move. So we tried to fade it right there. So again, just kind of like a shout out to Danielle Shea and some of the stuff that we've been doing, again, on the market recap show, which today will be with Neil for the rest of the week as we decide to split that up. So I'll be doing Mondays and Tuesdays. He'll be doing Wednesdays and Thursdays, and we'll figure out Fridays. So it should be fun. And we had Brian Shannon on yesterday, great guest, of course. And we look to have more and more and more. I think tonight it'll be Chris Brecher, or Tammy, and then we'll get going. Michael Noss likes to come on there as well. All right, so we can go over. Let's have a quick look. Again, Palantir is still doing Palantir type things, which we like when that happens, because Palantir hanging out and giving us those low bids. So we're still on Palantir. Again, not really super exciting to me. That Oracle right there, that 137, we've already dip bought into that level. So that, again, could have been a trade. We're not big on this trade. We're big enough to have the $2, but at the same time, waiting for a little more in case there is that pullback in. We only have now probably less than 5% of this trade on for NVIDIA. So we already took some out at 126.50. We're just letting the rest ride. It is a very, very small position for us, for me. So we'll wait to see what happens now with it. But for now, it's just a chilled out spot. And it's me here. Hey, it's me. We are today the anti-hero. And that's for the shorts. But right now, we'll just sit here and relax on this trade with NVIDIA and see if we can't put a little bit more money here. Palantir still in the money. NVIDIA, $3.
Yeah, I was just talking to a trader, and
sometimes
on Fed, you get like those big moves and you fall asleep a little bit. If the market doesn't do any kind of push back to the highs, let's talk about the NASDAQ, maybe GameStop wakes up in that moment. The only trade I had that stunk was actually the breakout in GameStop. It was a 30 break. It did not hold back through like 29.80, but now you're holding VWAP. So we're going to get to sector watch here, but you just put higher lows, which I like specifically on GameStop when it does this. So higher lows, now holding VWAP, a consolidation there. $30 is back in the rear view. So I want to look for a long around 30, 40 off of VWAP. Let's go to Adara, see what is and isn't working in this market with Sector Watch.
Only a couple sectors that are really not working that have quite a bit of weakness here. One of them is going to be consumer non-durables. A lot of these names here are going to be red. Health services also a bit weaker. Energy, minerals, and utilities also a little bit more on the mix to weak side. But so much strength to talk about in these markets. Of course, electronic technology being bolstered by NVIDIA and Apple. NVIDIA continuing on its post-split move up. Apple with the WWDC continuing throughout the week. A lot of strength as well in technology services, bolstered by Oracle. Accenture and CRM a little bit weaker here, but lots of strength in this sector as well. Finance pretty much green across the board after a lot of weakness yesterday. Health technology mixed, but quite a few green names here as well, and strong across the board for producer manufacturing, consumer services, and transportation. Keep an eye on Uber in transportation, UBER. Citigroup raising its price target, and also this one getting a mention and a positive approval there in CNBC's final trade. So Uber could be one to look at here in that transportation sector, guys.
Yeah, we looked at Uber earlier. I mean, I liked it above that 70 on that upgrade. So we can have a quick look. There's only 20 minutes left, and then I'm going for a walk, baby. And then we are going to be filming the next podcast, which should be really exciting. So we keep talking about that. So get ready for that. And again, we love doing it. So absolutely no problem with that one. We'll see what happens here with Uber. 72.50 again. I mean, we talked about it earlier. I like the upgrade. I just didn't have the wherewithal, I guess, to short this or to go long at 64. I didn't love everything that was being talked about with Uber, and especially some of the competition possibly coming through there with robo-taxi and whatnot. But I guess that was pretty much not all for naught. I mean, it wiped out a lot of gains, right? I mean, we were up to $82. It went all the way back down to $62. So you give off 20 off 80. I mean, you're back in there 25%. So a 25% pullback in Uber right there. I just heard the professor. I mean, look, professor, I checked the account, man. We're up 28%, not more than that now, on Apple. And I know that he and I were buying this name back in 165, 168, 170, just dip buying this name. And then we get what we thought we would get. And it was a big announcement from Apple. I mean, I can go back again. How many, it's funny because it's dated on here, but we talk about this. We had here, look at this, Apple 197 long, and we just wrote down here WWDC event happening. Over here, 194 long, again, talking about this. This is when Tesla was also at 174. So again, just going back, it's like, sometimes it's fade the news, but Apple, again, it was really, really like, sluggish. There's so many names. There was NVIDIA, huge moves. Meta, huge moves. Amazon, everything was breaking highs, and Apple was just chilling. And then all of a sudden, Apple gets the catalyst. There's catalysts all over the place. Microsoft is 52-week highs and all-time highs. Meta back above $5 and probably screaming, yeah, 505. I mean, what a great couple years to obviously have been long tech names and just been long the whole market. Will eventually all these names come back in 25, 30%? Yes. Okay? But when? Up to you guys. That's why I don't think there's anything wrong. We got out of some Meta before earnings, right? We're starting to get out. I might get out of some NVIDIA today. NVIDIA's at 126. I mean, don't check your accounts to see this. We had Michael Noss on the other day. This thing is up 2,900% in 5 years, right? Like I told the story many, many years ago on the show where I bought this name at $100 and someone looked at me like I had no idea what was going on. That went to $1,200. So there are lots of opportunities here in all of these markets, and I have some real crappy investments as well.
SoFi, that's for me.
SoFi is one of my best ones considering some of these weed names.
Oh, well.
All right, so the idea here is that
I'm talking opportunity cost for SoFi.
Yeah, but SoFi's...
It's not that bad.
Yeah, thank God I don't have that much money in SoFi. Look, I try to be as real as I can with everybody, and I've told you already from time where the big positions are, and then I've lost money in crypto, lost money in SoFi, lost money in PaySafe, lost money in pretty much every single IPO that I've ever invested in, besides Spotify, legitimate business, right? That was a great one. We bought that one on the direct. Actually, both my winners are direct lists, companies that actually existed before that are great companies. Palantir makes up for all the losses anyways, but Palantir is in there and so is Spotify. So those are two big ones. And then, of course, I've told the story on the show before as well, where I got out of some of my Microsoft at $40 back about like 20 years ago, which was ridiculous when it was stuck in that range there. And then, you know, names like Costco and whatnot. But we all have these stories.
I did that
I've never invested in gold.
I did that with Oracle years ago, and then I ended up getting back into it, but I looked back, it was like, oh, the stock's not doing anything, and I got out of it. And then, of course, they did the turnaround with cloud. I'm like, okay, well, let's just buy it 30% higher than what we sold it at. And it's worked out. Sometimes you got to suck it up, Buttercup. And if you sell a stock, it goes higher, but you like it, and you buy it back higher. It is what it is, man. And I've done that before so many times. Buy and hold is really good. While I don't want to interrupt Sean, I was in 216.08 on a break of Apple. It immediately failed the break. So the 216 break, obviously not as good as the 215 break, because that initial move, the 215 break went all the way to 16 even, and then right back. This one went to like 28, 216.28, and pulled back. So I think it's running a little bit out of steam. While that was happening, GameStop, as we were mentioning, we're looking for the consolidation dip off of VWAP. We got VWAP, that's starting to go higher. If everything falls asleep, maybe the memes wake up going into the afternoon. And I think that means buy lower highs, buy breakouts potentially, maybe the 32 break. Just zooming it way out so you can see. The 32 break looks pretty good on GME. So I'd be out of a long going into 32, and I'd be trying to take a breakout through that price. Not really paying attention to any of the other small cap names, just looking at GameStop in here and seeing if this one can go. Like, why look at, you know, NVAX today or AMC today when GameStop is doing, I mean, all the volume is in GameStop. AMC is dead flat, it's at VWAP. It's done 13 million shares and it is $5. GameStop has done 40 million shares and it's $31. That tells you all you need to know. It's the GME party right now.
Oracle, still $2 in the money. For me, there's, I mean, like what Neil was saying, GME and Oracle and all that are different beasts because one is only a $30 name. But for me, I just kind of close my eyes. I don't really look at what stock price is too much. Like I'll probably trade Oracle with the same shares that I would trade GME. Just because, again, I have targets and I have levels and my breakers I almost actually holding something longer for longer moves there on a name like GME, right? I mean, it's almost like this Oracle trade. Do you know where my stop was on this? 40s. So again, 70 cents worth of a stop to now be printing where we are is, again, it's just, to me, it's about risk to reward. And I'm not sure about anything more than we can do other than looking at risk and reward, looking at breakout levels, and just trying to become better traders every single day. And I feel like we're accomplishing that, and I'm glad that everybody's been able to see that here as we'll continue to go. We have Sharif over here. Adara talks all the time about how much better she's getting, which is fantastic. Again, more dip buy opportunities. And again, people, I keep seeing on the chat, where do we learn to trade? I mean, I thought you're already here, but you could just look right now. We have, I mean, this is the work that I put in for you every single day, giving you these trade ideas, putting them on, and then telling you that just by following this today, and it doesn't happen every day, we don't list a trophy every day, but today it was a good one, and it was really just one trade. And then follow that up with, again, like, Oracle will be the second P&L name here on the show today. And we just put this on at 10:10. You know, so actually Palantir is, but we just put this on. So as this continues to go lower and lower, now we're $4 in the money on NVIDIA and $2, so $4 in the money long on NVIDIA and $2.25, $2.50 in the money short now on Oracle. So if you're looking for real trading, well, put the hand up over here. One trade for NVIDIA, one trade for Oracle, and one trade for Palantir today. And then the L of the ball today for me is Tesla. But we'll stamp that one. We like the stock. It's just today, unfortunately for us, we were trying to go short 174. It didn't work. We got out. It did fall back into the 50 period and then ramped itself right up. Tesla's actually, in my opinion, probably the missed trade of the day for me. I know Apple was a huge long. We nailed that yesterday. We already have NVIDIA long. It's this pullback right there into the 50 period moving average. I mean, that, look, pull back in, rip, pull back in, rip, pull back in, rip. So one more pullback to 176. I like this long here for Tesla if it does come through. So far, so good here for me. You've heard too much of me today, that's for sure. So we're going to go over to the desk with Adara, and then Neil will kill it when we get back.
After 2 days without any significant economic data, we get not only the CPI print, but we also have the FOMC meeting coming up today. And the DXY is certainly reacting to these lower than expected CPI numbers across the board, dropping from around 105.30 all the way down to around 104.20. So big drop here for the DXY, undoing pretty much all of the last 3 days of gains on this daily chart. In terms of month-over-month CPI coming in flat compared to 0.1% expected, core CPI 0.2 versus 0.3 expected, CPI year-over-year 3.3 versus 3.4 expected, core CPI year-over-year 3.4 versus 3.5 expected. So all of these going to be 0.1% lower than the estimate that we had here. Of course, stay tuned. 2 p.m. we'll get that FOMC rate decision. We're not expecting to see any changes, but at 2:30 we'll be hearing from Fed Chair Jerome Powell during that press conference. That should certainly be one to watch. We know that this can move the market, so we'll have to wait and see what Jerome Powell has to say at 2:30. And then stay tuned as well tomorrow for PPI prints at 8:30 a.m. Lots of economic data on the horizon, guys.
Yeah, it's a busy, busy day for economic data. Like, I feel like we got, like 2 seconds ago, I feel like we got the oil number, and I was like, let me look at an oil stock, and I just didn't bother because GameStop made a move, and then Apple was breaking out again, and Nvidia was going again, and that's just how it should be. I mean, ultimately, I feel like you don't want to get too distracted, like stay in the pocket. So with that, we got the dip into VWAP on GameStop. I'm now out of it. You cracked that 21 level. I still think at 32 breakouts in play, the next available dip, want to look to join that party again. I look at what's been consistent for myself this morning or this month, and it's generally been taking those like simplistic entry trades where it's like a confirmation of a level. Like I'm doing way better if it's a confirmation that it's back into the buy than, right at the open when the stock has been tanking, just take the first available break. Those have been kind of hit or miss. And I said pre-market, I'll go into the long if it goes into an up halt. It didn't go into an up halt. It was just an even dollar level at the open. So we took that and get the hit on it. I do like those breakouts, but the breakouts were better on things like Nvidia, 125, some of those bigger names. Micron did pretty well. Again, chip name. But now that you have the trend going, when this trend's above VWAP, it's generally been good. And obviously the last couple of days it hasn't. You have to go way back. But yesterday, once it was starting to show you the pattern of holding VWAP, you had one more chance to get in. But there was this one in here, your higher lows underneath VWAP, then the consolidation above. So you get your higher lows underneath VWAP and then the consolidation above. And as long as it holds, we want to look for more longs in there. I still say if we're shorting something, it's probably AMD. But
$3.
I talked myself out of it a little bit, but we are heading right back into those lows. So we'll just be happy we're up. At this point, I might not get anything new unless we get VWAP again on GameStop with only about 7 minutes. The day ain't over. You still have Fed to go at 2 p.m. I think 2:30 is going to be the bigger wave here. So I'll look for a short VWAP off AMD, and I'll look for a long GameStop off of VWAP as well.
What's up, Vitaly? Thank you so much for your nice words there. Look, we're now $3 in the money on Oracle. Look, this is the thing. The reason why I show all these winners and stuff like that is just to show you guys that like this is possible. And Neil just said at least we're up. And I mean, he's true. There's 3 positive traders or so today, and it's just like I'm just trying to show you guys that some days we get rinsed, some days we win, and I'm here to tell you about all of those days. And I'm also here to tell you about how hard it is to become a day trader. And that's why I give you guys stats like that. I mean, I've talked to Brankles in the back there. We've decided it's like 1 or 2 out of 10 that are here 6 months later from walking in the door. I'm not talking about being positive, okay? I'm just talking about surviving the game is maybe 2 out of 10. And then out of those 2, maybe you get 1, maybe you get half if you could divide up a human. That would be positive at some point. So let's just talk about being real instead of worried about like, oh man, this guy has a $4 winner and this guy's a $5 winner and he keeps talking about it. I'm just showing you that these are the trades that I have on here and it has equaled now a big day. And it's just, I talked about that the other day all the time. I'm like, oh damn, I just lost like my whole week on NVIDIA or something like that. I talk about that all the time. So it's just about trying to show you that there's roller coasters here with trading. And to me, it's about just being real with everybody and talking as real as we can. And that's what created this show. And that's why I'm still here, to be honest with you. Just like when I hired Neil, I told him this is a tough game for sure. And that's what's happening right now. Look at Oracle right now. We want to talk about NVIDIA being $4 or $5 in the money. We talked about looking for shorts. So here's the short today. We put on Oracle, it's 140. It's pulling back to the 200 period moving average. So you know what I do when I see that? Right? Let me just do it right now. End the show with a $4 winner. Almost, $3.50. Right there on that short. So there it is. It's a good trade for Oracle. I'll be back here. Thank you so much, Anthony Kerr. Thank you so much, Almog, and everybody in the chat. I know real sees real, and that's why, and honestly, one of the big things that's made a big difference to me is this guy to the left of me right here. Because he said the other day that it was like good vibes and all of that kind of stuff, and when I heard him say that, to me, it was like, okay, you know, like that's, I'm glad that it's coming across that way. You know, so that means a lot to me. So a shout out, thank you, Sharif, for all of that, because you know that's what this show's all about. It's trying to build the camaraderie, trying to show you guys to not trade alone. You know, give options there. We could trade together. We could talk about it. We could give you trade ideas. I mean, Palantir right here. I'm getting some out now, right? So there's a trade right there. Another good one on. So. I'm thankful that our biggest loser today is nowhere near even our lowest winner. So today's a big day, and it's a good one. And I just want to thank everybody for listening to me continuously ramble on. But I ain't going anywhere. So
Maybe a walk. It's really nice out today. I know what's up. Like
I'm going for a walk every day.
No, I know. I'm kidding around when I say
I'm not doing the market recap today. My guy over here.
So I was about to say to everybody, like we're doing a little bit of a switch with the market recap. We'll kind of do 2 days, and then the Friday, we've kind of joked around about how we're going to handle the Friday. We'll probably rotate it, or Sean says rock, paper, scissors. I say we make some kind of like where does the Dow close, because no one cares about the Dow or whatever. And we can do some fun stuff with it. And it'll be as usual, the big one after the bell. There's no need to put the earnings board up. It's Broadcom today. That's pretty much it. There's a couple of other things reporting, but nobody cares about anything but Broadcom, I think. And then you got the Fed at 2 o'clock, 2:30, the podium matters way more. GameStop's about to break 32 as well. So with 2 minutes to go, GameStop wants 32, and it wants it pretty badly. I'm on the bid for a dip at 31 if it fails 32. So I'm already bidding this at $31 just in case it's a failed break. I want that rubber band action to get me back in. But it is now breaking out fresh highs on GME. Yeah, wow, it's absolutely gone. I'm canceling the bid. Forget about 31 when it's already at 32.20. I want to dip buy off of this break on GME. 31.80 was the previous high. I think 31.80 is a good spot to catch the rubber band back in. So the trend is to the upside. We're in and out at least a couple times in GameStop, and I don't think this story is over. Now, we've talked about this before. Those late day rallies, sometimes they don't wait around for late in the day. This is like an 11 o'clock rally here on GME. I'm on the bid looking 31.75 on this dip. We can go to the chart. Can we go to the chart for a quick second, Ramin? Thank you so much if it was Ramin or Fabian. Previous high, double top, triple top. That's where I'm looking to grab the dip in GameStop, giving it to $31.50 as we just broke out the highs on GameStop, or on GME. That's the only stock I'm looking at that we'll probably actually get. So go GME. I guess we're looking like we're apes today.
Yeah, we're apes every day. I mean, GameStop yesterday was an absolute monster trade. I think it was P&L 1, I think, either on the show or at least for me, for sure. All right, but that could have been Apple as well. I might be wrong on that one. Yo, shout out to Mr. Mark A right here. I can't believe you didn't get back into Apple this morning. Me neither. I mean, I would have loved to get back into that name. Unfortunately, we've got other bangers. Look, Apple is definitely a missed opportunity for me. But hey, what are we supposed to do? Not much we could do about that one. We are still in NVIDIA long, which has been a good move for $3. And like I said, this is P&L number 1, and it's not even close. So we're really happy with the trade. Part of it is overexposure. I've done this before to you guys, and that is that and that's why I've gone over to the TQQs, and thank you, Adam DeLuz in the chat for telling me to, because I asked, what are we trading today? And he's recognized, the moves that we've made. I almost consider myself just as good as a futures trader. We never even looked at that today. So I just want to say, there's lots of opportunities, like we were mentioning, whether or not you're just going to trade little in Rivian, whether or not you're just going to trade bigger moves in Oracle or NVIDIA, or small in Palantir, I think is another example. I mean, look at this.
They rinsed it.
1, 2, 3, boom, all the way to the upside, $24, $25 right now. So, Neil, you're long GameStop?
No, they just stopped it. I had the long on the dip, and they stopped underneath 31.50. So I got out at 31.46 on that dip. So it broke the 50 level. I said exactly where my stop was going to be. The breakouts have not been the best trade. I just got to go back into VWAP. 1 for 3 on GameStop, but look at the difference. Breakout, no good. Dip buy, good. Breakout, no good. I'm here to tell you, like, that's the bad stock today. You got to keep it in the pocket. So that's what we're going to do. It is past 11 o'clock, but I wanted to make sure I got that one to you because it was looking like it was holding that 32 level. So we did grab the dip buy, but it's past 11 o'clock. We're gonna
What's for lunch right now? So let's go. All right, we're going to find out what's for lunch right here. Today's a good one. That's why we're going to hold it and tell it to you before we throw it over. It's 11:01, so shout out to Sharif and Adara. Let's give the people what they want right here. Gourmet burger today, gourmet. So get ready for that, gourmet, with American cheese and jalapeno aioli. All right. Little fancy way of saying mayonnaise maybe right there. So we'll figure that out with potato wedges. That is, and I apologize, but that is what's for lunch, as I always see people on the chat asking what is for lunch, and that's what it is. So there it is.
Mayo guy.
It's a little, it's a little bit of
yeah, you know me and mayonnaise.
American cheese, and jalapeno aioli. So should be tasty. We'll see.
Probably get
We've had a lot of tuna lately on our, and I feel like the caterer is watching the show because I keep on mentioning how much I enjoy tuna. And it seems like every single time, although yesterday, again, we had egg salad on there, and that was pretty tasty, the egg salad. So, all right, man, Apple just continues to climb, man. I just heard you say 217, so let's go. I may or may not get out of some Apple. I mean, it is such a monster play today.
222. I'm selling 5% of Apple in my personal account. I'm putting an offer at $222.22. And the last time I put a stock at that price, it was 2 years ago with Tesla, and I got filled, and it was almost exactly the dip price to get that day. But I didn't sell it. NVIDIA 125, I'm on the bid back into VWAP. Let's go over to the midday. Go get them.
Yes. What is up, beautiful people? Welcome to How to Trade, formerly known as That Midday Show. That girl right there in the stripes is your girl, Adara, and I am Sharif. And we already have Big Kevin Mendoza and Big Kyle Burdett with us in the chat. We have Jay Alex as well as Chase Bands. He be chasing. I hope you were an Apple as well, my man, because you didn't have to chase too far for that. Easy Trader. Coin, Clock and Tax, and Ronaldo Pitchbull's joining us as well. Big Scott H, let's go to you as well, my man. A Proper Paradox, Killer Cam 1020, Gorev, as well as Oscar Plays. Fiddlebeck joining us, the Pawns, the Fawns, the Lambo Trader Extraordinaire. 1320 Wolf, I see you, Mr. Calling me Mustachio and Adara like that. Adam DeLuz, I see you, sir. James Dell, TNR. 25332. I see you, sir. Damn. Hamster 1, Michael Lewis, as well as Jay Scars. And there's a whole lot of people. Bright Awakening as well, Michael Lewis. And Mildred Colado. I hope I did not butcher your name. Welcome to everybody. Good morning, Adara.
Good morning. How are you this fine day? I know there's a bit of a Cybertruck situation that you'd like to discuss, I'm sure.
Yeah. Well, this Cybertruck actually opened the door. This was a pretty, I know, right? Calculated. I know. I'm getting. You're infecting me with the puns, Adara.
Good.
But in a good way. This was a 176 dip, a ram into that 10-period exponential moving average. Tesla has not closed below the 10 since that 935 candle right there. I'm talking about the 5-minute chart, and I'm talking about the 10 exponential. You'll see it hold up on this candle at 10:55 and again at 11. That precipitated me to get in, got long, scalped into the high 176.80s, and I'm out of the trade as quickly as you can say, how do you do? So, how do you do, Ram? All right. Yeah, it's all good. with the mic there. So that was the trade, in and out, super quick on TSLA. Obviously, we'll be looking at a lot more than that, but I know that you have triangles on your chart. So before we get going, you want to tell the people about your trades?
Yeah, so basically, I'm an overthinker, so I did a lot of thinking last night about why certain things, Tesla, didn't go as well yesterday, and I think that's because I was not scalping. There were actually some good levels there, but if I had approached it like a scalper, which is how I should be approaching things, that's how I trade the best, it would have been fine. So I said, Adara, no more of that. You're going to do what you're going to do. And what you're going to do is scalp and just get out if you don't feel comfortable. NVIDIA, this first trade, really proud with how this went. Planned out here at 125.60. I was seeing stuff I liked in the book and the tape, so I thought, Adara, we can go a little bit lower. We did go a little bit lower, got the lower half out here just below 125.50, so that was about like 30 pennies, pleased as punch. Then the second trade, I got involved at 125.77. Again, this was another like basically scalp, tape scalp. I was trying to get into 60s. I was going to risk up into 126s, but when I saw what we were doing at 125.90s, I said, Adara, you're not comfortable anymore, get out. And then basically so what I'm going to do is just trust myself a little bit more, try to make sure that any losses I have are going to be smaller. I'm lessening the losses because I want to make sure that I can amplify the gains. Also, yeah, SPY scalp short, exact same principle. Saw stuff I liked in the book, risked like 10 pennies, tried to do that. So that's what I'm going to be doing here. We will be doing book scalps and hopefully only book scalps unless there's something screaming at me otherwise. Yeah.
A trilly. Now the most valuable company in the world, overtaking the soft one, 3.33 trillion. Yeah, there's 4 threes in a row there for Apple as it breaks into all-time highs here, Ram. It's about to break the current high of the day. That it's making new highs of the day. We're on our way to 218, it looks like here, 217. Being broken quite decisively, 2/3 of a dollar incoming, dancing at the $0.50 right now. 5% in the clear. We were up 7 yesterday. I watched this monster, I'm talking about Apple, trade on Blue Ocean yesterday. And in fact, this one gapped down on Blue Ocean yesterday, trading in the 205s overnight after it closed out 8 p.m., I believe, in the 207s or 206s. So this one was gapping down overnight, but it didn't really matter because as soon as that real money, that institutional money started coming in post-bell today, well, you see what the price action is. So let's get to, we'll get to that in a second, but I want to show you the small cap gappers that I'm keeping on my chart before we start the lesson du jour. I'm going to have to keep a GME on there because up 4 3/4 right now, looking to go 5. This one with an offering yesterday, price target downgrade today from Wedbush. More commentary there coming out with respect to this company, so we'll keep an eye on that. AMC, though, not doing a whole lot on the day, so I'm just going to leave that one up just in case it does get going. It did move yesterday and is above $5. And I would submit to you that $5 level on AMC has been a bit of a top as of late, holding it right now. The other small cap gapper du jour, and this one needs a whole lot of respect because it's in triple-digit territory, baby. Opened up the day at 50 pennies, but that was the last time it would look at that level on the day. $2.27 is DDC, the deets. Give you the deets. So after this latest PAMP, it's a $43 million market cap. It's done 48 1/3 million shares on the day. It looks like it's going to halt here at 237. If this level holds, we're going to probably get a halt here on DDC. Give it a couple of more seconds. And it does look like we're going to halt up at this level on DDC. We are now halted. Let me give you some more deets now that we're halted. 13.5 million share float. And let's bring in trade ideas and shout out the NOS boss and his crew and find out what the short float is on DDC Enterprises Limited. Negligible amount, Katina Man, 0.4% of the entire float there is shorted, so not much to talk about there, but an epic move nonetheless. Let's see what this thing is. Why is this thing moving? By the way, there it is. Day Cook. No, DDC Enterprise. Yeah, Day Cook acquires Asian food brand OMSOM, consists of a combination of DDC's cash and stock paid out over 4 years. Exact financial terms not disclosed. That's all we need to know. As technical traders, is there a legitimate headline there that's causing this to move up? And I would submit to you that there is. An acquisition is pretty decent. 358.77% in the clear. The other one, DRCT. Not as much volume on this one. It's about 2.25 million, but a hell of a looking chart pattern there, especially held that 375 really well. And now it's knocking the door of 475, 468 HOD on DRCT, $65 million market cap, and a float of 3 million shares. Keep your eye on this one. This can go. MLGO was making moves before the show started, now breaking down below VWAP, so I'm not going to really talk about that one as it is breaking down. But I wanted to tell you about a new SPAC that has made its way onto the market today. Or what is it called? PCSC or what?
I know it's on Perspective. Oh yeah, it's PCSC.
Thank you, Adara. The PCSC. This guy's is a SPAC, Special Purpose Acquisition Company. It hasn't done a whole lot of shares on the day, 481,000. You can always tell it's a SPAC because the SPAC opens up at $10. Technically, you're supposed to be able to get your money back if it de-SPACs or it doesn't end up, amalgamating with another company. But anyway, keep your eye on this one. It's not doing a whole lot. I just thought to mention it there. Adair, anything you want to mention to our viewers before we start the lesson du jour?
Yeah, I mean, I just had a little baby IWM scalp. This Tesla is looking mighty tantalizing here. I might have to per Tesla pates in this little wiffle waffling it's doing from 176.30 to 176. So that's a, and again, I want to congratulate you again in your Tesla trade.
I appreciate you, Adair.
Yeah, but now it's time for Lesla.
It is. All right, let's get to the lesson du jour, guys. As we kind of prefaced on the morning show, we are talking about expanding triangles today. And this is a bit of a bamboozler because sometimes it can be a continuation pattern. The other times, no, I'm a Gemini. I feel like being a reversal pattern today. I'm kidding, of course. So technical analysis offers a variety of chart patterns to help navigate the price movements. Expanding triangles, or sometimes as they're called, broadening formations, are unique patterns that can signal either a continuation of the prevailing trend or a potential reversal. Bamboozlers. They occur when the market is experiencing heightened disagreement amongst investors over the appropriate price of a security. So a bit of tug of war between buyers and sellers. Buyers become increasingly willing to buy at higher prices, while sellers find even more motivation to take profits. This creates a series of higher interim peaks and price and lower interim lows. So essentially the defining characteristics of this, as you'll see in a second, is higher highs, but also lower lows. Kind of a weird combination there. When connecting these highs and lows, the trend lines form a widening pattern that looks like a megaphone or a reverse symmetrical triangle. So let's get right to it. So understanding these expanding triangles, the first thing you need to know about them is they're characterized by their diverging trend lines. So unlike the symmetrical or the ascending or the descending triangles that converge, come closer together in other words, expanding triangles have diverging trend lines. The price action creates, as I mentioned, higher highs, but it also creates lower lows within that triangle, with each swing exceeding the previous one. Case in point, here it is. You can see the bearish expanding triangle, and the only reason it's bearish there is you got a decided break through the lower trend line, and the bullish expanding triangle identical to its bearish cousin. The only difference is it breaks through the upper trend line, okay? So why are expanding triangles relevant? What are we using them for? Well, first and foremost, usually we say, oh, they're good because they're continuation patterns. They show you that the trend is continuing. Well, not this one. This one can be a bit of a bamboozler. As I mentioned, it can be a continuation pattern, but sometimes it can act as a precursor to a reversal. And we're going to talk about how to try to be able to distinguish whether it's continuation or reversal. So identifying these expanding triangles, usually we say look for an established trend, but that's not always the case here. They don't always have to come out of a trend. But one thing that is very characteristic to them is these diverging trend lines. So you draw the trend lines along the peaks and the troughs of the price swings. These trend lines should diverge, meaning they'll move further apart as the pattern unfolds. And so with respect to their use for continuation patterns, that's what we're going to talk about here. We're going to talk about their use for reversals and their use for continuation. So for a continuation setup, they are obviously gauging or they're guiding you into what direction the price action is going to go. So if you get a break above the upper trend line, it's kind of it's foreshadowing that the price is going to continue higher. So a breakout above the upper trend line, which is a bullish continuation, or below the lower trend line, which is a bearish continuation, suggests the trend might resume. And one way to look about and try to confirm that it's not a fake out breakout through the trend line is to look for volume confirmation. Again, you're looking for above average volume for the candle that breaks above or below the trend line. And above average here, you're going to compare to the volume bars ensconced within the triangle. So what was it doing when it was in that triangle pattern or below the trend lines? Is the volume breaking it above or below the trend line, above average than the preceding ones? So that's what you're looking for there. And it also helps you set target projection. I love it for this one. So the measured height of the triangle from its base, obviously not from the point, from the peak to the opposing trough can be projected upwards or downwards to estimate the potential target price. And so here's what I mean. So this one is a continuation formation. I just wanted to kind of give the example. So you have a downtrend here, and then you get a period of what looks to be a consolidation, but really it's an expanding triangle with lower lows and higher highs. But look what happens here. You get the decided breakdown below it, and it ends up continuing. So this is what it would look like for a continuation formation. And here's what I mean by target projection. So you're looking at the base of the triangle from peak to trough. Okay, and you're saying, all right, from over here it's 280 to about right here it's 260. So I know that from the top of the trend line to the bottom of the trend line, it is $20 worth of range. You can go ahead and project that $20 south or north, depending on where it breaks out, and then say, well, I'll wet my beak around here. So there's at 264, you're covering at 244, because you know it's a $20 range for the triangle. Again, these are zones, not levels. It should give you like wet your beak around mid-40s, to mid-40s, not exactly at 244. Technical analysis, it's an art, not a science, okay? So that is what I mean by target projection. But now, how can we use it for potential reversals? So in a reversal setup, you're going to have to look for the exhaustion of the trend. By that I mean the expanding price swings can indicate underlying buying and selling pressure is weakening, potentially leading to a reversal. So you have to look out for that to see whether the trend is exhausting. And you also need to be on the lookout for false breakouts. Breakouts from the expanding triangle can be quite deceptive. Be cautious of quick reversals that come back into the pattern. So you may want to use a confirmatory tool here, either a momentum indicator, or use the 3-day rule or the 3% rule that I've talked about in the past. You can just Google that. And it's also important to use it with confirmation with other indicators, kind of like what I just prefaced. Due to the potential for reversals, use additional technical indicators like RSI or Bollinger Bands to gauge momentum and potential overbought and oversold conditions. And here's what it looks like when it's a reversal pattern. So the trend that preceded the symmetric or the expanding triangle was an uptrend. It then ranged within the uptrend, and then you got the big boy Huadunk, right? And so this is kind of how it would look as a reversal pattern, you know, as compared to what I showed you earlier when it was a continuation pattern. All right, so how do you trade expanding triangles? What's the move here? So first of all, you're going to need to figure out if it's a continuation or reversal. So expanding triangles require extra caution due to their ambiguity. Consider the following. If the triangle forms within an established trend, so if there was an uptrend or downtrend, and then you see the higher highs and the lower lows come in, a breakout in the direction of the trend is more likely to be a continuation. So there you go. So if it formed within an existing trend rather than just started forming from zigzags or consolidation, it's likely to continue. And then your entry and your stop loss. For continuation trades, enter shortly after the confirmed breakout, whether it's a break up or break down. Place your stop just below the trend line for long trades or above the upper trend line for the short trades. And some additional tips here, obviously, manage risk wisely. Expanding triangles involve higher volatility. Manage your position size carefully and consider using trailing stops to lock in profits. And patience is key here, definitely. Don't rush into trades. Wait for clear confirmation of the breakout direction and consider additional confirmation indicators. I hope that helps, Adair.
Yeah, thank you so much for putting that lesson together, Sharif. I think this is a really different one as well, because we've discussed triangles on the show quite a lot, but this is a really different type of triangle, and it's one that I think you see a lot in the wild, but you're never really sure how to approach. Because there's a triangle a lot that I'm like, why does it do this? And now hopefully we have an answer, or at least one possibility. At least when you see these triangles, you can look at it further and be like, is that what that triangle is?
Yeah.
So thank you, Sharif, for putting that together.
Absolutely.
I apologize for the weird faces there. But yeah, is what the new question to ask when you see a triangle.
AMC's moving.
AMC, so is GME.
AMC at just high of day. Yeah.
Whew. GME's at like 34.5 over here. Whew. Yeah. Wow. I want to look at G, because a lot of people are like, oh, like GME's moving. Like, yeah, no, sorry guys, we were just doing that lesson of the day. Here's GME. GME earlier looked like a nice little range. Like, look at this rejection here of that 32 area. I literally went over to Sharif. I said, GME range. And Sharif's like, oh, yeah. But yeah, so GME's laughing on my face. Now, that is certainly not a range. Continuing to push higher. Look at these. This is, to me, is a great level if we come back into, I don't think we will. It's like about $3 removed now. But that 30-60 area on GME, this is gorgeous. We bounced here off that 9 EMA, pushed higher, had another 9 EMA bounce, continued to push higher. I don't mind the 9 EMA level for GME. Like I said, right now I'm moving towards tape scalp, so that would be the extent to which I trade this. But if I get a tape scalp off GME, it would be off the 9 EMA. I don't dislike that look at all. I also want to talk about IWM, the trade I'm currently in. I already have 40% of this out. The reason I kept in the other 60% is because I don't have any reason to leave it. I just wanted to make sure I locked in those profits. If we break above 206.40s, which it looks like we might be trying to do right here, then I'll be getting out. Really what I liked was that 9 EMA rejection in the lower high. This is my second short in IWM today. And honestly, IWM, if you keep playing these levels, I have no qualms about staying in this short. There you go. I said it, IWM. You heard me. It's up to you now. Just talking to stocks, just casually. But yeah, so also I want to talk about NVIDIA. Because someone in the chat was like, oh yeah, like that, you should have stayed in that NVIDIA trade. Honestly, I'm proud of what I did with NVIDIA because I know NVIDIA with NVIDIA. It worked better in my head. But no, so like I said, the thing is, I know I trade at my most like functional level when I'm just taking scalps. So that's the type of stuff I have to stick to, right? If I'm tape scalping, if I'm book scalping, if that's the type of trader I want to be, I need to stick with that. I need to try to hone that, which is why I got out of NVIDIA, took my 30 pennies, tried another trade that didn't work out. That being said, this VWAP bounce and it's also confluence with that bounce off previous resistance. I love that bounce. That's a great look. I think there's some opportunities here. I also think if we reject off 125.80, you guys know what I'm going to do. I'm going to take that thing short again. So keep an eye on that. IWM coming back in here. Please just punch. Again, just really trying to work on holding certain strategies and trying to figure out, if you know what you're successful with, I think you kind of owe it to yourself to try to refine that. So that's what I'm trying to do today.
Bang. I'm long AMC trying for this. I'm going to give it to 534. We're going to give this a try. I want to trade this because everybody gets excited about it. So we're long. I was looking for this top defend over here. So I'm like, all right, we cleared it. We got into 545. This was the top over here, 538. Do we come back and defend 538? The answer is no. So we're actually breaking down below. We're at 536s. So if we break 534, I'm just going to get out there. I mean, I'm not going to sit there and do the dance with this one. Let's look at something that's actually doing well, technically speaking, and that is DRCT. It's coming into VWAP, but this one has had a bit of a mixed relationship with VWAP. You can see over here on the aggressive dips on the 5-minute, we hold up at VWAP, but you see its propensity earlier to break down below VWAP and not really kind of use it as a line in the sand. It's a bit of a mixed relationship, I say. Sometimes it did respect it, like right there. Look at that 435 dip right at VWAP and then gets bought up again. So DRCT doing good here, doing well, I should say. My grade 3 teacher would be very upset with me right there. Miss Bailey, I'm sorry, Miss Bailey. DRCT, let's load that up over here and let's put it up on a trading screen. I like this one. I'm going to put a dip trade at 435. I already dipped into that level. So I don't think I'm going to put that level there. No, I don't think that's the right move. I'm going to put it at 435 for small size, okay? And we'll see if we get another dip at that level. Put it at 438. We'll front run the size a little bit there. If it does come back and defend that level, and I definitely like this area over here. Okay, so now it's not really about VWAP. It looks like it's price action support. Look at that candle at 951, comes up into 440, rejects, goes all the way down into 370. We then take out 440 at 2 to the hour. We get into that 475, and then we come back and defend 440. So price action support there, not VWAP. That's what this thing is looking at least from my estimation. So we'll see what DRCT does. Back to AMC. Okay, back in the money here by 2 whole pennies. Oh my God. Yeah, no, we're kidding.
Oh, sorry. I was just getting excited for you.
No, we're there. It's 2 pennies. So I'm going to put a beak wetter in front of the $0.50. We'll see if we can get anything de-risked over here, Ram, at that 548 area. We'll put an out at 548, see if we can get something up there. That's if it makes it up there, entirely different story. Gorev, NVIDIA with a decent bounce off VWAP. Yeah, tell me about it. Somebody's well in the money on that, and by that, somebody I'm talking about Sean. Let's have a look at the NVDA trade. Great call out, Gorev. Adara had a 6 short on NVIDIA, and well, look at that. VWAP comes into play, and it's not just VWAP here, Gorev. Look at this area over here. From 945 to that breakout at 1010, the top was 125. So it does come in and does break 125. But look where the closing print is. It's at 125.09.7. So it's above that 125 area. So good look for you there. We're still making lower lows, though, lower highs, excuse me, on NVDA. You could make the argument this could be a bull flag, right? Especially if you look at it on the 10 or the 15, it'll look awfully bull flaggish. As you can see there on the 15, looks like a bull flag. But I would say before, if you're not going to take this at VWAP and get that nice cost basis, then wait for the making of another higher high so you can kind of gauge the trend there. That would be my suggestion to you, but absolutely print on it. And there I got stopped out of AMC as it did break 534, so we end up losing on that one, Adair.
Yeah, I'm sorry to hear about that, but I did put a new nickname for you in the chat, AM Sharif. Why not?
Hilarious.
Why not? But yeah, so I don't know if it's hilarious, but thank you. Also, I added to IWM. I think one of my biggest issues yesterday with Tesla. Again, I'm just gonna keep. I feel like those Tesla trades yesterday did something to my soul. I spent all night just thinking like, where did I go wrong? Like, cue the sad violin, like the film noir music. I was like, what happened? And I realized it's like the ideas weren't bad, but I wasn't like it should have been a scalp. I should have been scalping it. And also, if you see stuff you don't like in the book, why are you still chilling here, right? So it's like, that's what I'm trying to learn from. The other issue was adding into, I don't want to say into oblivion, but a little bit into oblivion. So what I'm trying to do today is, that's why I wanted to add to this IWM, because I did like the ad. So I said to Darren, you can't be scared to add just because you had some questionable, decisions yesterday that were all your fault. Like, it's like, if you see the lower highs in the book, which is what I was seeing, because initially we were seeing a high on the book of like 206.30, 206.31. Now I'm seeing highs that, well, now they're getting a little higher, but I was initially at that point seeing highs of 206.25. So I said, Dara, add to the position. You owe it to yourself. This is where it makes sense to add. So I did that. Nice look. I want a little bit of a crack here into 206s. I'm not sure if I'll get it. I have no reason to leave yet. Flat in the position right now. Already took profit twice on this. So we're going to keep getting, hopefully the IW massacre comes in. Not for me, but for this stock. I just want to see it get to VWAP. Because like I said, I still feel like this is kind of scalpier because I am still trading it and staying in it off scalp levels. But yeah, ready to see where this goes from here. Again, I have no qualms about adding a little bit. Pretty small position, just really trying to go with my gut and trust myself. Also, AMD over here being like, hi, I'm the range of the day. And I'm like, yeah, I think you are, AMD. I mean, like, let's talk about AMD. Let's talk about AMD. Base, 159.70. Top, 161.80. Mwah. That is like a $2+ range. Again, does this really fit at all with the strategy I'm trying to do, which is scalping off the book? Not necessarily, so I want to be cognizant of that. That being said, do I have any qualms about getting involved in this if that range does set up and if I have lots of confluence? I have no problem with getting involved. Oh my gosh. The thing that makes me think I might not be able to is this move up here is a lot slower and I think a lot more concentrated. I think the buyers are much more here to stay than that first move we had off the range. This was a couple little like zippy candles here. Up, I don't know why I said like that. Up around 10. These candles are slower. They're more concentrated. We have that VWAP bounce multiple times at a wick level. So I do not want to hop into this short. I do not want to go chasing waterfalls. But sometimes you don't want to stick to the rivers you're used to either. So we're going to have to wait and see what happens here in that AMD. I definitely think AMD could be an option. But I see you are in what has become, I think, one of your favorite large caps lately, Microsoft.
Yeah, I know. And you'd think it wouldn't be because it's so expensive, right? It's so easy to get cut up on it. I see a good amount of respect here for the 10 period as well as the 20 period on the 5. I see higher highs and higher lows. So I'm going long here. Let's see what we can eke out of this one. I have a planned DCA to add if it dips below 438. I have 438 mid-90s for the add on MSFT. Obviously, you know, we're printing local highs here on the name. It's up a 1.25% on the day. So we'll see exactly what we get. I'm looking at Apple as well, looking for a possible retracement into the 10. It's been hugging the 10 these last few days. So if it continues this way, I definitely want to be able to get in on it. Let me just put my stop here, 437, and we'll put 437, and then we'll put 50 for that. Right. Okay. Cool. So that stop is in place. Now I'm also looking at Tesla. Tesla just printed HOD 178.5, technically 178.45 on the Cybertruck. It's been up and to the right. Another stock with a healthy amount of respect for the 10 period on the 5. You can see here, since this candle, as I mentioned earlier, 935 was the last time we were below the 10 period on the 5. This was the last time we touched it at 1110, and you can see it was a great hold there on TSLA with respect to that level. So we'll continue to watch there. DRCT, I just got into that one, so this one's going to have to hold this level. Otherwise, we're gonzino. Oops, 1 second here. Let me just get my DRCT. So I'm long 41s on DRCC, so this is going to have to hold the $0.25. I'll put it 1 penny below the $0.25, and then we'll cover everything at 19s. We'll put that stop in place there. Let's go back into the soft one, nicely in the money now on Softy. I'll be looking to de-risk in front of the $0.50 if that comes into play. We'll put that beak wetter. Oh, that's not the one we want. That's not the one. There we go. Oops. So we'll put it right up here into the $0.50. Yes, okay, so Apple now has come right back into that 10 period. So decisions to be made here at 217. I'm going to go long at that 217.05. Let's go ahead and sit 217.05 for the defend of the level. If we get it, we'll see exactly what we get there.
Yeah, I don't want to say a stock is behaving weirdly, but NVIDIA and the book at 125.35 is just fascinating. I've just had my eyes on it. I've looked at it in every direction. And I was like, oh, Adara, go short 125.55. You like that 125.80 rejection, blah, blah, blah. And then NVIDIA was like, I'm not going to give you that, but I will give you the heebie-jeebies, just how I sit at this like 125.35 level for like a good minute. I was like, okay. So why I mention this is because I think NVIDIA is trying to make up its mind here, and I don't want to be involved in it while it does that. Like, I have no interest in that. I think we could be flipping long, and I say that because we had this bounce randomly, again, 125.35. When I see stuff like that in the book and the tape, that's where I'm like, okay. You know what I mean? That's something to borrow a term from someone who was sitting in this chair, and again, shout out to him a couple days ago, that's distinctly different. That is distinctly different action, the way that was moving. So I want to be very cognizant of what I'm seeing here in the book. That being said, I still think we could get that short off that 125.45. Like, we're really struggling getting above there, but just the way we got spooked there and the fact that we do have a higher low, we bounced off VWAP, et cetera, that's something I want to be cognizant of before I make any further decisions. NVIDIA is always on my radar, though. Also, because I did reference OB here, it's funny because Amazon is also one I'm looking at. Not to the extent that I'm looking at my AMD, IWM, SPY, whatever, but this Amazon kind of getting rangy. Look at these higher lows here off the 90 MA. Like, this is a nice look. This is not one that I feel comfortable trading just because I don't want to take a setup that looks nice but isn't my type of style. You know what I mean? If this got a little bit rangier, like on my, it's because I have the 1 minute on my side chart. That's why I was like, why did this look so different? Yeah, it's because of the 1 minute. This is such a range. This 187.70 to 188.10. It's actually, if I traded that in the 1 minute, it's maybe not a bad range. But yeah, moral of the story is Amazon is on my mind, but I'm not exactly going to place my order for delivery yet, if you know what I mean. It's on its way, Zos, to being on in my good books, but I need to wait. Michelle Hebert, thank you so much for the $2 super chat. GME, $32 to support, former resistance, 40 next. Yeah, let's say, okay, that 32 hold. Yeah, okay, Michelle Hebert. This is a nice look. Look at this. This is a great look. So resistance, especially because we tested that not once, not twice. We only tested it twice. We broke above it the third time. We broke it above it during OB thrice. Then we come here, we bounce off 32. I would like to see us break above that previous high first. But yeah, I think like, yeah, I see what you mean about 40. I think the way I look at this, I'm always going to want to see what the next natural progression is. For me, the next natural progression is going to be 33.60. But the next natural progression is to find out why Strafe just pumped his fist there.
Woo! The soft one is going, baby. New HOD on MSFT. I love when that rhymes. Look, guys, Microsoft is a big boy here. We love Apple, but the soft one is also the biggest of the boys. It's not the biggest at the moment because Apple has retaken the king of the market cap story. But I mean, Softy's definitely not far behind. About 100 million behind right now. All-time highs right now, I believe, on Microsoft. Let me just double check that I'm accurate on that. Yes, I am. So the current high that we just printed here on MSFT has never been printed in the history of Microsoft stock. That is $438.60. We're printing 53s right now, 52s. Let's see if we can get that continuity. The market isn't at day's high right now. We're about 20 points off that high a day. So we'll, you know, be cognizant of the fact that, you know, diverging. There goes Softy. We're about to touch 439. Well, we're at the $0.75 at 438. We're 1.4 in the clear now. There's 475 doing well on this trade. Let's see if we can pamp a little bit more over here on MSFT. Let's go back and have a look, though, at DRCT because we're involved in that name if I can find it. There we go. Okay, so I did buy at this level. I did like this $4.40 area as a key of price action support. It was previously resistance. We've been at this level a bunch of times, so I don't want to overstay my welcome at 440 because it's you know, obviously it's the more times you touch support, you know, the more times it could break. So that's what I'm trying to say. We were touching it over here for just basically, we've been holding it since the start of the show. I put my stop through the break of the $4.30 area. My first beak wetter is about 20 pennies above where I got in. So we'll look to take out some at 460 if we're able to. So that's my look there. Softy off highs. Let's go back into the soft one. It did get into 75, coming back into mid 40s. I think I'm just going to pack my patience with this one, and I'm going to have to respect that it's really holding above the 10 period on the 5. And despite the fact that it's not giving me the kind of aggressive continuity, maybe that some other Mag 7 names Apple can give on the day, but I'm going to try to pack my patience with it. Even though obviously you just hate to not get out at top wick, but you have to understand that that's trading. Anyway, Apple at the 10 period right now, breaking down below 217 as I see it there on my side screen. So this one's coming in though. It looks like there could be good price action support at 216, by the way. And the reason I say 216 is because look how many topping tail candles we had into that 216 level before we took it on a decisive closing basis right 5 minutes before the show. 10:55, we took 216 on a good close on the 5 minute. Prior to that, it had been topping tail after topping tail after topping tail through 216 and a rejection. So if Apple, that's a big if, comes down into that 216 area, I will be buying in and around there. In addition to that, that's where the 20 is kind of hanging out, the 20 period on the 5. It's hanging out at the $0.75. We may not have to wait long for this 216 touch and bounce. Hopefully, we're at 216.63 now as we move down into those levels. So we'll keep an eye on the Apple today as the Knoble he always calls things by the.
You like the Google, though.
Yeah. I love that. All right, so DRCT came into 58s, and I was waiting at 60, and I didn't get printed. Sucks to be me, but I do like the fact that it did hold off 440. I don't know how long it holds off 440. We've been touching this level far too many times for my liking. This stock is around for a good time, not a long time. These small cap gappers need to be viewed with a healthy dose of suspicion because they are not large caps, okay? And so you need to remember that. Gorev, NVIDIA now breaking down trend line, like you mentioned, could be a good long. Shout out to Gorev. I see it. It's actually breaking above the trend line. Good call there. Almog, Adara, Sharif, have a good day, guys. We'll tune up later. Have to go give my sister a ride. All right, Almog, go do your thing. Obviously, take care of chores, take care of the fam. That's number one. And we'll see you tomorrow, my friend.
Yeah, see you tomorrow. I want to talk about the SPY because you might be like, Adara, you were in a long and you got out for like 1 penny. Yes, I did. Let's talk about it. What happened was I got out because I have like I said, I need to stop staying in trades that I'm not comfortable with. Like it doesn't matter, oh, it's a good setup. If I feel like weird being in it, you know what I mean? It's not going to go well or I'll panic and do something weird. So why I got out of the SPY was I stand by the level I got in. It was kind of rangy. I said, Adara, if we hold that 542.90 a couple times, got involved 542.95, got involved 542.96, whole penny. No, I'm joking, it's 1 penny. But no, so why I got it where I did was we bounced. We were holding that support really, really well at 542.80. But we got to because I was like, I just want to see 543 break. We get to 543, and when I tell you it drops like 5 pennies, like it runs away like a scared deer. I'm like, Derek, you don't want to be here. It's like Bambi skating on the ice in the movie. I'm like, you don't want that. Now, do I think this could still be a long potentially? But if I see any other like weird skittishness happening at 543, I'm going short. I'm going short. I'm taking it to 542.80s. I'll take 15 pennies. I just took 1 penny. Like honestly, like I said, I know I'm not saying this is like massive profit or anything. Really what I'm trying to do is build my confidence, and become the type of trader that I want to be. And yeah, I mean, SPY, if you keep projecting 543, you know what I'm going to do. Like, you know, watch that SPY. Also, two super chats here. Thank you guys so much. Ooh. First, we have Fugazi Bear, 199. Just cashed in my big Kyle puts on PYPL. $, space, $, So a whole $6 signs. I like to read all the emojis. You know this, sure. Fair. You know, I want to make sure everyone who maybe is like not looking at the screen has an adequate representation of how everything.
As one should.
I think that's part of. Oh.
Pushback. Incoming.
I want to shout you out, Fugazi Bear. That is 90 EMA rejection, 90 EMA rejection, 90 EMA rejection, 90 EMA rejection. And this time, this push into 64, you get not only a 90 EMA rejection, but you get confluence because it comes in that previous resistance area. Like, I mean, I have no words other than congratulations. And I was going to say, hope you print. That's what Sharif always says. I don't have to. I know you printed. So nice. Look. I want to talk about those fist bumps, but I also want to look at the super chat. Thank you so much. John G. Sheffield, 199 super chat. Big, B-I-G, big. Next meme squeeze, gap to 350 coming. Short, interest 40%. Let's take a look at big and see what the big deal is here. Big, no, I'm joking. It's a pun. The pun was there. I know nothing about this company, so let's find out. Okay. I have to say, 1.37 million shares not. Okay, this is big lots. Oh, they reported last week. I know this company. Never mind, I do know them. So they reported last week, big lots. Let's take a look here at what we're doing on the day. Okay, I have to say, and again, I know meme squeeze aren't really based on fundamentals. I have to say, though, there's something that I want to address on this chart, and that is going to be this kind of flat bottom breakish that we had at 340. So I see what you mean about 350. I think the 350 breakup, that is a level we need, but I think it's worth noting that this level is a little bit rife with history because it was that flat bottom break. Like we had this high of 840, then we come in to this 560, another lower high here, 440. We're trying to make a higher high here at this 480 level, which is another level that we had some previous chop and turn around going back into late 2023. Then we have our last higher low, we get into 380s, and then we quadruple. So I have to be honest, like, I agree with you about 350 being a level. I think there is a little bit less confluence, though. There's a little bit less, for me, motion in the ocean other than the short float to suggest we could get that nice move up. But thank you so much for the super chat. Yeah, I think if we break that 350, that could be a nice look. I just think breaking 350 could be a bit of a moment. Also, yeah, SPY above 543. I have no interest in that right now. I just saw it on my side chart and was like, okay, that exists. But I want to talk about NVIDIA. Oh, we got another super chat. Thank you so much. DJ Marshall, $5 super chat. I bought a June 17th SPY 542 call yesterday afternoon for $1. Out today at 370. Wow, congrats to you. I mean, we'll talk. I was just mentioning in passing SPY 543. So clearly we are well above that 542 level. Shout out to you here, DJ Marshall. This is a fantastic look here. Let's look at the daily chart for you and see how this is. Yeah, I mean, we're at high of days. I don't even know what the point of looking at the SPY, the daily chart was for me, but as you can see here, SPY and high of days, you are clearly pleased as punch there, DJ Marshall, as you should be. Congrats on your trade, and thank you so much, everyone, for the super chats. We're just so happy to be here and look at things. Also, I do really, really quickly want to look at NVIDIA, because I kind of mentioned, I was like, let's see NVIDIA. Yeah, NVIDIA is kind of topping in that range I like. But like I said, I would definitely be waiting to see something I like in the book before getting involved. Also, I should have taken my SPY short, but that's neither here nor there. But yeah, NVIDIA, you keep rejecting this level here, 125.80, and I just don't have eyes on it. I want to watch. I think NVIDIA, like I said, is shaping up for something. I need to wait and see what that something is.
Have you watched the original White Men Can't Jump?
I've seen that's like Wesley Snipes and Woody Harrelson. I've seen clips, yeah.
You've seen clips. You haven't seen the full movie?
Not the full movie.
So you have no idea what this is. We go and sizzler. We go and sizzler. Right. Neil knows exactly what I'm talking about. All right, guys. Took it out there. I'm talking about the soft one. We got long 438.20. Took out the top at 438.80. Happy with this one. Wet the beak at 50. So 50 out, 80 out. DRCT, please as dang punch with this one. This is an area of technical support. Got in at 440, wet the beak at 459, took everything out at 475. Very happy with these two trades. Let's see what the next one is. I want to see what's this one doing? DDC. We kept talking about DDC earlier being the triple-digit monster. It's the only small-cap gapper in triple-digit territory today. And not just a cool 100%, not even 2, but 300%. And look at this dance that it's doing at the 10 period. What is going on with DDC with this? Very, very, you can see this is kind of like an equilibrium between buyers and sellers. The topping tail is equidistant to the bottoming tail. You've got to love that. So I'm not really sure what to make of this. It looks like there's somebody buying this at $2 rather than really it finding support at the 10 period. Here we go. A fifth of a dollar or the quarter of a dollar seems to be a bit of a local resistance area. That's where the halt level is. We halted down at 2.25 and we haven't been above 2.25 since that down halt. But we're still holding above VWAP, above the 10 period, above the whole dollar. So I still think DDC awfully bullish. It's about how you weasel into the trade. I think that it's going to determine whether you're successful on it or not. But clearly, 300 and a fifth is nothing to sneeze at. And you can tell it's off highs. It's definitely a lot higher than that, maybe high 300s. Anyway, keeping my eye on that. But look at this, guys. I'm 0 for 1 on AMC. But that doesn't mean that I can't give it the other another try, the old college try or whatever your educational background is. What I see here personally is respect for the 10 on the 5. So there's been said respect maybe since 10 after the hour when we reclaimed the 10 on the 5 on a closing basis. Prior to that, we have been a little bit above it, a little bit below it. Now, the wicks are all bouncing off the 10. So if I really want something here, I think that, I'm not going to look at price action, support, and resistance because that bamboozled me last time around. I'm going to try to base it off the 10 or off the 20, whatever it's respecting. Let's see what we can do with AMC here because it's definitely doing things. There's a very similar story to GME. I don't want to say the price action has been the same, but look at this level of respect essentially since almost the same time. With the 10 period on the 5 here for GameStop. So let's see what we can do with some of these names if we can base some trades on some technical indicators and make a little bit of money. Let's quickly go back into the large cap world over here. Wow, Softy is flying to the high side. I got out of this way too early. Unreal, breaking through 439 like it doesn't even matter, guys. This is a blue sky setup. We have never been this high on Softy. Every new high subsequent to this new high is going to be a new all-time high. And so you've got nothing off which to base technical resistance. You can, if you want, try to use pivots. I would submit to you that pivots haven't factored in on the day. They didn't factor in here. And, well, right now they're factoring in at 439.5. So we'll see if this is just a quick holdup or whether we get a clear area of technical resistance at this level. The other one that's coming in hot is TSLA, Katina, man. It's $1 from 180. 179.03 on the Cybertruck today. Another one that is absolutely respecting the 10 period on the 5. Look at that. All the holds up. And I made that point very clear. 9:35 this morning was the last time we were below the 10 period on the 5. Good look today for Elon and his crew. Yeah, more Elon headlines overnight. You're not going to really get into them, but yeah, just it's unrelenting. Unrelenting, the constant Elon headlines. They love the Elon headlines. I don't know what it is. Anyway, what's your look over there?
My look is NVIDIA. I want to talk about this because I know I said, oh, I don't really know what I want to do with NVIDIA. And I think NVIDIA, like I said, I still think this book, we're building to something. I'm still not sure what that something is. However, why am I short, you might ask? Because I think no matter what it is, I feel way better about a short case. Now you might be like, Adara, are you sure? You had that VWAP bounce. I don't know why I'm forming this as like a weird conversation with myself. I apologize. No, the reason I got short here was because the way that 1235 level was holding, is still kind of holding. I was like, I don't know if this is really support. I think this could be, I think it was temporary support, but I think really if that support goes, it's gonna go. And that's why I want to be involved in that trade.
Did you see Reddit? Reddit is flying, Adara.
I saw it dropping earlier today.
It's up 12.5%.
Really?
This thing is going, and there's no catalyst. Sorry to interrupt you.
Yeah, no, it's okay. Basically, what I'm saying is I basically got involved initially at that 125.55. The plan, and this is a planned addition, I had this at 125.70s in case we got there to supplement the position. If we got above 125.80, I would be out. We were never able to get to that level. See, we're still bouncing off that 125.35. That's something to be cognizant of, so I will be getting out there. But yeah, really, it's just like taking trades that you feel good about in a way that you're comfortable taking them. That is how I want to be trading now. I don't want to say pleased as punch yet because I've only partially punched out, but I am pleased as punch with the setup. And I think having setups and executions that work out isn't too shabby either. Also, I would like to say, pardon?
Oh, I didn't say anything.
Oh, I thought you said
I just
something.
looked at you, yeah.
Oh, hi. No, sorry, I'm tired. Also, yeah, clearly I should have taken the spot short at 543. It's fine. I didn't. It's all good. But yeah, again, I want to shout out to DJ Marshall. Thank you again for your super chat. He had calls on this at 542, so I mean, you killed it there. Right now, though, I think if we bounce off VWAP, there could be something. Like I said, though, my main level for SPY and IWM, SPY WM maybe as a pair, we'll just be shorting them every time we get to that 9 EMA. That's the look there. Pleased as punch with NVIDIA and happy with the approach that I've been trying to take.
All right, we got to read out some super chats, and you know which one I'm going to read out. Big Kyle Burdett, what's up, my man? I give the old Mrs. Decker, Big Kyle, I don't know what you ever think you're going to do with your life. Try. Joke was on. Got it. Joke was on you, Mrs. Decker, when you needed that custom metal work. Yes, Big Kyle. Way to not be petty. I'm just joking. Because I was shouting out. Yeah, that is a flex. I was shouting out Miss Bailey. Big Kyle shouting out Mrs. Decker. Yeah, man. Blast from the past. Shout out to Big Kyle Burdett. Let me know how you're doing today, Big Kyle. Shout out to the OG there in the chat. Did you mention DJ Marshall's?
I did, yeah. I went through all the other ones, yeah.
Sounds good. All right, I want to mention Reddit, guys, because Reddit is doing things on the day, and I don't have a catalyst. I've been looking here in my blotter. This is the move on Reddit. That's a 5-minute look right now. You can see 69.59 HOD. This one started the day at 61.50, okay? So that's a big move for a no catalyst name, but I got to tell you, the volume on it is a little suspicious. I mean, it's not bad. It's 3.7 million. I'd like to see a little bit more, but that's fine. I want to see what it does with respect to some of these indicators. What does it do at the 10? What does it do at VWAP? Because there's really no price action support until we get all the way down into 64.50. That's the IB high on RDDT. So shout out to you, Scott. Scott brought this to my attention. I didn't have eyes on Reddit till he showed me it, but that's the IB high there. You know, price action support, I'd say 64.40. Well, you could make another argument too that there could be price action support at 67. You have a bit of a double bottom there on the 5, so there was a buyer buying this at 67 because it did move into 69 a third and then dipped into 67, which it was promptly bought. So we'll see what this one does. Is this going to go up on the side chart over here? We're going to replace BNAI because, well, we're not trading that today. And we're going to put Reddit. Just so that I can have eyes on it and we can make informed decisions. Shout out as well to Killer Cam. He brought 216 to my attention on the I can't call it the dead one. I just can't. You can't call Apple the dead one.
The revived one.
The revived one. Adara, well done.
I meant to say it earlier and I forgot.
Well, you did well because that's a really good name. The revived one. Ram likes a zombie. Oh, okay, Ram. It's a dead man walking. Don't you have an iPhone, Ram? Yeah, she does. Okay, she likes zombies. So it's a term of endearment.
Yeah.
Yeah, 216 looks like it came down to not quite kilocam. The low on these last two candles here, 216.22 and 216.23. So somebody's buying up at the $0.25, that's for dang sure. We're back into the 50 right now. Let's just watch, okay? We haven't had a 20 touch yet. We haven't had a 216 touch yet. I don't need to jump into this super quick. I think we're extended. It's up 4.5%, this, that, and the other. I'm just going to pack my patience. I think Apple will give me multiple opportunities possibly on the day. All right? So I'll keep that on my radar. AI. Oh. I got to read this out. This is funny. Sharif and Prad gave us infinite comedy. Sharif and Luca gave us Big Bird and Cookie Monster, but nothing beats Sharif and AI. Adara, thank you both. I like that. I like that.
Yeah, there's weirdly been a lot of talks in this chat about me being a robot or AI.
Guys.
Which is like, it's pretty funny. Yeah.
That's not how I took it, but I don't think you're an AI at all. Big Kyle, put my hero. Okay, shout out to Fugazi Bear. Jesse Munson, Adara, Sharif, are the stocks the firm won't let you trade? Yeah, there are actually stocks. Usually they'll be newer companies or, they'll have, Katina, man, what is it? They have to trade above $1 for a certain amount of days? What's the rule? Can't trade anything that does under 50,000 shares on average daily volume. So or anything under $1 on OTC. I knew that there were rules. So anything under $1 on the over-the-counter, shout out to Jeff Mendel and his crew, and anything that's on any lit market that does less than 50,000 shares a day, you can understand why, because we have to manage risk, right? And if there's no liquidity, hard to manage that. Big Kyle, I opened some longer time frames, SPY puts, when we hit 4.4250 on the ES. Shout out to Big Kyle Burdett. I just wanted to shout that out. I had something specific that I want to talk about, but it's eluding me right now. So, that's right. Amazon. Guys, Amazon retraced into the volume weighted average price. So I want to see what the Zon does around here. Earlier, Amazon was respecting VWAP as a level of support. It broke down below it, started kind of using it as resistance, and then we claimed it again. I'm not going to put a quick order just to get long at VWAP. I need confirmation, proof that it's going to hold up here. I'm packing my patience, but I may want something here to the long side on Amazon.
Yeah. Also, Kyle Burdett actually making a good point here that I don't get sarcasm, much like many robots. So that's a pretty good.
And you know what I've said about that in the past? I've made a point to you.
Yeah. I know. I share some similarities with a certain.
You pointed it out to me too.
Well, yeah, I pointed it out because so I don't know if anyone. I think you might know this if you watch the show.
Yeah.
Sharif loves the character of Sheldon Cooper, and he loves Big Bang Theory. He loves Young Sheldon. I share a few similarities
a little bit
with Sheldon
You're
Cooper.
You're a lot nicer, and you're more empathetic.
Appreciate that.
He's
I
not
know.
empathetic.
I definitely try to be that empathetic there. But in terms of like the memory and the sarcasm, those are, and like the patterns and stuff. But anyways, and so I point out to him. Maybe that's why we get along so well.
Yeah.
But yeah, so good times. I want to look at Meta for John Kim quickly, and then we'll get to these super chats. John Kim. It's funny, I saw your chat, I was literally staring at Meta with bated breath. I was going to go long this at 506.20. I never would have gotten it anyway. I think the lowest it got was 506.23, but I canceled my order because at the time we got a topping tail candle. I want to see what we do the 90 MA first. I like this look though because we are making higher lows here, consistently higher lows, consistently higher highs in a very rangy way. I want to see what we do with the 90 MA because we have rejected this level a couple times here, just shy of 507. That's something I really want to see. Also, I think that VWAP rejection might take a few more times. I think Meta could break higher, but it really is going to make you work for it. Also, I'm not into physics, Jay Lee. That is true. That's fair.
Well, you're pretty good at math, though, no?
I like math. I'm not science, but I love math. Yeah.
Okay.
Also, thank you so much to Jared Lewis, $2 super chat. Your thoughts on Oracle breaking 140? Let's take a look. I know, I can't see the future, but we can try to tell you what Oracle is giving us there. Oh, okay. So I think we have had higher lows from this low here. I want to shout out Sean Short. That was too many SH sounds right in a row. But yeah, so go Sean for his short. Also, look at this. What I always think is interesting when stocks find levels that are whole dollar levels, right? So look at that 136. We bounced off 136. Since then, we've had kind of a gorgeous higher highs, higher low situation. I'd love to see this 9 EMA and VWAP confluence bounce. I think that'd be a great look. But also right now, for me, it looks like we're running into 138.30. Why that specific level, you may ask? Well, look at this top and turn at VWAP before we continued our fall down. Then we tried again to break above it at 1110. Oracle's like, I'm not really feeling that. Now we're trying again, and we're seeing another top chopping tail candle. I think for me, the big level first is going to be that 138.30. If it can break above that, it continue on its pattern. I don't think it's a bad look. It also could be a flat top break, actually, if we keep seeing these higher lows and that top. So yeah, I think 140 could be possible. I like to always look at things like one step at a time in terms of these breakouts. Jesus Cabrera, thank you so much for the $1.99 super chat. Hood, please. Looks like it wants to do a big move. Yeah, let's take a look under the hood at Robinhood and see what's going on here with Vlad Tenev and co. Yeah, it's not a chair pushback, but it's a nice little look here for me. I think these VWAP bounces are nice. I see what you mean, like it kind of wants to do a big move. I think I'm not seeing higher lows necessarily, with the exception of this first move down here in 2360. Obviously, we've had higher lows than that. Right now, I think we're just kind of seeing a bit of a VWAP bounce range. I think if we can break above this top of 2410, I think that'd be a nice look, but I feel a lot less confident about that flat top break in Hood than I do about Oracle. To me, I can't see the future, but I can see something interesting. Oracle for 138.30 is, I think, the level. Hood, I don't feel the same way about any levels here. I think right now Hood's kind of chopping and turning. Nice move up, nice VWAP bounce, but to me, there's not as much under the hood here as there was with Oracle.
Can't help yourself. I love it.
I can't.
All right. I see stuff here that's happening. I see things. I don't see things. I see things on the screen. 216, I put in a dip trade now to defend AAPL at 216. I'm frugal by nature, so I put it at 05s. I could move it up. I mean, it dipped into 18s, I think, at the worst there. Yeah, 216.18 is the local low after that 218.12 pump. So we'll see if I get filled. If I don't, I don't. This is why I didn't want to get long at VWAP on Amazon, because I didn't have proof that there was going to be respect. It's not like it's gotten into that level multiple times on the day and bounced, so I could be, more assured that there was a buyer there. No, it does look, though, that it wants to hold up green on the day, because 187.25 is the closing print. And look at this candle over here. It dipped into 27s, and then we moved right into 41s. So that closing print from yesterday looks to be like it might be that support line in the sand. Alas, I've missed it. We'll see if this one can print a new 5-minute candle, make a new high. I could definitely get in there. So AMZN, still on my watch. Not doing a whole lot today, but I don't really need it to. The other one, I could absolutely be persuaded to get back in on the soft one at these levels. Why? Because look at the umpteen amount of tops that we have at this 438.5. I don't know why 438.5 is featuring as a level on Microsoft today, and I don't care. All I know that it is acting as price action resistance, and now that we've cleared it by some distance, it's acting as support. Look at this bottoming tail candle right off the 20, and now it's going to close above the 10, or it looks like it might if in 3 minutes if it maintains this level. This candle's got 3 minutes left on it. But what a move up here for the soft one. So 438.5 price action, previous resistance. Let's see if it works as support. In addition to that, it was the first touch off the 20 since this candle over here at a quarter after the hour. So good look there for Softy. I didn't get printed yet on my dip trade on the zombie or on the revived one. Good job. I love how she's like gaslighting me into doing this. But yeah, I'm sitting at 10s waiting for that print. We'll see if we get it. We get it. We don't. Then we'll have to look for a different setup on Apple. Guys, 180 could be imminent here on Tesla. This was a level that we played in the past. We've been up there lately. Let's go to the 15 here. When's the last time we were up at 180? Okay, it's been a minute. Like on the 6th, we rejected 180. Again on the 7th, we couldn't break 180. The last time we were above 180 was on the 3rd. And we did get into that 182.5-ish area. So it's a bit of a recycled level. I don't want to say it's a recycled level. That's wrong. Because once we broke down below 180, we've been using it as resistance. So look at this. Again, the 6th, the 7th, all 180 rejections. But Tesla has a swag about it today that I haven't really seen in a little while.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So, yeah, I don't know if I want to stand in front of this monster. Let's watch what it does at 180. To see if it makes sense to short it at that level. But I'm cognizant, I'm aware, I'm alive to the 180 level on TSLA. Guys, the market is up 1.4%, and Meta's down 0.25%, a third, and now Amazon is red. Goggles just went red. What is going on here? Such a mixed bag. with these Mag 7 names. Like these Mag 7 names, almost their charts don't look anything similar to each other. They're all distinctly different today. Shout out to the OB, the One, the Cano. Make sure to let them know I want my money, by the way.
Oh yeah, I mean I was literally, you were here when I asked this morning. I said, what were the financial terms that you agreed upon? And everyone was laughing, and I was like, well, what are the financial terms? But yeah, funny times.
I don't know. Yeah, just let them know I want my money.
Yeah. Well, yeah, Apple. I mean, Apple's like at like 215. Like, I mean, I think that's Apple did above and beyond what the unspecified financial terms of your unspecified bet were. So yeah, no, I see that. Yeah, all jokes aside though, shout out.
Thank you.
Also, you know, like Apple, we used to call the dead one. Now it's the revived one. Yeah. Tesla is the Cybertruck. NVIDIA is the spicy one.
Ooh.
So you might be like, Adara, what does that mean? And Adara, if you think NVIDIA is a range, why aren't you trading it? Well, it's because NVIDIA, like I said, I still think we're coiled for something. I don't know what that something is. I don't know when that something is. I think it's a long though, and I know because I tend to go short, I want no part of this. I want absolutely none of this smoke. Unless I take it long off the bottom of 125.35. Now, Adara, like, why am I going on about this? Because I took that short here. I was proud of the short I took here, 125.69, but NVIDIA looked a lot weaker when I took that short. Now, we're really trying to cook. We're really trying to get heated there. I do think the range in NVIDIA right now, 125.70, risking up into 125.85. Bottom is 125.35. This comes from a combination of the book and the tape, in case you're and the chart, in case you're like, Adara, how'd you get these levels? And I thought we were gonna give this up because that push we had right here off that 125.35 was gorgeous. Then NVIDIA's like, Adara, I am still a range. I will still be ranging. What are you talking about? I just rejected 175.70 again, or 125.70 again. So I'm like, okay, I get it. But right now though, too, the thing we're doing now in NVIDIA that we weren't doing when I took that initial short is now we're pushing off the 90 MA. I don't feel 100% comfortable with this, which is why I'm not taking it. I'm sorry I'm not in any positions, guys, just trying to find stuff that I really like. The thing I really like might be NVIDIA, but it's not going to be NVIDIA with this little confirmation when it's up 4% in the day, and it's also NVIDIA. We're not going to be doing that until I see something I really enjoy. But you know what else we always really enjoy? I love that transition here. It's going to be our pal Neil, who always has a lesson of the day.
Welcome. We got a lesson of the day for you here today. And if you, everyone here obviously watches the show, you watch the morning show and you watch all day long. So I always hope that you guys enjoy it. Every now and then you'll probably hear Sean and I start talking about sports or, you know, what games our kids were playing, or, you know, back in the day, we used to do this and that, play a little basketball, play a little baseball, or, you know, maybe even just talking about what's going on in the NBA. And when we talk about trading oftentimes being a mental sport. And it's so true. Like, if you think about any game or any professional sport, you have the set rules. They're the same every single day. The court is the same size. The rim's the same height. The ball's the same ball. Every day, two teams play against each other, and it can be, you know, different results, different game plan. It can play out. LeBron can score 50 one day. He'll score 20 the next. You just never really know, and it could be the same opponent. And it's that type of sort of intrigue and same but different feel that I think is so real to the markets as well. You're always trading the same stock. You might have the same fundamentals one day to another. There's bid, there's ask at the end of the day. So you know the rules of the game. You're using all the same gateways as well. I mean, you're trading, your platform stays the same. The keys that you hit all stay the same. The rules of the market generally don't change from a day-to-day basis. So with all that, I think there's a lot that we can learn from sports, and this is why I'm going to get to a couple of lessons that are really important. Now, everybody has seen these clips recently of, you know, when a football player, Deshaun Jackson, crosses the goal line, he drops the ball. Recently, there was a race walker at the European Championships who was in a 20-kilometer race. She was 5 meters from victory. I think it was actually 2 meters from victory in a 20-kilometer race. And then she had the Spanish flag draped and was smiling, ready to pump her fist, and got passed at the line after 20 kilometers, passed at the line because she lost focus for a split second in a trade. And that's a very important thing. Like, no matter how close you get to the end, you want to celebrate, everything is going perfectly, it can turn in a heartbeat. And that level of focus is very important. I want to give you an example of that here in real life and trading, and about why you might want to have stop orders, why you've got to have, you know, that lean forward action like when you're a gamer, to be in the moment at all times, so you don't drop the ball at the goal line, so that you don't celebrate too early before you've crossed the finish line. And the example I'm going to use here is Rivian this morning. Obviously, it was trending to the upside. Everything was strong this morning, and you're going to see it clearly reverse that trend, gap up, right at the open, it holds the pre-market bottoms, then it holds this open range top, then it breaks out that top and kind of bounces off of VWAP, holding a previous high. Like, it's doing everything you would want for an upward trending stock in an upward trending market. And then almost, I'm not calling it out of nowhere because I think you could sort of see it coming, right in and about here. It tries to make this another higher low, and I'll zoom back in so you can see it. It tries to make this higher low, push into the top, and wick rejection back into the bottom. Now, when I was long off this level, a lot of times I'll just be sitting there ready for our first entry pricing while we're gonna take this trade back into that low. We're gonna layer right into it, all that good stuff. I could have been all over VWAP. But the second I saw that, I'm like, tight stop. And you would have heard me say, tight stop underneath VWAP, underneath the 1225 level. Because there was that little wick candle, and then like a minute later, it runs VWAP, and that could be an extra 1% that you lose on the trade if you don't make that snap judgment. Everything about it was a calm and gentle, not worried about it, trend into the upside, higher lows, everything you want out of that trade. It's important though, like even if things are looking perfect, anticipate that they could turn on an absolute dime. And then if they do, at least you're ready for it. You know what, if it continues to go up and it trends higher lows and all that good stuff, what's the worst that can happen? The worst that can happen is you were conservative and it worked out just fine. So who cares? The other thing that you've got to worry yourself with, you don't celebrate too early, stay in focus, stay in the moment, is one of the reasons why people will talk about Babe Ruth in baseball or Barry Bonds in baseball, what made them so great, all the home runs they hit. But actually that's not true. There's a statistic that they don't talk about in baseball because it's never really been tracked, and that's like the number of outs made. There is a stat called on base percentage. Watch Moneyball. That's what they're talking about in Moneyball. How many times a guy gets on base is the inverse of how many outs they make. Nobody in baseball keeps track of how many outs get made. But if you think about trying to score runs, you pay for those runs by the outs you make. And because baseball is my thing and most people are probably more interested in basketball, I'm going to say a name to you that no basketball fan watching this has any idea who Michael Adams is. You've never heard of him. But about 20 years ago, he had a magical season for I think it was the Denver Nuggets or Washington, doesn't really matter, where he was leading the league in assists. It was like 10 or 11 assists a game, dropping over 25 points a game. And he was absolutely atrocious. He was leading in everything. But all he did is take a ridiculous amount more shots, lead the entire offense. The team didn't win anymore because he was not only a bad shooter, he was one of the worst shooters in the league. He was shooting under 40% from the field. He was shooting under 30% from the line. It was absolutely insane. The guy would chuck up a league-leading number of three-pointers. And so the cost of the points and assists he was getting was double his turnovers, was an atrocious shooting percentage, horrible efficiency, and a lot of losses for his team. The guy dropped by 40% the amount of points he scored the next year and made an all-star team. Why? Because he got himself more efficient. We always talk about make sure you have the good risk to reward. Ensure that you are enabling yourself not just to succeed in the short term, but succeed in the long term. And the way that you do that is by being efficient with your trades. And that can mean a lot of things for different people. Now, the example I'm going to use here is a trade that I'm out of that could have been great. But ultimately, I'm not still in this bounce in NVIDIA. And for some people, efficiency can be as simple as, okay, well, hold on to your winners longer. For others, for myself, it is always about what is the cost of the trade if it doesn't work for me. So in this case, NVIDIA, clean breakout trade, we scalp into the first dollar, we hold into the next level. Scalp, hold big. When it pulls into VWAP, the other side of the manner in which I'm trading, which is taking this breakout and giving it a very, very tight stop, I was risking about 25 cents on a 125 break. I'm going to do the same thing on the way back in here. And when you think about this, it's like win big, lose small can matter. But if you're going to do that, you're going to give something up. There's a cost to be paid for that level of efficiency. And that's going to mean you're going to get whipped out of entries. You're not going to get filled on those entries. The same way that basketball player, that Michael Adams guy, for his efficiency, he had to pay the cost of going from 26 points a game to 17 points a game and not being a league leader. But it meant he made an all-star team, and it meant his team won more games. And so you had got to be willing to do whatever it takes to be more efficient. Get wicked out at the bottom. Live with it. Because if you do something, which when it works is great and gigantic, but the cost that you pay for it is even bigger, then there's no point to doing it. And I've had this conversation with multiple traders before. The first and most important step to longevity in trading is eliminating big hits. No question about it. The big losses are going to be a bigger deal to your P&L than anything. And I've seen it over 20 years, time in, time out. It just continues to hold true. If you get yourself more efficient at eliminating the big losses, you will find your way into those big wins. Because you look at the charts long enough, if you're dedicated to it, you're going to find good patterns, especially if you're diligent, passionate about trading. You will find good levels. We can all see this 125 on NVIDIA. But I'm going to give up some of these and look like a tool when I'm out on VWAP so that I can be more efficient and be up 8, 9 days out of 10. That's myself. You find what works for you. Some traders might be you only want to be up 55% of the time and you're holding much, much bigger winners for a lot longer. But it doesn't matter as long as you are efficient. As long as what you pay for that winning trade in losses is not too much. You never want to be on the other end of that stick where, yeah, you know, you're leading the league in strikeouts, but you're not actually leading the league in home runs, right? I can name a bunch of guys you've never heard of that fall into that category, but I'm not going to bother Rob Deere. He was one of those dudes. So it's all about what you pay, and I have to give I was going to use the example of Joe Carter being a Toronto Blue Jays fan because he hit the home run that sent us to a World Series championship, the walk-off home run. Touch 'em all, Joe. He's considered by many to be a fantastic Blue Jay player. Joe Carter would routinely lead the league, and as a Jays fan, it hurts to say this. He would routinely lead the league or be among the league leaders in outs made. It might be one of the most overrated players that ever existed. He put up great numbers because you sat him in the middle of a lineup, and therefore he'd run into a bunch of RBIs. But he actually was maybe the 4th or 5th best right fielder we ever had. That's the reality of the situation. They'd have been a better team if he had hit 6th or 7th. It's just a fact. And I hate to say it, but in this business, facts matter. The reality is it only matters taking more shots if you're more efficient at making them. And that player I mentioned, that Michael Adams, you go look him up. The guy took, it was like 40% more threes one year to the other to get more points. He went from a 36% shooter to a 29% shooter. And they let him shoot more all year. He dropped back down and made an all-star team the next year. It's all true. It's all real. The price you pay for a trade is the amount that you lose if it goes wrong. So when you deploy a strategy, make sure that is a reasonable amount. And even more important than that is the first part of that lesson of the day. Stay focused. The game is not over till you're out of the trade and looking for the next one. I don't care if it's trending up. Ask yourself, what happens if it holds down on me? What happens if it makes a turn? Where am I going to get out of the trade? What will mean I'm wrong? Do I need to trail it? Do I need to increase my price target? Do I need to lower my price target? You're always looking to make that next decision. Do not celebrate till you've crossed that finish line. I hate seeing it in football. I hate seeing it in track and field. But the truth is, everybody knows that lesson, and you see it on SportsCenter or whatever highlight or TikTok all the time because we're human beings and we're going to continue to make those mistakes. And your lesson of the day is to be diligent and try to reduce them to zero as close as possible. You will never be perfect, but you can always strive to be better. There's your lesson of the day.
Who's got goosebumps?
That was crazy.
No,
Thank you, Neil.
seriously though.
Yeah,
seriously. Shout out to Neil, man, dropping absolute hotlines on the midday. Neil's lesson of the day every day around noon hour. If you like stuff like that, and I know I do, make sure you're around every day around noon hour. Thank you very much for that, Neil. All right, while he was dropping hotlines, I took a quick scalp on Tesla for like 20 pennies. I fat-fingered here, though. I didn't mean to get the entire thing out, Ram, as we dipped into 179. But maybe it's a good thing that I did because it did end up breaking 179. Now I'm looking for essentially a 177.5 dip. I'm looking for this consolidation area top. If we make it down here on Tesla, we definitely had issues with 177.5, and I'm not really sure why, nor do I care. I just know that it was a price area top that we finally broke at around, a half after the hour at 11:30. And so if we make it back down there, I will be looking to go long. I want to tell you about a trade that I didn't do well on, and it was Reddit. It was while Neil was dropping hot lines. I tried to get a VWAP, and this is why, you know, I hate breaking my own rules, but I always say, if it's not respecting VWAP on the day, if it hasn't shown you the propensity to respect the level, why are you using it? And I have to say that, I have to remind myself that, because I got in Reddit here for a VWAP dip. I had a resting order, and you saw what happened. Had no respect for the indicator. It doesn't feature today. It hasn't featured today. And so that's a bit on me. Now, with respect to Reddit, though, I do like this price action top that we put in here before whatever reason we started pumping at 11:15. I still have no idea why this volume came in. It was aggressive volume. We do have a consolidation area top at here at 64 1/3. So if we make it back into 64 1/3, I want to know about it. Hence, I'm putting, an alert at the $0.50 so I can kind of foresee the move coming a little bit and have notice of it. So that's a look there. No other trades for me at the moment, but I do want to talk about some of these Mag 7, just do some quick observations. Market very consolidated, but holding 19.5. You can see that the bottoming, we have not bottoming tails, but you know, we're defending definitely 19.5, you can tell, but keep in mind that we are making lower highs. So that could be foreshadowing something for maybe a 500 break. We'll see. I'm not going to be calling that, obviously, but yeah, 19.5 on that. Goggles is at day low. It's now in the negative, a fifth of a point. It's at that 176-ish area at the $0.25 right now. Pivots on Google at exactly 176. The closing print from yesterday, 176.60. We had some support there earlier, but now that's given way. Softy, we were yelling about Softy earlier because I was pleased with this trade. It's now kind of become a little consolidated for the past 25 minutes. As you can see, it's become very range bound. Now touching the 20, I want to see exactly what it does here. Does it break the 20 and make it down possibly into VWAP, because it hasn't broken the 20 this afternoon. So we'll keep eyes on MSFT. You can see the weakness in Amazon and in Meta. They're definitely both weaker on the day. I'm alive to the possibility of a double bottom here on Amazon. We have a trough over here into 168.5, and then this one comes into 168.75. So it could be a skewed double bottom with, you know, bulls buying a bit more aggressively on the right side of the W. So I could be very interested here in riding this to the top side. If I was to get in here, I'd definitely be wetting my beak into that 187 1/5, 187 1/4, because that's where yesterday's closing print is on AMZN. So looking at these names, obviously the dead one, not the dead one, the zombie, the revived one is still alive, guys, and it's at 216 off highs, $2 off highs right now, breaking down below the 20. That's the first time it's been below the 20. Eyes on Apple here, as it could mean revert, right? A lot of this is going to be, you know, it's like NVIDIA. We kept seeing NVIDIA have umpteen amounts of volatility every day, and then it always seems to end up higher somehow. So we'll see if Apple can kind of follow that same suit. No trades for me on at the moment. I'm not liking anything I see at the moment, but we'll continue to scan these markets. Oh, Reddit, you don't say. No, Reddit.
No.
Why, Reddit? Why? I had the right idea there, just poor execution. It does generally hold that VWAP area and then right back into the top. I suck. All right, let me just get to some of the chats here, because we have an $11 Canadian super chat from Mr. Bill. Love you guys. Please never change. I'm a voiceover impressionist. Would love to do something for you guys at Halloween Xmas. I'm a professional audio Santa. Keep watching us with us, Mr. Bill. We often, you know, sometimes we collab with some of the viewers. So stick around. Who knows what could happen? Thank you very much for the super chat, my friend. 1320 Wolf, probably pulling back for an FOMC announcement. Very possible. I'm surprised that we're up a percent and a third. I'm not kind of surprised because CPI came in a little bit lighter, but I thought, you know, if CPI came in line, we would be very consolidative until Papa got on the mic at 2:30. Who knows? Jay Lee, Adara, Sharif, TSLL was a short at 777 just a few minutes ago. You're kidding. Interesting. That's a good look number there. And then we also have a couple of comments from Anthony Kerr. Any thoughts on what we can expect from the market for FOMC? Widely expected that we stay put with respect to rates, but Everybody is now talking about a September rate cut. We'll see if that comes in. Longeveron, no, are you kidding? LGVN is moving? It is. It's up 85%, Neil. LGVN is moving. It's up 87%. Longeveron is back. Thank you, Scott, for bringing that to my attention. I had no eyes on that. There it is. It just printed high day, RAM, 155 HOD on LGVN. This is a former runner. This has run multiple times in the past. Here it is. Longeveron shares are trading higher as traders circulate a Zacks small cap research report on the company with a $15.10 price valuation. That's a what? Adara, you're good at math. So 15.10, we're at $1.50. What is that? 1,000%? 10,000? It's 1,000%. No, huh? 15? Yeah, look at that, Neil. Look at the screen. 15.10. It's exactly 1,000%. Yeah, there you go. What are the odds? So 1,000% upside here, guys. Not financial advice. I'm not the one saying it, so don't come at me. I just want to show you guys that this is a former runner in the past, so we can kind of gauge resistance. Definitely resistance with the 50. Even the days where it has these outsized moves, they seem to reject off the 50. So eyes on the 50 here. Where are we relative to the 50? The 50 is a skosh above $2. So I expect $2 resistance today on LGVN. Let's see if we get that. Let's see if I'm out to lunch or not.
Yeah, I mean, hopefully the only type of lunch you're out to is the food you eat. So shout out to lunch. Where did that go? I don't know. Also, yeah, I want to shout out, there's another super chat here as well. Reed Zeta, not seeing a message here, but thank you very much for the $1.99 super chat. Let us know if there's any message or something that you have for us there. And yeah, I do want to shout out Neil's lesson of the day. That was awesome. That was something I definitely took a lot from. And I think it was good to hear because like you don't want to commit yourself to ideas that don't make sense for you. Case in point. Words, Adara. This NVIDIA long. I got out of this, took a couple pennies. You might be like, Adara, what was the point in even getting in this? Like I said, it's like, if I don't feel comfortable in a trade, I just need to get out of it. So that's what I did here. Of course, you know, I don't even think it actually went up that much more. Like I think on my side chart, it looked like it went that much higher. I think the highest we got was like 68, 12.68, so like another 10 pennies. Yeah, moral of the story is like, you do have to commit to yourself. And I think you can like, just because you don't have whatever amazing aspect of your career doesn't mean you don't have other opportunities. And I think kind of what I took from Neil's lesson as well, making sure that you don't celebrate too early. And so that I think is really key, which is also why, you know, sometimes you got to take those profits and run for the hills. Also, Tesla, this short. Was it successful? No, but I am proud of how I handled it, so I want to chat about it. I liked this short in theory. We were below the 90 EMA, we had this beautiful little topping tail candle into 179. We had this gorgeous little chop and churn area, also at 179. I said, Adara, you can scalp this for probably like 20 pennies. And Tesla said, no, Adara, you could not. It made me wait though. I got involved at 179.72s, was risking into 179. 178.72 is risking into 179. And yeah, I mean, we lost, happy with how I managed it. I was going to take the long off 179, but I said, Adara, if you're taking that at this point, it's really just as a revenge trade. You don't feel it as strongly about it as you did at the short, so stay away from it. So I did. That being said, Tesla, if you give me another topping tail at 179, you know I'm going to go take short. Yeah, Tesla, that's not a threat. That's a promise and a threat. So there we go. That's all I've really been looking at there.
She's threatening Tesla, Neil. I love it. I love it. And I'm long Tesla right now, too. I love it.
Yeah, I'm not trying to, yeah, I apologize.
Yeah, it's all good.
Yeah, I'm not good at
like, I know, like there's nothing that I can say to Tesla that's going to convince it. I don't know what your kind of powers are, but I'm assuming, you know.
Ramin does have
powers. Ram wants to talk to Tesla. All right, I like it. Ram, look, you know, she's looking at it one way, I'm looking at it another. I'm about to get stopped out, but I did wet my beak. So I did take out profits at the 40, but I'm going to have to get out here, and there it is. So now I'm out of the position for the remaining amount. So it looks like Adara was right there. I'm going to be looking for a 178.50 flat bottom. If we can get that, I'll be looking short. Sorry to interrupt you.
Yeah, I am actually looking short here on Tesla. I mean, I know I already said that, but then I had my move I wanted. But I don't want to like hop into this and then have Tesla recover because we call this Tesla for a reason, and that's because it tends to behave stressfully. So I want to be cognizant of that. For sure. That being said, right now, Tesla, even if you give me like that 178.80 to 179, again, I need to stop talking to the stock. If Tesla, I'll talk people. If Tesla gives me that 178 80 to 179 area decisively. I have no qualms about playing that range. Right now, though, I do think it's just a short here. And this failure that we had again to take 179, I like this. We're going to do 178.98. We're going to risk into that level, that 179.20, because I like that long area entry that the mustachioed man to my right, Sharif, had. Speaking of Sharif and his mustache, you unfortunately cannot vote for Stash or any other tickers today because we have another man to watch, and his name is Jerome Powell. And he'll be coming on at 2:30, and he and his peers at the FOMC will be having their rate decision come out. So they definitely, they will be taking precedent because they are the FOMC peeps. But don't worry, there will be voting tomorrow. There is just no voting at this current juncture because FOMC time. So I just wanted to put that out there. Yeah, unfortunately, the C in FOMC does not stand for Sharif standing at the green screen with his mustache.
Yeah, no, we're not going to do, obviously, the afternoon rundown where you have your say every day. Today, FOMC widely expected to be a rate hold, but the wild card will be when Papa Powell gets on the mic and starts giving us those dynamic aspects that we hadn't expected. We'll hear about what he thinks about the last job report. I'm sure he's going to be commenting about CPI today. Nary is there a time where CPI and FOMC decision day are both on the same day. So big day today, I would say, for the FOMC meeting, and one I'll be all ears about. So we'll keep tabs on that. I loaded up Amazon here. Look, I've been really interested in going long on Amazon here, Ramon, because of this double bottom, but we are now below 19.5 on the future. So if we start curling back down here on the future, do I really feel that Amazon, that's down 0.5%, is going to start going up? So I'm hesitant to get in, but then I also know that there's not much space and distance between the current price action and this area low. So if I get in here, I'm risking about 20 pennies for the low break. So I think that's exactly what I'm going to do. I'm going long here on the Zon, and my break is going to be my stop is going to be the break of 170. So let's go 186.68, and then we'll cover the entire position at 60. So we'll give this one a little bit of room to the high side here. We'll see if it can take that 187 area. I'll wait at like 15s or something like that. It's got to be worth my while to want to get long into this. It's down 1.5%, but I'm just feeling like it's finding support at this level. Call me crazy, but we'll see what we get. Also, Meta has a bit of a dalliance today with VWAP. Look at this VWAP rejection over here. Beautiful. At around half past the hour, 11:25, and now it's making its way right back into that 508.25. So interesting look here on Meta, but be careful because incrementally it's putting in those higher lows. So we could get that push through VWAP and a squeeze back up. Look how Meta started the morning. I mean, that was a beautiful CPI print that it got up to 516, and then just Christmas treed all the way down. So kind of an interesting look here. I don't know. I'll be looking at VWAP to see exactly what it does at those levels. All right, go Amazon. All right, Amazon. I like that. We'll take out some here on the Zon just to de-risk a little bit, and then we'll let the rest go there. So nice 20 penny winner so far on AMZN. Let's see if we can get a bit more right there.
Yeah, just took a cool 5 pennies out here on the spot. No, it's not a brag. It's thank you. I appreciate the woo. I know what I've noticed is SPY will bounce off VWAP, but it'll still like give you the levels you need. Like if you're going to take it into VWAP, that has not been a problem. When I say you, I mean me. I've been scalping the SPY kind of on and off all morning. We have a bit of like a love-hate relationship. I love to get involved in the SPYs. Like I don't really know. No, I'm joking. I think am I profitable? Yeah, I'm actually profitable in all these trades. A lot of them were like teeny tiny penny scalps, but like I said, with the SPY, that is just how I'm going to be trading. With everything generally, that's how I'm trying to be trading. I'm definitely trying to be in a bit more of a scalping mood here for a good time, not a long time, and with tight risk management. So SPY, if you break above 542.80, you know I'm going to have to say bye because we're not going to be in sync anymore. But I would love to be in sync with you here. Hopefully SPY says Timberlake to the downside to just, I guess, make a pun about a member of NSYNC, because why not? Hopefully we have this continued move here on the SPY. I got involved because I noticed, A, we have this continued downtrend. B, we were really struggling with 542.70 at the time. That's why I got involved at that level. SPY going to break lower. I will get out here. Why not? So there we go. Took 13 pennies on the rest of my SPY position if this order goes through, because because you don't want to celebrate before that has hit. That was Neil's lesson of the day, and I definitely stay true to that. But now I indeed can clap and be pleased as punch. SPY broke lower. Also, so I was in that Tesla short, which I want to talk about because I took like my 14 pennies there, 15 pennies. I took this because I still, and congrats on your long, because I know you took some profit there. But my thing with Tesla is I was like, it is stressless, and the fact that it can't break below 178.80s gave me no confidence in a longer term short. So I said, Adara, you've seen this 15 penny range, just take your 15 pennies and skedaddle, and that is what I did. Tesla trying to break higher here. If we have another 179.20 area, again, shout out to Sharif. If that area comes in again, though, it could be an interesting short. I think Tesla right now, though, is definitely the little teeny tiny range. Meta's also kind of rangy here, in my opinion. I see what you mean about VWAP. I think this VWAP rejection again could get a little bit interesting.
Yeah,
I was going to take that long. It really just wasn't my
rejected.
type of trade, but pardon?
It just literally rejected.
It did.
It dropped $1. It dropped 50 cents. No, almost $1. 75 cents. Okay, I can do math, guys, I promise. 508 and a quarter is where VWAP was, and it dipped down into 507 and a half. So there you go, 75 cents, super quick. But look at this, Amazon coming right back into my level after printing on that nice move up. It moved all the way up into 17s. So we were nicely like 30 pennies in the money, but this one looks like it's rejecting off the 10. So I'm trying to pack my patience. I know the low end of the consolidation range is 70, but I see that we're below now 19.5 on the future. I don't want to paper hand this trade. I get it. It's off the lows. I should pack my patience. Yeah, I'm gonna let it go. I'm gonna let it go. If it moves back up, it moves back up. It's making higher lows, so I shouldn't be getting out here. If I'm looking at it objectively, the higher lows are, All right, Longeveron, shout out to Scott H. Him and I going back and forth about this one. This one made a big boy move into that $1.80, but I see a bit of a consolidation area top here at a $1.45. But unlikely really to be that $1.45, maybe that $1.50. So I'm front running a $1.50. I'm sitting here at 153, Scott. So let's see if I get the print. My line in the sand is going to be a $1.40, even though I don't. See, the $1.40 looks like it's the actual top, Scott. Look at the majority of the prints are all at that $1.40. So look at $1.45. It's a bit of a bamboozler. I'm gonna have to give this one room. It's up almost 100%. So I'm gonna have to give it room. Yeah, I'm gonna give it to $1.40 if I get printed at 153. I think I'm front running it here because my frugality's got me in trouble before, where I've tried to get a better price and then don't get printed. So it's a bit of a frustrating endeavor. Anyway, back to AMZN. Nothing really happening there. Oh, the soft one now, though. Okay, so this could be now the winds of change are coming. All right, so it's time here possibly to get out of this Amazon position. The soft one is breaking the 20 period on the 5 decisively. It has not done that with the umpteen amount of lower highs and lower lows. If this doesn't claim the 20 period right away, I'm going to short Microsoft here, at least possibly in the VWAP at 437 and a third, a quarter, something in and around that level. It looks as if the market may be turning here. Not by much, though. Not by much. We're only about 7 points below 500. But yeah, I don't want any of the smoke for any of the longs here on the Mag 7 if the market's going to start turning down like this. So packing my patience. We'll see exactly what we get here. But I'm looking short at the moment.
I agree. And I'm a little bit disappointed in myself because I should have been more confident in this AMD trade. I like the short. Look at this 9 EMA rejection that we had a couple times here. I was like, dare I get involved at 161 and risk into 161.12? But I didn't because I did not like how quickly we pushed up into that 161. I said, are you sure? And then look where we reject, 161.12. I would have been fine. I was too scared to take it. By the time I was trying to punch in, AMD drops 20 pennies. I can be happy the idea was right, but I can be a little bit displeased as punch that I was not able to take it properly. That being said, AMD, you want to reject 9 EMA again? Holler at me. I will be getting involved in this trade. Also, its chip cousin, NVIDIA, is interesting. I don't like this as a long, but I think if there were to be a Mag 7 long right now, its name might be NVDA. Why, you may ask? Because NVIDIA has slightly higher highs, definitely slightly on a chart basis, mostly on a book basis. Initially, our high was like 125.80s. Now we're getting to 125.90s, which for me, as someone who is trying to do more tape scalping, that is a higher high. Also, we had this really gorgeous bullish candle here pushing into that 125.55, which is also a level I've been using on NVIDIA, bouncing off the 90 MA. I think if there is a long on the Mag 7, it's NVIDIA. It's not one that I'm going to take. It's not my style. But you know what is also not my style that I do still kind of want to take? Is this meta short. Adara, don't do this. Well, I think it's a good look, to be clear. I want to, shout out Sharif for calling this out as well, because we do have all of these failed wicks into VWAP and the 508. There's a couple of reasons I don't like it, though. The spread is still meta. It's like 12 cents, which is not bad, but it's not really what I feel like doing right now. My other reason is, sure, we do have these rejections here of VWAP, but these candles are kind of on an upward trajectory.
Exactly.
We're bouncing off the 90 MA. As Sharif said here with chart patterns, you have to look at the balance of the evidence. And I think for me, the balance of the evidence is telling me do not short meta. So I'm not going to short meta. AMD, if you want to, AMD's knocking at my AM door again here, coming back into that level I like. Don't mind if I do. I do mind that we're bouncing off VWAP. I dislike that a lot. But I think, again, balance of the evidence, lower highs, lower lows, AMD, here we go. How are you doing?
Good. I'm putting in a dip trade on Apple at VWAP. I think there's going to be a lot of institutional trading on this, repositioning into this. So we know how institutions deal with VWAP. So VWAP on my chart on Apple is at 214.30. So I'm going to sit at 50s or 60s to front run it. That's what I'm doing on AAPL. I'm not going to get long anywhere here unless I see something to do with VWAP. The reason I'm kind of confident in this VWAP level is just because we know what these big money players are going to do. They're going to judge their traders based on the price they have for Apple relative to what the volume weighted average price is. And, if they have a better price than what the VWAP is at the closing print, they get the check mark beside their name. If they don't, they get a frowny face. So we'll have to wait and see if that actually pans out today. But I'm looking for a VWAP dip on Apple. I'm still holding my Amazon trade, and I'm kind of happy I didn't get out of this super quick because it's right back in the money again. So it did hold that 80 penny level. And in fact, I moved up my stop from 68 to 78 because I felt that the real level there, at least it appeared on the 1 minute, was 186.80. And so we'll see if we can get that continuity back. I'm gunning for VWAP. I'd like 187.50, something like that, 187.40. I don't think I'll be as frugal or as greedy as maybe VWAP. Maybe I'll scalp it out before that. But anyway, good look there on Amazon. Didn't stop me out on that hopefully double bottom long. That's really kind of what the move is here. I agree with Adara with respect to NVIDIA. NVIDIA is making incrementally higher highs. It's absolutely hugging the 20. Take your pick, the 10 or the 20 here. And now we're breaking through that 126. 126 has been a local resistance area ever since around 1050. When we broke down below it, you'll see this consolidative area here from 1055 till 1242. It's currently right now. We have not been able to close above 126. Kind of a random area. I figured 125 would be more of a nice little round area there, but 126 on the day, bit of a resistance level. But look at the Cybertruck. It's right back to holding the 10 period. It didn't even make its way back into that 20 period, but I think that 180 level is still acting as that level of resistance, and it did on the 6th, it did on the 7th, or was it the 5th and 6th? Let's find out. Let's go to the 4 hour. Here, I literally just had it the other day. 180, yes. So on May 30th, we had trouble with it. Again, June 3rd, we had trouble with it. We had trouble with it again on June 6th and again on June 7th. We were able to get above it on June 3rd and May 30th, but look where the closing prints are, dude, or whoever. Look at what below 179. So I know for a fact that 180 has been a hard road to hoe here for TSLA. And even the day, May 21st and May 22nd, when we did break above 180 decisively, look how quickly, it was a Christmas tree retracement. We broke right below it. So we haven't been above 180 decisively since I would say, what's this day over here? Early May, man, dang. May 7th was the last time we were decisively, guys, I'm going to write off May 21st and May 22nd because you immediately retraced. So interesting. So 180, a legitimate level here on TSLA. Go Amazon, you punk. All right, nicely here into that 187.15. We're long 91s. Let's see if we can get something in the 40s. I really want something in the, I know for a fact that the closing print on the ZON is $0.25.
Oh.
So yeah, that's the thing. And that's why we rejected last time, because we got into that $0.25 range. And here we are again near the $0.25. And here we are again rejecting off that level. So the closing print on the ZON from yesterday acting as a local area of resistance, at least since we broke down below the $0.25. So, you know, maybe I should stop wishing and start exiting. We'll see here exactly what we get on these levels of down.
Yeah, congrats to you on Amazon. Also, I have a very serious question that I don't think has ever been asked here at this desk. What makes a stock a punk? Because there's certain stocks who call punks, and I'm like, I just want to know what stocks get punk status, how they get punk status. How do you're like going through it over here. I feel like I set something off.
It's a very serious question.
It is.
Very serious.
Thank you for taking it with the seriousness that it deserves.
Any stock that does not allow me to print.
That qualifies it for punk status.
Yeah, talk about delusional. In all seriousness, you know, we're joking on this show. We got to talk for 3 hours, you know what I mean? So we're going to say some stuff that sounds maybe a little bit outlandish, but that's the modus operandi up on this desk. So
it is.
I'm looking for an exit. I'm going to exit at the $0.05 of a dollar because I've kind of had it with this area acting as a top, and you can see over here, it definitely had trouble with this area again. So I put the beak wetter already there. Now, Apple, not going to print me. Doesn't look like it's going to print me. It did its darndest, I guess. I mean, there's just too many people buying. Sell to 215. Look at this. It could not close below 215. And up we go again. There were quick wicks south of 215, not by much. 214.86 was that wick. And there was only one 5-minute candle that actually wicked below 215. Up we go again. 216 now being broken again on the revived one, or the zombie. On AAPL, right back up. We'll see if we can get it. The soft one, too. I was just talking about this one. The winds have changed, this, that, and the other. Sounding awfully poetic, but just a load of poo-poo because it's right back up again, Adara. Bottoming tail candles through the 20 period. No respect here for the 20 period and the 10 period, at least right now for Microsoft, so I'm less inclined to want to base anything off them. But yeah, good recovery there for MSFT to the high side.
Yeah, nice.
Oh, we have the lesson. I totally forgot about that. You go ahead and I'll set up.
Nice look there for Microsoft. Also, Amazon. Michael Moore saying apparently there's like a cup and handle as well in the 15-second for Microsoft. So that sounds like a nice look for the long there as well. So hopefully Amazon is no longer a punk. And, you know, it goes in the right ways, though. So that's all we really want over here. Gives you that express delivery of that profit. And is not a punk that steals your Amazon package from your doorstep. Also, I want to talk about GME. Because we haven't looked at GME for a while. And I mean, GameStop believing, like, it does not want to stop. GameStop does not want to stop. The journey, pun intended, for GameStop, though, has had a little bit of a pause. And I want to talk about it. So I will. So look at all these little areas here that we hung out around that 3080 once. We do it again, chop and turn, whoop. Now, again, we've just been chilling around that 3080, now we're at 31. I don't know why I think 3080 could be level. I think this could be support. We've already ranged it a little bit here. I think if we break above that 3120, that could certainly be a nice look. But since we made the top of 3360s, we've had lower highs, lower lows, and a 9 EMA rejection. I think breaking above the 9 EMA would be the first step. Second step for me is going to be breaking above that 3120 and then into that 3160, that chop and turn area we had earlier. Right now, though, GME is a little bit stuck below its VWAP. It cannot see the moon from here. It's under a rock. But I think if it breaks above that 9 EMA and VWAP and, like, you know, all these other kind of levels, that could be an interesting look here for GME. I also want to talk about AMD. Because I was not calling AMD a punk, but I was, like, kind of getting there. And I was more because I was mad at myself. Because I liked that short, but I didn't take it for whatever reason. Actually, in retrospect, I know why I didn't take it. I stand by waiting for more confirmation. That's not necessarily a bad thing. I just think I should have been a little bit faster with it. But then I saw I had an opportunity. I said, Adara, get short. So this was a planned addition. I had this, that was part of how I built the trade. The plan was to start the trade at 160.90s, add if we got to 161s. That went according to plan. The stop was going to be the same level I liked, 161.11s. So I was okay with that. That would have been about risking about 15 pennies with, I think, the average position. So that's not something I have a problem with. So then I get out, part of the position, planned 160.80s. Okay, cool. Then I waited. What I wanted was a 160.70 break. It took sweet time to break that 160.80. But once it did, I was like, okay, I got about I think 160.70s even. So please just punch with that. If we keep seeing lower highs on this 90 MA rejection, much like I was trying to do with the SPY earlier and a little bit with the IWM, I will just be shorting the pops. Francisco Infante, thank you very much for the 199 super chat. Long on Airbnb? Question mark? Yeah, let's take a look at Airbnb and see how that's going. Okay, I'm gonna look at the daily for you. I have to say, on the intraday, I do not know how I feel about a long on this. Again, not advice, just my take on the chart. Volume is not substantial. We're below 2 million shares in volume. My bigger thing though is, look, I mean, in addition to the volume, look at this chart pattern. Lower high, lower high, lower high, lower high, lower high, lower high, lower lows. And look at all these topping tail candles. Honestly, I have to say, Francisco, this is not a very bullish chart to me because of the lower highs that we've had incrementally. We've been failing to break above VWAP for a little bit here. There's these topping tail candles. This is not, to me, an extremely bullish case. I want to look at the daily chart, though, because maybe the daily, okay. The daily on Airbnb, oh, that's the monthly. Okay, let's okay, the daily is, again, not something I'm crazy excited about, but it is less hairy looking to me. I think the intraday is definitely a short story. Accidental pun. But Airbnb, I like that we're bouncing off the 90 MA here on the daily chart. I do like that we have this clear support at 140, which was also resistance going back to January. That's not a bad look to me at all. So I think this could be a nice look here for Airbnb for the long, potentially on a longer term. Intraday, however, I have to say it again, not advice, just my take on the chart. We just got another topping tail candle as I was yapping. I have to say, I think this is a bit of a short. But you know what you should never short is the Freedom and Wealth podcast.
No.
You gotta go long with Freedom and Wealth.
Ram, am I allowed to show this? There is the Brendo doing his thing. I just want to show some more of these. Yeah, it's okay, Ram. I'm just going to go through them. There's nothing there for anybody to see. This is, guys, I mean, you have no idea how long Mark was working on this. It is one hell of a room. I've been in it. It's very impressive. This is the Chilean Nightmares little pictures there. You can't see the entire thing. You can't see the umpteen amount of computers and equipment that they have on the other side of that. So, here's a bit of a look at it. That's Fabian's view there. Fabian is recording the podcast right now with the big kahunas, and then we got Rams on the ones and twos here. So shout out to the Freedom and Wealth podcast. If you are not subscribed to that, please go right now. There's the QR code. It's right there. It says scan me, Adara.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean.
There it is. Look at Brendan's lurking behind Sean. There you go. Brendan and Sean.
Yeah. I don't know why, but Brendo looks like he's creeping up behind Sean.
It's like a criminal mind. No, I'm joking. But check it out. This is a really fun, it's a bit of a different vibe. It's like a behind the scenes vibe of the show. And it gives you both freedom.
All right.
Well, so why not?
Let's get to the lesson of the day, guys. We are talking about the expanding triangles today. And these ones, much like these markets, are bamboozlers. Because sometimes they act as continuation patterns. Other times they're like, nah. I'm going to be a reversal pattern today. So let's get to it. Expanding triangles, or broadening formations, as they're sometimes called, are unique patterns that can signal either a continuation of the prevailing trend or a potential reversal. They occur when the market is experiencing heightened disagreement amongst investors over the appropriate price of a security over a short period of time. Buyers become increasingly willing to buy at higher prices, while sellers find even more motivation to take profits. This creates a series of higher interim peaks in the price and lower interim lows. Essentially, higher highs but lower lows. So kind of like a megaphone, right? When connecting these highs and lows, the trend line forms a widening pattern that kind of looks like a megaphone. I should have held off with that megaphone explanation there. It's all good there. All right, so understanding these triangle patterns, let's talk about the diverging trend lines, because that's what these ones are kind of known by. That's what they're characteristic of, the two lines that are moving away from each other. So unlike the symmetrical or the ascending or the descending triangle that converge, have lines that are converging, expanding triangles have diverging trend lines. The price action creates higher highs and lower lows within the triangle, with each swing exceeding the previous one. And here's a look. So that there's a bearish one, and it's only bearish not because of the pattern, it's because you've got to break through the bottom trend line, while the bullish one is bullish, again, not because of the pattern, they're identical, but because you've got a break of the upper trend line. So why are these guys relevant? Well, they give you an idea of what may come. Again, they're bamboozlers because they could be continuation or reversal, but there are some signs that we can help look for to figure out whether the continuation or reversal. We'll get to those in a second. And they're important because they're characteristic of market sentiment. These diverging trend lines, these aren't just lines on the chart. These are not just candlestick patterns that are showing up randomly. They are reflecting market sentiment. As I explained in the intro, in the prologue, it was basically buyers becoming more exuberant, but also sellers becoming more exuberant. That's market disequilibrium, in my opinion. So it's a bit of a state of flux. So how do you identify these expanding trend lines? Well, obviously, you're looking for a trend, right? You want to see if a trend precedes them, because if they do form subsequent to a trend, the chances are that they continue that trend. However, if they form in a consolidative area, it's take your guess. And obviously, identifying them by their most distinct characteristic. Oh, 150 absolutely held on Longeveron. I'm such an idiot for not getting that. Sorry, I have to digress. This is more important.
What a level.
Yeah, man, unreal. Okay, so there it is. Now I'm gonna get long here, and say again, Neil. Yeah, I'm getting long on Longeveron here, and I'm gonna give it to the break of. Yeah, I'm gonna have to give it room because I won't be able to see it. So I'm gonna go ahead and give it. Yeah, I'm gonna have to give it space in case it goes nuts. Now, sorry about that digressing, guys. So identifying these, super simple. Look for a trend, obviously that's an optional one, and look for the diverging trend lines. Draw trend lines along the peaks and the troughs of the price swings. These trend lines should be diverging, so they should be moving away from each other, meaning they'll move farther and farther apart as the pattern unfolds. So as a trend continuation pattern, here's what to look for. The breakout direction. So a breakout above the trend, above the upper trend line is a bullish continuation, or below the lower trend line, that's a bearish continuation. It's suggesting the trend might resume. But be careful for fake out breakouts or fake out breakdowns. So one way to avoid those, or to try to, help prevent against them, is by looking for volume confirmation. So if you get a break above the upper trend line or below the lower trend line, is it being accompanied by above average volume? And above average here will be compared to the volume that's printed on the bars within the triangle. So you're making like for like comparisons. And then your target projection. These are so good for target projections because essentially the measured height of the triangle from the peak to the opposing trough can be projected upwards or downwards to estimate a potential target. So before I show you, I just want to show you what it looks like when it's a continuation pattern. So you'll see that we were descending before we got locked into this megaphone pattern. So what ended up happening is it continued the trend down. And then you've got a decided breakout through that lower trend line. So that's what it looks like as a continuation formation. With respect to target projection, look at this. So you're measuring from the top of the triangle, will be around 280 over here, the price, and then 260 is the bottom. So you know there's about $20 worth of room. So you project from the breakdown area. In this case, it broke down below the below the lower trend line. So you're projecting from the breakdown area $20 downwards. So that's a 264 breakdown. You project to 244 here, clearly past 244, but you would have wet your beak. Right? You would have gotten out with some profits there. So it's great for target projection as well. Now, with respect to its use as a reversal pattern, here's what you're looking for. You're looking for exhaustion of the trend. Okay, I got to wet my beak on some profits here. I'm sorry. 10 pennies in the money on Longeveron. We're going to take that one real quick. I would have done better, Adara, if I had stuck to my original 150. I don't know why I did. I'm hitting the bang button because Neil just punned. I love it. Yeah.
He punned hard.
He punned. It ain't short Jeveron, baby. It's long Jeveron because it's up 101%. Shout out to the deal. That was good.
That's amazing.
Yeah. All right. So we wet our beak on some profits there, and we're going to let the other part roll. So exhaustion of the trend here with respect to it acting as a reversal pattern. The expanding price swings can indicate underlying buying and selling pressure is weakening, potentially leading to a reversal. And you also need to be on the lookout for false breakouts. Breakouts from the expanding triangle can be quite deceptive. Be cautious of quick reversals back into the pattern. For this kind of concern, you could use the 3-day rule or the 3-period rule or the 3% rule. The 3-period rule is 3 candle. I promise you, it's upside. The 3-candle rule, essentially, the 3-period rule, is 3 candle close above or below a key area of technical resistance. The 3% rule is a close 3% above or below that area of technical resistance. That could kind of help you with the false breakouts. But you should be also employing other technical indicators to help gauge whether this is a reversal pattern or not. Look to some of these momentum indicators, relative strength index we've talked about, moving average convergence divergence we've also talked about with respect to gauging what the volatility or the direction of the market is. And so this is what it looks like as a reversal pattern. So you can see that we're ascending, we're making higher highs and higher lows, then we get locked into this widening triangle, broadening pattern, and then look what ends up happening. We end up tanking. So that is kind of how it looks as a reversal pattern. So how do we trade this, right? How do you trade this? Well, first, you need to figure out if it's going to be a continuation or reversal. So expanding triangles require extra caution due to their ambiguity. Consider the following. If the triangle forms within an established trend, so if you had higher highs and higher lows before you got locked into that broadening pattern, a breakout in the direction of the trend is more likely to be a continuation. So you're looking for a breakout, and if there was a breakout that was preceded by a trend, you put a couple of check marks there. With respect to your entry and your stop loss for continuation trades, you enter shortly after the confirmed breakout, perhaps using the 3% or the 3-period rule. You're going to place a stop just below the lower trend line for long trades and above the upper trend line for short trades. And some additional tips, as we always do, you got to manage risk wisely, especially with these patterns that are by definition bamboozling and contradictory at times, right? So expanding triangles, thank you, Raymond. Expanding triangles involve higher volatility. Manage your position size carefully and consider using trailing stops when appropriate. And patience is key. Adara, don't rush into trades. Wait for a clear confirmation of the breakout direction and consider additional confirmatory factors.
Yeah, no, I agree. Thank you so much for delivering that lesson of the day. Yeah, that megaphone, it is a different one. As I was saying earlier, it's like weirdly common in the wild. How goes longs everyone?
It's not bad. We got into 170 Adara. I didn't wet my beak. I think I'm going to wait for $1.75 and see if we can get something in and around there.
Nice.
Yep.
Fingers crossed.
Hopefully.
You print, as you say to me.
Thank you.
Yeah, why not? But two can play that game.
Hey.
But yeah, so NVIDIA. I'm just staring at NVIDIA. You might be like Adara, and you just yapped for infinity about how NVIDIA is a long. Why do you now think it's a short? I don't know if it's a long-term short. I think for my purposes, it could be a short. I'll explain. Like I said, I'm trying to do more tape scalping. The book here, 126, there is something in the water. We can't break above it. That and a topping tail candle. Adara, you know what levels you like on NVDA. You could short this. You could short this into 125.60. Okay, we're gonna wait because I don't want to like take it just because I feel pressured to like punch and pray. You know what I mean? I'm like, if I don't love the setup, I should not be taking it. But I do love the setup, so we're gonna have to see on this. I just want a little bit more confirmation. I know NVIDIA can run. I know NVIDIA is in an uptrend. Taking NVIDIA just because of one topping tail candle is not the vibe. Okay, we're gonna stop wrapping. Yeah, I'll keep looking at this for like hours if I don't change this chart now. So NVIDIA, I'll revisit you, don't worry. GME though, continuing to top and turn here at VWAP. This is getting really spicy. Part of me was considering asking for shorts for GME. The reason I don't want locates on GME is because this is not the style of trading I'm trying to do. I want to take my quick scalps. If I took NVIDIA or GME, okay, I'm clearly having NVIDIA on the mind. If I took GME short, I'd be taking it kind of more as a prolonged move, and that's just not the type of trade I have. It's not really what my risk management is set up for. I appreciate what Neil had to say with the lesson of the day. You want to make sure you're taking trades that make sense for you, that you feel comfortable taking. I think that could have been part of the issue with IWM. Is I liked this IWM breakdown trade. I managed it appropriately, and I mean, I'm really happy I got it where I did because we've popped like 10 pennies? A lot of pennies since I left, 15 pennies. But I was trying to remember where I left. But yeah, so I got out 90s because I got involved in this. I like the lower highs, lower lows. I thought we'd have a flat bottom break, and I also thought that because look at that support earlier. To me, I was like, if we break 205.70, it's on. I got involved 205.77s, planned addition at 205.84s. I said if we break above 90s, get out. We broke above 90s, got out. But the issue was, even as I was in this trade, I was like, Adara, I don't know if this is the vibe. Why'd you do this? I'm still profitable in IWM because of the earlier trades. Like you know what I mean? I'm happy with the management. I think that's something to pat myself a little bit on the back for. But it's like also what, you have to always think about why you're in trades, what kind of trade you're trying to do. NVIDIA's still making eyes at me. So I'm going to have to go see what's up over there.
Absolutely.
But how goes your longs, everyone?
Oh, it's good. We're still waiting. So I'm gonna leave that resting beak wetter to see if it prints. Guys, a new high of day on MSFT, and by virtue of that, it is now a new all-time high, 439.79. We are creeping up ever so slowly into that 440 area. That would obviously be another all-time high. The soft one right now is at 3.26 billion. Apple at 3.312 billion. So they're competing. Who's in first? Who's in second? We're going to have to watch this. And let's not forget about the monster, NVIDIA. It's also not that far behind, almost 1 billion, 3.099 right now for NVDA. Now, look, I got no trades at the moment. I got to tell you the truth. I'm not seeing a whole lot. All I'm seeing, though, is Meta breaking out beyond this range now. The monster Meta, I like Adara's read on this earlier because she was saying that these higher lows were in play, and more accurate she could not be because then you got the flat top break through VWAP. VWAP generally 508 and a quarter. Now we're looking at 509 and a quarter. I was also looking at this topping tail candle here that came in at 1125 that sent us all the way down to 506 again. I was looking at that level getting taken on a closing basis, and it does because this candle closed decidedly above that level. So how do we weasel our way into the trade? I'm going to look for respect on the 10. So if I'm looking to get in on the 10 right now, again, the 10 is dynamic, so you're going to have to move as the 10 moves. But right now, the 10's hanging out 508 and a quarter. If we get that, like if it was to come into 508 and a quarter now, I'd get long. But I know that probably won't be the price by the time this thing moves down from 509 and a quarter to 508 and a quarter. So I'm going to have to be alive to where the 10 period is at any moment in time. But because I want to get long on META here. It's now up 1/3%. And we saw what it did the last few days. We talking about how 500 was a level that it had trouble taking subsequent to earnings, and that changed on the 10th because we closed above 500, and then we did it again yesterday, and we're well above it today. So if that's the case, we know that Meta is in a bit of a local uptrend, whatever that may be. So I'm going to be looking to pull up Meta on a trading screen. Let's go ahead and do that now. Dang it, Longeveron, go back up. Let's load up the Zuck train here.
Choo-choo.
Choo-choo.
Lord.
I know, right? And then set up a dip. Again, the dip is going to have to keep moving because, well, the 10 period is moving. So I'm going to put it at 508, and I want to put 43s because 44 is an unlucky number. Yeah.
I forgot about that because 88s are lucky.
Told you I have no 4 in my building.
Oh, right. I forgot that was your whole thing. Yeah.
No 4 in my building.
That's interesting.
So I'm putting up the dip trade there. We'll see if that one prints. There's also local price action support on that crest over here at the 60-cent area, but I'm gonna try to base it off moving averages. The moving average is already moving up as I spoke. All right, that is the look there. Now I want to mention Apple as well because everybody and their mother wants to know what Apple is doing. Now, Apple, I got to tell you, look at these bottoming tail candles over here and putting in a bit of a higher high with higher lows. Apple could be curling here for a 216 hold and curl. So I'm going to be very alive to the fact that Apple is putting in these bottoming tail candles. Now, when they put in bottoming tail candles, essentially what you're seeing here is buyers, overwhelming seller, buyer exuberance is what you're seeing because the price got pushed down low. So good, though, for the people who want to buy it that they decide to buy it up, elevated or not. So Apple, I'm looking for a possible rounded bottom with these bottoming tail candles through that 216 level. If it starts curling and making a decided higher low, higher low, higher high, I'm going to get in on AAPL. Have I traded Apple today? I don't think.
I don't think you have.
Did I? Let me look at there. No, I haven't traded the monster today. No, AAPL has not been on my radar in the day.
Apple should be so flattered you're calling it the monster now, not the dead one. Because
I know,
the
right?
monster used to be name you reserved for NVIDIA.
NVIDIA. Nvidia still is the monster.
Oh,
to be with all due respect, you know, nothing to Jensen and his boys over there.
As someone who's trading NVIDIA, NVIDIA's like, thank you, Sharif, for respecting me. But no, I want to talk about this NVIDIA short. Really happy I took it. Also really happy I got out. You know, I realized, you know what your own personal analyst is? Your own gut. That's your analyst telling you to buy, sell. Like, that's why I love when Sean's talking about Katina Capital, right? It's like levels he likes for whatever reason. This NVIDIA, I stand by that as a point of entry. I would have regretted not taking it. Look at all these rejections we had here pushing up above 126. I love that look. I have no qualms. I do not regret taking it. But what I am proud of is I initially was going to risk into 126.16. I did not like the way we're pushing into 126.10s. I got out 126.08s, risked like 10 pennies. Did I get out too early? Arguably, but I can feel good about it because I didn't like what I was seeing in the book. I trusted myself and I ran for the hills. So I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing either. Also, I just realized, you know what's really apt about you calling Meta the Zuck train?
What?
When you think about it, it's called Meta platforms, like train platforms.
Oh, wow. Okay, she just pushed back her chair. I mean, she really liked that one. I
shouldn't, get laughing at my own jokes, but why not?
Why not?
I heard that. I was like, why not? Also, Jesus Cabrera, 199 super chat. Thank you very much. AVPT, long-term chart, please. I do not know what AVPT is. Let's take a look here. Oh, okay. Volume on the intraday, 600,000 shares. But let's take a look at AVPT. This is AvPoint. This, I need more deets, so we're going to go find out what the deal is there for AvPoint. Okay. AvPoint, insider owned 47.18%. That is not a bad look. But the rest of these are not. Yeah, we've got short float just under 7%, which is, to use a Sharifism, negligible. Total float of almost 100,000 shares, or 100 million shares almost. So yeah, this is not even a small company. So index is on the IWN here, RUT. Small cap index, 1.75 billion, so just under 2 billion market cap. So legally a small cap, but doesn't really have any of the stats that you kind of expect from a small cap. I don't mind, actually, this daily chart for AvPoint. I have to say, I would say it's AvPointing in the right direction. Like, look here. We had this nice little top here for a while of 850. We have a bounce at 860 on a wicking basis on a daily chart, so not bad. We're trying to curl higher here for AvPoint. Let's take a look. I know you wanted that longer term, so let's go 5-day. Let's take a weekly look at AvPoint. Okay, weekly is, I also don't dislike. I think the daily right now a lot clearer, but weekly I kind of see a cup and handle. Like, correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm seeing this rounded bottom here.
Oh, very good call.
And then
very good call.
And then push back
and then
up.
the breakout through the top of the cup.
Yeah.
And it's using it as support now, like that area.
Oh yeah.
Good call.
Support. And also look, we're pushing near these previous areas of that support there, trying to come as resistance. If we break above that, I think it's a nice look there for $9. I think that, I don't see anything pointing in the direction of any weakness here, especially in a longer term. Again, not a lot of volume intraday, but for a longer term trade,
wow.
I don't know how much that matters. Nice look, but congrats to you on Apple.
We just took 30 pennies like that on Apple. Super quick. Yeah, the dead one. Whoa, sorry. I'm sorry. Yeah, it was, look, I kept talking about these bottoming tail and the curl, and it manifested. Okay, so there you go. So now that I'm only just mad at myself now for not holding more and holding it for longer. But there we go. The bottoming tail candles do end up, doing what they thought they were going to do, and there we go. We just touched the $0.50, so I was able to take a nice 30 pennies super quick on that name. AAPL back above 216, and 216 was an interesting line because I heard some of the traders back there. They were talking, it was Max and one other trader, and the other trader was telling Max basically about his long at 216, how he got cut up on Apple multiple times, and Max was like, why are you getting long at 216? That was the area top, right? You don't get long at 216. But once you clear 216 and you get up to 218.12, do you use 216 as a bottom area support? Well, if you did that, you had to give it a lot of room because it dipped into 214 and, and 4/5, give or take, got to that 80 penny area. But here it goes. It's on its way to 217. Apple still, though, with lower highs, so be cognizant of that, all right? Even though we got a nice curl up there, there is incrementally 3 lower highs from the current price action. Let's see if that changes. But yeah, very, very interesting look on Apple today. And yeah, that's the look there. Wow. Look how much it cleared my entry by. Wow, Apple. It just blew. Like, I don't even know why I covered there. Anyway, I suck. Let's move back into long Jeveron. I'm trying to pack my patience with this 155 hold. I want a beak wetter at 174. It didn't make it up to 174. Last time it made it up to 170. I was too cheap, or too greedy, I should say, to want to cover everything at 170. So I'm going to continue to wait for that 174. I'm encouraged by the fact that this trough over here that we put in at 10 after the hour is higher than the trough that we put in at 10 before the hour. So incrementally higher lows. And we know that it was looking like one hell of a bull flag. Scott H and I were talking about that in the chat. And he liked that 150 level as well. So we'll see if these higher lows mean anything, because just because we're getting higher lows doesn't mean squat. We have to look at the highs as well. And we're also getting lower highs. So a bit of a compression pattern. We'll see how this one resolves. If you listen to the textbooks, compression patterns typically resolve in the direction of the trend. Well, what's the trend? Well, it's up 91%. Take a guess. So, is your friend until it ends, bends and ends and all these other things. The Katina Man is still long NVIDIA.
And episode 3 is in the books, baby.
And episode 3 is in the books. We showed the pictures of you and Brendo doing the podcast because, yeah, the Chilean Nightmare sent me pictures and we were showing them. He's like, Fabian's like, don't expose me, dude. I didn't know this was such a big secret. I thought we were trying to promote the podcast. I didn't know that.
Or what?
What I do? No, I'm kidding.
Hey, everybody.
Hey, he's here.
Hi, Sean.
Hey, everybody. I feel like Roaring Kitty a little bit here. I should have just started it.
You get your sling out.
You need
Wait for
an
the
arm
chat.
sling,
Wait for the
bro.
chat. I'm awake. No. Look at this trade on NVIDIA, by the way. Come over to my screen, Miss Ramin, here, just quickly. Look at this. Look at this dip buy on VWAP right here. Boom, in 3 minutes we make $1. Now we sit back down, we make $1.50 as it comes right back up to the highs. Look, at the end of the day, we just talked about this on our podcast. You know, trust in whatever you're doing. I heard Adara before I went over
Trust
here.
me, bro.
She was shorting NVIDIA, I believe, at one point. She believed in that trade. That's all good. You can win on both the long and the short. I have no idea what Apple's doing here, but at the
Highs.
end, highs again?
Not at all time, but very much local, yeah.
You have to trade the book that's in front of you, and ultimately have a good time doing it. I'm so proud, obviously, of this Midday show for putting on the content that they do for you guys every single day. Can you tell I like holding this thing? I think maybe I'll do the rest of the show with this mic. I like this, but no, it's just about finding your comfort zone. Wow, Apple really is going here. 217 again, just bounced off, and again, look at this 200 period bounce. Right there, you know, like that's something that you look for, bounces back off of something like that. Look at this chart. Wow, Apple, straight fire right there. Microsoft's going up as well. What's up, Rivian millionaire? Sean's a crazy dude. What's up with that? Okay. Hey, I'm about to go for a walk. We went for one little quick walk there. We did the podcast and had such a good time doing it. Honestly, episode 3 of this podcast is going to just elevate.
They're gonna get it, Katina, man.
You're getting it Saturday at 10 o'clock. We're gonna what time?
Good
10
job,
o'clock.
yeah.
That's what I said.
Yeah.
Saturday at 10 o'clock.
Can we get
Hit
a
the
bit
like,
of a
hit the
preview?
subscri-
Is there any possibility we can get a bit of a?
I thought you got a preview. Didn't the Chilean Nightmare there send you some?
No, the topic, Katina, man, not like.
All right, we'll talk you a little bit. So we talked about hard skills versus soft skills, and about meshing those two together. Right, we talked a little bit about sales. If sales is your thing, and you know you're either thinking about getting into sales, or thinking about how some of the traits that a successful sales. Have you seen Glenn Ross?
No, I have not.
turn Sharif's mic off immediately. Adara, have you seen Glengarry Glen Ross?
No, but I know.
Turn Daryl's mic off immediately. You have to watch Glengarry Glen Ross, okay? Alec Baldwin, honestly, Sales, it's a great, great movie. It's absolutely fantastic.
Love it.
I suggest everybody go and watch that. I mean, people in the chat, throw some ones up right now. Oh, you want an episode just of me? I mean, it's pretty much what we're doing right now. CRM, I like that. Great movie there, says Kirby. Okay, all right, Sharif, I'm going to throw this back to you guys.
Yes, sir.
Because enough is enough. I just want to tell everybody, great job.
Before you go, we're missing the walk and talks. I don't know. I know you're a busy dude, but we're missing the walk and talks. All right, there we go. He wants to trade.
Oh my God.
I mean, I'll do a little bit of a walk and talk.
All right. Yes. The people.
You want walk and talk?
It was one of my favorite segments on your Insta.
You know,
and I know that other people like it as well because it gets
Okay.
mentioned in the chat.
Okay, well, thanks for promoting the Insta as well. You know what I did like doing? Me and Ramin might
That
take this away. This is like Looney Tunes over
She's
here.
so evil.
Well, I want to do the where I'm going on the street again.
Oh, I remember those. Those were so good.
You know what I mean?
I remember that with Faye. Yeah, I remember that.
yeah.
Katina, man,
Oh,
440.
by the way, when is Neil racing Fahad? Where is Neil?
Oh, yeah, well.
Where's Neil and his broke down hamstring? Where's that guy at? All right,
Katina, man,
back
did you
over to the
see
main
that
show.
Microsoft has
Thank you, guys.
now broken 440, guys? Wow, what a day on these markets, Adara. 440 break on the soft one. I'm getting at a Longeveron at these levels over here. So please, this punch, what are you looking at?
Yeah, you can say that again. I really want to. I appreciate what Sean said about like if you feel good about a trade, you could have like there's different approaches to take on a trade, right? Like I had quite a few Nvidia shorts today. Most of them were profitable except for that last one. But again, I still stand by that last short. So you know what I did? I still saw stuff I liked in NVDA at the 126, so I got right the heck back in. I've done this before where I've avoided trades because the first trade I tried to take at that level didn't work out. Just because the first trade didn't work out doesn't mean that the idea is broken. It might just mean your timing was off. In this case, that could be what it is. Now, though, we're actually, that time we were a little bit above the 90 MA. Now we're kind of perching below the 90 MA. So I have no issue with this. I took a little bit more size in this as well because now I have a little bit more confluence. I've already seen us fail to break above that 126.20. Much like last time, my stop for this is going to be 126.16. However, I will scalpulate out if I don't like what I'm seeing at 126.10. So we're keeping the risk to reward tight, and we're keeping things scalpy, and that's how we're going to hopefully minimize those losses and maximize those gains. That was what Neil's lessons of the day was. That's one of the hardest things I found since going live on Tesla yesterday, where I had like some good trades, but they were all basically eviscerated by one questionable stock that I was just very tilted on and should have been actually avoiding. Like Adara, there are other charts. Why was Tesla the only one you had up? You know what I mean? So it's like you gotta find stuff that works for you. This Nvidia trade, that short that didn't work out, I don't feel badly about it because, like Sean said, I felt confident in it. I liked the levels I liked. I had reasons for liking it. I took it with risk being appropriate. I can't be too upset about that. Do you know what I mean? And in the same way, I can't be upset that I missed that GME short I was yapping about because this is not something I would have felt as comfortable trading. This is not my type of style. This is not a scalp. This is a hold for the move down. That being said, anyone who got short here has that short. Congratulations to you. Likewise, anyone who had money in long GME, congrats to you either. I have no sides. I am not a roaring kitty. I am not a lemon. I'm not a fruit, nor am I a cat. I am just a person here, hoping everyone prints. I don't know why I sound like Julia Roberts in Notting Hill, but over here, yeah, we're just having a good time over here. NVIDIA, I'd have an even better time if you crack nicely below that 126 level. I guess, yeah, we should probably do the lesson again in a little bit, but I'm just going to let my NVIDIA cook.
I just want to mention GameStop has an interesting relationship here with the 200 exponential on the 5. So the IB low today, not that I want to put a whole lot of weight on that IB low for GME, but it did find support at the 200. So did the institutional prints at 8 a.m. And then yesterday, it was using the 200 as resistance. So I'm interested here in what GameStop does in and around this area. I'm talking about the 29.5, 29.25. What's it printing right now? Let's just have a look real quick. 29.3, so it's in between both. I want to see if it curls up here. Because if GameStop curls up here, there's also price action support at this level. Look at these prints here from 10.10 and 10.15. It's breaking down now, but I want to wait to see exactly, do we find support in and around this area? If we do, and we start printing a couple of green candles to move up, I'm going long GameStop. Simple as that. So we're going to watch to see exactly what we get in and around this area. It is a price action area for support. It is also the 200. Not that I want to put too much weight into the 200 because it really hasn't respected it strictly, but it was just a general zone. Right now, getting bought up, looking to reclaim that level again. So all eyes on GameStop here for me anyway. I'm looking to see if I can weasel a trade on GME. And since I don't have any shorts, I'm going to be interested in the longs. A nice hammer candle coming in right now, and we'll send you. That was like an even bigger one that you do. I like it. Very good. Yeah. Now, it usually means it's a good trade, so we'll find out about that in 1 second there. But yeah, I'm keeping an eye on GameStop. Now, Longeveron, I'm done with that trade. Took out everything at 70, so a nice 15-penny winner on this dollar name. Shout out to Scott H for bringing that to my attention. Scott's always trading these small cappers in the chat, so if you're into that kind of thing, Scott H, always looking at these smaller cap names. He likes them. Some other people like them as well. So yeah, I want to shout out Scott there because he's always active in the chat and he's always trading very similar things. So shout out him. The other one that's moving here in terms of small cap gapper world, DDC just bounced off VWAP about 20 minutes ago, and DRCT, they're both continuing to do well. They both haven't broken down below the volume weighted average price in the same way that Longeveron has it. So they're both doing well in terms of small cap gappers that are still in play this afternoon. Let's see what we get going forward today.
Right now, we're going to get going forward is going to be a lesson, but I do want to talk about the NVIDIA, and I'm sorry for that aggressive fist pump thing that happened over there. I was really happy with this trade. As Brandon Townsend said here in the chat, NVIDIA drop. Yeah, so that was why I got excited here. I got short at the 126. Like I said, I liked that level earlier. Didn't pan out, got out. I think I lost like maybe 10 pennies on it. You know what I mean? It was all good. But I got back in because I still saw what I liked in the book. And I said, now, Adara, you've actually seen it fail to break out that 126.20. You have more confidence and confluence for this than you did initially. So why not try again? Go back. So that is what I did here with this NVIDIA. I got out part of it at the 125.85. That was planned. Then I said, as long as we stay below my entry level, I'll stay in this trade. We had that nice little drop here into I think it was 125.72 is where I got out, so got about 27 pennies. Please just punch. Really, again, just trying to find that confidence, whatever that is, and feeling good about your ideas. Because if you feel good about your ideas and you have a risk plan for if it doesn't go well, I think you're set. And I think that's why I've had better trades today. It's like even the trades that didn't work out, I took them because I liked the idea and I had risk management, so I wasn't able to lose too much. With this Tesla, same. I was risking very little on Tesla. If it broke below or above my levels, I got out. You know what I mean? That's really the type of trading I'm trying to do more of. I feel like there has been some breakthroughs lately in my type of trading, and hopefully this continues because that's what we want here and how to trade. And I'm really just happy to be here and learn and grow with everybody every single day because we have such a great community here. And I want to shout out Sean as well and Freedom and Wealth because if you like freedom and wealth, why not sit and talk about it? And listen to great conversations from Sean and Brendan on the Freedom and Wealth podcast every Saturday at 10 a.m. I think what Sean had to say there is a little bit of a snippet, and I do think, yeah, having this community is great. So why not tune into the community at 10 a.m. on a Saturday? Mike Rogers, thank you for reminding me earlier. I said Hood over that 24.10 would be kind of interesting to me. Hood did break above 24.10. Thank you for telling me, Mike Rogers. My thing with Hood, too, is like I said, I think it just didn't have as clean of a setup for me at that time. We still bounced off VWAP, so you had a nice look to anyone long Hood. I wasn't like it's going to fall. I just didn't think there was as clean of a setup as especially I think I looked at Oracle right before. But yeah, shout out to anyone long Hood. It did break that 24.10. Thank you, Mike Rogers, for holding me accountable on that. Like it broke the level. Nice look. Vlad Tenev and Co. probably, please just punch there with that Robin Hood. Looking under the hood at this one. I do think we're continuing to push to the upside. But lesson time now for reals. Expanding triangles. Why not? There's the things you actually see quite a lot in the market, but we don't actually, it wasn't something I was necessarily as familiar with in terms of how does it move? What does it mean? How do you trade it? We're going to give you some pointers. How do you understand these expanding triangles? Well, basically, the diverging trend, they're going to have diverging trend lines. So unlike a symmetrical or ascending, descending triangle that will converge, the expanding triangles have diverging trend lines. So it's not going to be parallel. It's not going to be coming closer. It's going to be pushing apart. Price action, I don't know why I said that like that. A children's character. The price action creates higher highs and lower lows within the triangle, and each swing is going to precede the previous one. So look at this. You've got your bearish expanding triangle where you're pushing higher and lower, and then we break to the downside. Bullish expanding triangle, exact same thing, but you're going to push to the upside. It really depends on the context and which side it breaks out from. But don't worry, we'll talk about that in a second over here. So why are these expanding triangles relevant? Why are we having a whole lesson dedicated to them today?
Why are we
now
there?
3 times. Well, I'll tell you, Sharif.
All right.
Let's find out. Patient up. Pack your patience. So expanding triangles are relevant because they can be continuation patterns, suggesting the trend will resume after a period of volatility, but they can also be precursors to reversal. So they're more complex than other triangle patterns. Basically, they're relevant because unlike a lot of these trend lines or patterns, they don't actually have one answer. They're very bamboozling. They're very indecisive. They can't decide. They keep on looking from left to right. Shout out to Eeny, Meeny, Miny, Mo by Justin Bieber. But yes, that's the thing is these patterns are a little bit harder to read, which is why we're going to go over them because there are certain things you can look for, right? So how do you identify them? You're going to want to see an established trend. Though this is less of a rule and more of, a guide here. It's not always going to be present, but expanding triangles can sometimes form within an existing uptrend or a downtrend. Down. Diverging trend lines are also worth noting here. You want to draw your trend lines along the peaks and troughs of the price swings. The trend lines should diverge, so they're going to be moving further apart as the pattern unfolds like a ball of yarn. Also, expanding triangles, some more continuation here, right? Let's talk about breakout directions. So you're going to want to see a breakout above the upper trend line for a bullish continuation or below the lower trend line for a bearish continuation. That could show ongoing trends. You also want to see your volume confirmation. Increased volume on the breakout bar will strengthen the continuation signal. And who doesn't want a strong continuation signal?
I want one.
Yeah, same here. Why not? So does this pattern. Also, target projection is, of course, really worth noting. It's always nice when these patterns measure your targets. Not all of them will, but some of them will be like, hey, I'll throw you a bone. Here you go, here's a bone. This will be like the levels that we look at, right? That's what some of these do, which I think is kind of cool. I love it. Appreciate it. The measured height of the triangle from a peak to the opposing trough can be projected upwards from the breakout point for bullish continuation or downward, bearish continuation, to estimate your potential price target. Let's look. So here's one example, continuation formation. You have your move down here. You got your expanding triangle. We're breaking higher. Oh my gosh, look at this look. And then we come to the downside, make a lower high, whoop, to the downside. Also, this is worth noting. I don't know if this is on purpose, but look where we have this rejection of the expanding triangle.
Oh yeah, that's a different thing. That's support and resistance, but
right?
bang
But it's
on,
interesting how it
bang
comes
on.
into that support and resistance. So that's cool too. It shows that this pattern is still, the downtrend is still in full swing. But this is one example of target projection as well. You have your downtrend, you've got your height and the profit targets, you have your short sell entry, then it breaks down and you've got this profit target from whence we fell. So I think that's a nice look as well here. Expanding triangles and potential reversals here, because we talked about continuations. What happens if we flip it and reverse it? Well, we'll tell you. This is going to be an example of an exhaustion of the trend. You've got your expanding price swings. The stock's getting more and more tired. It's like, I can't do this anymore. I don't want to do this trend. I got to switch it up. So this can basically indicate underlying buying or selling pressure is weakening and potentially leading to a reversal. False breakouts are another really good sign. False breakouts in general can be really indicative of a lot of things, so always worth watching. But in this case, breakouts from expanding triangles can be really deceptive and can hint of more weakness to come or more strength to come if you're bearish or bullish respectively. You want to be cautious of these quick reversals back into the pattern. Last but not least for this slide, confirmation with other indicators. We love this here on How to Trade. We talk about it ad nauseum because it's really key. Due to the potential for reversals, you always want to use additional technical indicators like your RSI, like your Bollinger Bands to gauge momentum and potential overbought or oversold conditions. Here's one example. I love this too. You've got the bulls trying to push the prices up, bears trying to push the prices down. We had this uptrend earlier. Then the bears end up winning, and you end up breaking down. You also have a lot of false breakouts on either side on a wicking basis, so that's kind of interesting too. What about trading expanding triangles? Now that we've talked a lot about how they're formed and what they mean, how do you trade them? Well, we'll tell you. Continuation versus reversal. Of course, you're not going to trade a continuation and a reversal pattern the same way. They're indicative of different market sentiments. So expanding triangles are going to require extra caution due to their ambiguity. So you might want to consider, for example, is this triangle forming with an established trend? In that case, a breakout in the direction of the trend is more likely to be a continuation. You'll also want to use other technical indicators, as always, to confirm the validity of the breakout and to assess your reversal risks. There's always a risk of a reversal, as markets like to do. Also, Entry and stop loss really key for continuation trades. You're going to want to enter shortly after a confirmed breakout and place a stop loss just above the lower trend line or below the lower trend line for long trades and above the upper trend line for short trades. You always want to manage your risk very carefully. Make sure that because of the expanded volatility in a expanding triangle, pun accidentally intended, you want to make sure you're managing your position very carefully and consider using trailing stop loss orders. You also want to be patient. As always, pack your patience, as Sharif says. Don't rush into your trades. Make sure you're waiting for your clear confirmation of the breakout and consider additional confirmation from other indicators. And that's our lesson of the day.
I love that. You saw exactly what I was going to talk about there, Ram, huh? Okay. She got it. She got the assignment. Here's what I want to talk about. This is very relevant to us today because we got CPI today, which is a measure of inflation. So where is inflation and where is it not? Here it is. Auto insurance, I will attest to this. Absolutely. My auto insurance went up 23% year over year. I was paying $316. I'm now paying $384. Do the math. It's ridiculous. And it really has nothing to do with my driving. I have perfect driving record. I also have the app that tracks my driving. I have the highest score on there, and it still went up. And that has nothing to do with me. Rent, obviously, we kind of know that. Rent and housing, shelter inflation, they call it. Both second and third, not really surprised there. This one kind of surprised me. Household energy, really? I didn't anticipate that, not with nat gas. Most houses, I'm assuming, well, in Ontario anyway, they're mostly nat gas. And nat gas has been on down and to the right. Not lately, though, but you know, it was definitely at all-time lows. So why is household energy stay high? We'll see. Restaurant meals still up there. And then below, the yellow one is overall. So we're 3.3. So anything below 3.3 is trailing the CPI. Medical care still high. Transportation, personal care. Well, I'm not going to talk much about these. Where is there deflation? And this one I can also attest to. Used cars in Ontario, at least here, have absolutely taken a nosedive. Yes, Model Y, I'm talking about you. The Model Y was 100,000 Canadian dollars in 2021. That same car now is like $60,000. I'm talking about the similar year, similar model. So if it's brand new in 2021, I'm talking about 2024. So it's ridiculous how much used cars have gone down. I'm not just talking about the Teslas, Neil. I'm talking about all these other ones. There you go. There you go. He throws in that one. I love it. Rental cars also taking a bit of a dip there. Airfare, we're not surprised there. That's also taking a dip. Appliances were heavily inflated during the pandemic, mostly because of supply chain shortages. Those have also dropped about 5%, and you can see some of these ones over here. So interesting look at where inflation is and isn't right now on these here markets. All right, I had a dip trade, I had a dip trade set up at VWAP on Meta. I canceled it because I got up to go to the bathroom, and well, that was a mistake because it went right into the volume weighted average price at the $0.50 and then nicely moved back up, breaking that 509 area again. So I'll see if Meta wants to continue to respect the volume weighted average price, at least in this afternoon. It definitely was respecting it in the morning, but as resistance, not support. Now using it as a nice level of support. The market did take a dip there while Adara was dropping hot lines on the lesson. It did briefly break below 19.5. It got as low as 19, right there, this one over here, 19.490. It went to 49, no it didn't. It went lower than that. Where the hell did it go? It went to 19.490. Okay, so dropped a whole 10 points below 19.5, but as you can see, it got bought back up and we are right above 19.5 again. So 19.5 continued to feature on the day as a level of support. We'll keep eyes on that. Here's Meta again right now coming into VWAP. So here's my chance. And what's the fuge doing? I think I'm going to get involved here on said Meta, but because it is spreada, as Adara calls it, I may not get filled at my very frugal price, Adara, at $508.55. The bid showing that. The ask, though, sadly, at 71. So we'll have to see if we can get filled with such a wide spread. Elon, agreed. That's ridiculous with auto insurance. Don't get me started, Elon. Don't get me started, my man. I am not long Meta, so I'm going to send it to you while I can place my stops and everything.
Yeah, so I'm short NVIDIA. And Here's why. The reason I'm so skeptical is because I like the idea of this trade, but I know it's NVIDIA. I know it can go against me at any moment. You know, it could be a win video or a sin video, and I really won't know. But the reason I got NVIDIA is because I've been trying to short the pops on this all day. You know what? I was looking for 50s. I don't know if I'll get 50s. I'll take 65s. Why not? There we go. Please just punch. I got involved in this because I wanted those 90 MA rejections, and I also I was watching what I saw in the book. We had that move off of that 125.50. The SPY popped. We had NVIDIA pop. I was like, okay, if we still stay below this 126, stay in. I was risking to like 125.80s. Like I was risking like 5 pennies. So it's going to be super tight. I took this scalp here, and then when you see, like I liked that we were holding the way we were holding the book here at that 125.75. I liked it. I said, Adara, take your short. Took like 10 pennies. Please just punch again. Just trying to work on my scalping. Happy I got it where I did too, because it looks like NVIDIA's trying to crack higher. So this is, just nice little scalp I wanted to yap about for a second. I also want to shout out you, Scott Edwards, tagging you here.
Oh, what'd he say?
Just a shout out to Sharif. The way you cover trades and listen to the chat is great. Your insight just gave me my best ever trade. For me, be patient and listen. Thank you.
Oh, that's so nice.
Yeah, I just didn't know if you saw that. So
no, I didn't.
Thank you very much,
Thank you.
Scott Edwards, for that. And yeah, shout out to Sharif for just killing it every single day. I'm so happy I get to be here with this whole community and also get to sit in this desk with you.
Likewise, the feeling's mutual, Adara. You know that. So yeah, that's just the way it is around here. We get along. All right, long Meta, 55s, 508.55. First beak wetter set up at the $0.75. The break of the fifth of a dollar is going to end my trade on this one. This is going to have to respect VWAP. It is predicated on a VWAP bounce, so you're not going to catch me DCAing into this. That's not the move. I either print or I get stopped out of this trade, okay? So it's a VWAP dump and hold here, to be honest with you. If we can get it, fantastic. If you can't, too bad. Oh, Timon, what's the source of that? Where's the inflation? Yahoo Finance. Just go on their Instagram. They've got it on there, my man. Or I don't even know if you probably can get it on their website as well, but it's Yahoo Finance. So shout out to you. Thank you for asking that good question. All right, what else we got over here? So I'm in this meta trade. I've already told you about that. That's going to either be a hit or miss. We'll find out shortly here as it's dancing with VWAP. Let's go back into, oh, Scott, I should have listened to you, my man. You were right, Scott. I was wrong. I talked about this level over here being a price action support area on GameStop. I didn't put my money where my mouth, well, other people's money, where my mouth was at that 29. I was going to take it at 29.5, despite the fact it bounced off 29.25. That would have given me $1 or 75 pennies there based on this recent retracement into that 30.25. So I'm a little disappointed with myself. I definitely would have had a target of 30.50 just based on where GameStop closed. It's also used that 30.50 as both support and resistance on the day, depending on where it was. So let's see exactly what we get here. What did we get? Yes, we got the print on Meta. Bang, 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 bang. Pleased with this one. I saw the blotter make flashing things, and I'm like, okay, I must have printed on something. So we'll see exactly what we get, and we will not get upset, Adara, as we watch Meta possibly stop me out for the remaining balance here. I'm not going to let this trade go against me. I think if it breaks that $0.33, I'm going to have to adjust my stop now from the fifth to a third. Since I've wet my beak already on it, we're going to go like that, and then we're going to go like this. We got to give it a spread there, because you know how this one is. It's super spready, right? And then I'm going to put my next beak wetter at right in front of that 509 area. We're going to set at 508.95s, come what may. All right, let's see what everything else up to here. Quickly, let's get back into the Mag 7.
Oh yeah, there's no rundown.
Yeah, guys, no rundown today, no afternoon rundown, just because it's FOMC, and we're going to be at the big desk, really just covering what Jerome Powell is saying on the day. Widely anticipated that we hold rates, and by the way, the speech that he reads, that is a prepared speech. It's released right at 2 o'clock. On the FOMC website. If you want to follow or read it before he's even read it, it's on there. Go get it now, or not now, sorry, in a few minutes. And yeah, we'll keep tabs on that. So that is the look there. So no afternoon rundown, no voting today. That restarts tomorrow, and then we'll see what's up there. Just can you take over for 1 second?
Yeah, I can. Sorry. Yeah, of course.
Thank you.
So basically, so there's no voting, guys. Tomorrow, Sharif will be voting.
50?
Sharif will not be voting, but you can vote. Also, I want to talk about this AMD trade that might have popped up there. Well, it did because I took it. So basically, I took this short. I was torn between this and Tesla because they had the same look where they were rejecting off of previous support. Now, you can't really see it, but we did have a couple topping tail candles here into that 159.80s. That's what I risked into. That's where I ended up getting out. Accidentally punched long, got out for a penny. Accidental 1 penny winner here at AMD. But no, I'm still positive on AMD. I just, again, proud I tried it. Didn't work. It's odd, though. I think of the two, because I think Tesla and AMD set up similarly, AMD to me was more bearish because we had our topping tail candle. Tesla actually looked more bullish, and I think this would have been the better short. And I say that because we have this base here, right? We're rejecting the base, but we're also doing that with not one, but 2 bullish candles. So it's kind of interesting how things, at least for the scalping purposes, I think this would have been more effective. But say lovey, you got to do what you got to do. You got to try it. I would even argue I probably rushed into AMD maybe more than I should have. So that's like a thing to learn. It's like, Adara, you liked your levels, you liked what you saw on the tape, but maybe you should have waited a skosh longer. And maybe oddly enough, Tesla, the name that didn't look as good from a chart perspective might have been the better scalp short here. But yeah, it's just so interesting sometimes when things manifest or they don't manifest the way that you think they might. I think that the Papa Powell pump or dump is always a really fascinating time in these markets.
So let's I want to update everybody. We're gonna go to the big show today, 10 minutes early. We're gonna send it to them at 1:50. So Adair and I are gonna finish up a little bit early today. That's only to get you guys ready for FOMC. I already see Brendo. He's locked and loaded at the big desk. We're ready to cover this big day, right? Widely anticipated that we hold, though. That doesn't mean he doesn't give us a bear or a dovish twist, especially in light of the fact that CPI came in light today. We could hear some dovishness from him. Maybe he's or I don't know if he has access to the data from the Department of, I believe it is the Department of Labor. Who releases CPIs? Department of Labor?
I don't know.
I forget. Anyway, I don't know if he has access to the data, so he could have revised his speech earlier. Anyway, we'll find out. So that is a look. We are going to get out of here in about 5 minutes to let you guys get taken over by the big kahunas who are locked and loaded at the big desk. I wanted to mention one thing here that, that we're about possibly here to get printed on Meta at the whole dollar. I've been waiting in the mid-90s. I'm seeing 90 now show up on the ask. 99's now on the ask, 80 on the bid. I'm really close to getting printed here. The bid's got to move up a little bit, though. And there it is. Are we going to get printed? Whoa, wow. That was so annoying. I hate the spread on Meta. It crossed me by a decent amount on the ask, but the bid did not cross. So we're going to have to pack our patience with this name. But I think I have a sound idea taking this off VWAP. It's really going to be the spread that kind of makes or breaks the remaining part of this trade. So that is the look there. I wanted to mention some other stuff over here quickly. Carvana. Oh, wow. Carvana's up 5% on the day. Yeah, it's below VWAP now, but it was up 5% on the day. Not much else for me here, guys. I hope that everybody had a good trading day. I'm sure everybody was looking at Apple. Speaking of Apple, right back above 217, baby. And now definitely having a bit of a dalliance here with 217.25. Looks like there is a seller in front of that $0.25. We were able to make it up to the $0.50, but as quickly as we made it up, we came right back down. So a bit of a consolidation area top here between the $0.50 and the $0.25. But something tells me, especially if Jerome Powell is a little dovish, this one makes a new all-time high, probably able to break that 218.12 that we printed on the day, Dara, but that's just my guess. We'll have to wait and actually see. What do you think? Is he going to twist it a little dovish today? Or?
I've noticed, and I've actually noticed this since you pointed it out, he's a master at not answering questions.
Absolutely.
Like, he's so good at skirting the question in a way that makes you sound like he's answered it. So I think, he has erred on the side of dove in the most recent, kind of comments. I know last time there was certainly a lot of dovish undertones. So I think he knows that's kind of how he has to be because also it's an election year. You know what I mean? I think things are a little bit fraught.
Well, yeah, very true.
And I think we should acknowledge the fact that this election year, even though he won't, because he was asked that a lot.
Yeah.
But I think, you know, that could be part of it as well. Like this is his last couple months maybe, so he just wants to make sure, you know, maybe the doves cry today. Shout out to Prince, but we'll have to wait and find out. I think he may err on the side of dovishness. I just don't know. But shout out as well to, I guess I know this is kind of a Jerome Powell non-answer, but I think I honestly, it'll really have to depend as well on the. I think what you said about the CPI is going to matter too. If he's factored in CPI, that's going to be a huge difference.
Yeah, I agree. I just want to shout out Ahmed Alamwala, waiting to press the bottom on the TQQQ short. All right, my man. Look, you know, we always hope you print around here. There's no question about that, as long as it doesn't conflict with my trade. But no, I'm kidding, of course.
You can't even say that because you and I have traded opposite each other.
Yeah. And Neil and Sean have done as well. I've seen one long, one short, and they both print somehow. So that's just the way it is. Alex Garcia, he thinks bullish. I agree. I think we're probably going to be a little bullish this afternoon. I think he might be a little bit dovish. I mean, we got an ECB cut. We got a Bank of Canada cut. And if you look at the historical, how do you call like two things that move in tandem?
Relationship?
Yeah. If you look at the historical relationship between rates in Canada and rates south of the border, they're almost in lockstep. So it doesn't always have to be that way. There we go, baby. We got the print on Meta. That's a nice winner there. We'll take a 50-penny winner super quick there on the Zuck train as it breaks above 509, now up 1/3%. Definitely still off that 510 though, Ram. But we did get a nice little trade there on Meta midday. I'm happy about this one. It was planned off the volume weighted average price. Quite simple there. We have 1 minute left before we send it up to Brendo at the big desk. Any final thoughts? That looks good there, whatever you got there. You want to show everybody?
Oh, this. Well, I'm scared because of the aioli thing, the jalapeno aioli.
Look at that right there. Where is it?
It's here. It's a burger.
There's a jalapeno right there.
Oh, no.
Yeah,
is there?
I can see it. I'll show it to you.
Oh my God, it's even
you
worse.
see it? It's right there.
Oh, that's a strawberry. That's a strawberry.
Okay,
the jalapeno aioli is in the burger.
Okay.
So yeah, much like the Fed meeting, my lunch may be spicy.
Yes.
But yeah, we'll have to wait and see. Yeah, I mean, I'm still kind of looking at the same things. Like I don't trade after the midday, so we're just gonna have to wait and see what happens. I will be eagerly waiting to hear what Powell and the Fed gang has to say. But I think right now we're gonna have to turn it all over.
It's all over.
To the big desk. Nice to end the show with you because usually you're on the big screen now, right? Sharif and I back together again. We will see you tomorrow. Same bad time. My channel. Right now, though, the Fed and Brendan at the big desk.
See you guys.
Hey guys, 10 minutes ago, we'll get no change. Let's be honest, not going to do anything as far as the interest rate is concerned in this Fed decision. But very, very important what then follows coming up at 2:30 with these comments from Fed Chair Powell. How far is he going to go in the direction of, is it going to be September? Is it going to be November? Is it going to be at all this year? We'll get a lot of questioning along those lines, but let's get you caught up on a few things here. It's been a very green day coming off that number this morning. If you missed it, CPI to the downside. Say what? Huge move to 542 here for the SPY on that. We're still up over a full percent on the day for the SPY. I mean, you can pull up the Qs here as well. Absolutely the same look here for the Qs, chopping around the 475 area. But yeah, Fed not going to do anything as far as interest rates are concerned today, but it's going to come down to how many questions. I think what I'm going to look forward to is how many questions is he going to get on what's going to come in October, what's going to come down the road in November. There's going to be a lot of questioning on the employment numbers that came out back on Friday and also on what happened this morning with CPI. So what will happen coming up at 2 o'clock? We'll get the release, we'll get the statement along with that. So the Fed statement is always closely monitored and watched by the overall market. If any language within that statement changes one way or the other, sometimes they remove words and put different words in. Sometimes they add a sentence or take away a sentence. So we'll go through all of that with you. For now, guys, let's get a little bit of a rundown here or catch up on what's been happening as far as the midday and what we're looking at going into 2 o'clock.
Yeah, what's been happening is the market is up. Maybe they'll throw in there, like Powell just slide in, oh man, it's a good thing I bought all those calls on Apple. or NVIDIA. No, he won't, but I'll never look, at the end of the day, the market is super strong. We got exactly what we expected after the opening rush, which was a pretty tight consolidation up top. So the early morning move, you saw Apple, NVIDIA, we'll get into some individual names, but just to wrap it up, the Qs have been in a 50 to 60 handle range for the entirety of this late day. So I would suspect if you get some fireworks, it's a clean break in any direction is likely to have a little juice behind it. We always say the same thing around the Fed. 2 o'clock, when you're not in a rate-moving environment or you're expecting any kind of surprise, which we're not, you got to wait till 2:30. I think a lot of times it's what gets said or not said at the podium that gives us our definitive direction, and then you go trend hunting. So I'm always thinking reversion trades at 2 o'clock, Apple VWAP kind of deal, short AMD because that's been weak. Like look for bounces off VWAP on Apple, which has been super strong. Up 5%, Apple did it again today, going absolutely ham. But I think of strong stocks, I'll be looking to buy dips for any kind of whipsaw rubber band action, and weak stocks like an AMD, I want to look to maybe sell some rips. I'm on the offer of AMD if we get up into VWAP, and if there's some crazy move up, I want to quickly fade it. And just keep that same plan of action that we usually do in here, expecting 2:30 you get better direction.
Yeah, I feel like what's up, everybody? We sort of know what's going to happen here. It's 1:54 right now, so we got 6 minutes to go, and then we will get no comment or no movement, and then we'll wait for 2:30 when Fed Chair Powell will hit the podium, and then we'll start to hear some more questions. I mean, let's just wait. They're going to talk about being data dependent. We got a lower CPI print today. If inflation's coming down, that means that rates should follow. Remember, we brought the rates up to battle with inflation. Now inflation, today we get that downtick. So I think it's all sales for a cut, just not today. But now they have the data. Looks like it's moving in the right direction. I'd say cut away, and that will probably happen next time. And again, if there's a surprise rate cut right now, I mean, we're already long NVIDIA, so then this thing should absolutely moon, but we'll wait to see what does come through. If there's a surprise rate cut, I'm just going to be going over.
You just punching long.
I mean, I'll probably go with the Qs to get triple the move. Yeah. But we'll wait to see what happens right here. TQs again at the highs. I mean, some of these candles just look incredible right now, breaking higher. I mean, this is what the NASDAQ looks like. I mean, you don't think that, this rate decision is going to have an effect? Well, it may not. I don't know if anything's going to slow this market down unless Powell says something that we don't expect. And, the only example Neil could give this morning was something that was unrealistic. So I don't think there's anything realistic that he's going to be able to say that slows down this market. So we'll look to buy dips as well. But again, there's two choices. Either you kind of want to keep your share size the same and play off some of these already defined levels, which I'm fine with, or I think lower the share size and wait for a move and then react to it. So I think that's probably what I'll do, is give it a second. You guys know that I'm always trading this, and we've had some of our best trades off of this kind of a number. So I'm gonna be looking for picking up weakness here if it does dump down. So that's kind of my idea right now to start off the show with. We're still long NVIDIA, and that's it. So. Yeah, I mean, we filmed the podcast. I wasn't here too much during lunch.
It wasn't a ton.
It was a banger.
I mean, there wasn't a lot that happened during lunch.
No, I was looking at the charts.
There was that small cap Longeveron made a move and then kind of pulled back a little bit. I'm only in a firm because it finally found a bid. It broke out. The only position I'm in is going to be a firm. It missed a breakout early, and then we just waited for it to get all the way back down at 36, triple bottom. So I'm sitting in this. If it fails VWAP, I probably just get out of it. And we'll get to some individual names. There's some small cappers running that we talk about, but this is not necessarily a small capper day. I think if you were trading Apple and NVIDIA and AMD and ARM, then that's where you're going to be in the afternoon. Apple actually testing the highs right now. So I still want to be dip buying into VWAP on this. I want to at least take a shot. If we can get ARM, this somehow bounces off of VWAP at like $150, I think that looks pretty darn spicy. But this one's off to the races, actually up 8%. So this has really been leading a lot of things. No executions on it today. Should have had a plan of action for that 150 level when we were looking at some of the other things at noon. This really started to take off at $150. And then just it was okay, and then it went ham. So if we get a pullback, I want to be buying dips in the strong names, which should be easy to tell from the weak ones. As I said, AMD weak, relatively speaking, barely even up on the day underneath VWAP. You got things like ARM absolutely flying, and we already talked about Apple. So with 2 minutes to go, we'll get over to Brendan. Brendan's going to have essentially the no change for us, and then we'll see what they change in terms of statement and what do they cross out on their statement, or what do they add to it will be important. 2:30, I think, is a bigger deal.
All right, I was just noting to Sharif here, this is actually one of those meetings we're going to get economic projections from the Fed as well. They do that every other meeting typically, or once per quarter it typically works out to. There's 10 over a 12-month period, and it usually works out to once a quarter they do this. So economic projections, which include interest rate projections going out 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, and then longer. They call it a longer term, but it's a 5 year. So those are expected to come in at 3.9, 3.1, 2.9, and then 2.6 on the longer term outlook. Just to, if anyone was wondering, everything is expected to stay the same, 5.5, 5.5, 5.5 across the board, which is where obviously we are right now. We have a minute. What are you looking for?
Is that the dot plot? Those interest rate
Exactly.
projections?
Yeah,
oh,
exactly.
the dot plot.
Yeah, yeah.
Amazing. So we're going to get another dot plot.
Yeah.
That's going to help us gauge how many cuts. So can't wait for that.
Yeah, just they're just going through. Just hearing a couple things in my ear. They're going through what was expected and what's everyone is looking for as far as these numbers are concerned. So about 45 seconds here to go. As far as what the overall market has done going into these, typically you'll see liquidity kind of dry up, and there won't be a book if you're looking at a level 2. And just a couple seconds before the actual release comes out at 2 o'clock, and then the algos take over again, and that's simply a result of algos being shut off ahead of it.
Yeah, well, it's so unpredictable, Brendo,
Yeah.
right? But yeah, widely expected again. I want to show you guys, this is the website over here. It's federalreserve.gov. This is where you can go to get his speech. It's going to be released like in seconds. So the last one we have here is a commencement by Governor Cook. It should be above that one. Here we go.
All right, 5 seconds to go here, and guess what? We're going to get no change on interest rates from the Federal Reserve. No change officially hasn't popped up here, so 5.5% as expected across the board. As soon as these economic projections come in, we'll get to those. There we are, 5.5%. Hearing the statement in my ear here, guys. We'll jump over and see how the market's doing.
There it is.
Yeah, a bit of a move down. Look, we just took out 19.5 on the NASDAQ. No pullback in Apple. That's
A little
worth
bit of a
anyone.
move here.
Yeah, there's not, like, Apple pulled back 70, 80 cents maybe. I did trail my stop on a firm because I didn't want that getting past the 36 level. So I went to break even on a firm. So we'll dip out of that. If that holds 35, maybe we get back in. But it was Apple that I want to dip by. So if we get VWAP, it's seeming almost unlikely at this point. So not a heck of a lot of movement. You got the slight move into the downside. And over here in the NASDAQ, 30, 40 points down and then right back up into the top. So not a heck of a lot happening. As we expected no change. We got no change. If we end up breaking out these tops, I'm still going to look for the dip buy. The initial reaction's down, so I'm looking for some weakness to get bought up if I can even find something dipping far enough.
Yeah, we almost got filled there on Apple. We're trying to get 50s, so we'll take a little small fill here on Apple and see if we go. We're long at 83s. We're trying to dip into some 50s right now and then a breakthrough 216, and we'll be able to get out of this one. But right now we're long Apple and we're long NVIDIA. NVIDIA 80 cents in the money, but that's an older trade. Apple we just put on right now, long at 83s. It's moving around. It's a dime right now. We're looking to get a little bit more on this one. Let's go Apple. Let's go Brendo.
Fed futures pointing to one cut again. Remember, as of this morning off that CPI data, 70% was pointing to November. Now before the end of the year, pricing in one cut, but they are pricing in, guys, 100 basis points worth of cuts next year, which was basically where we started this year. If we rewind the clock back to January of this year, economic projections across the board higher. So that's also going to send the market a little bit lower, which means the dot plot in general all slightly higher. Not huge moves, only a tenth here and a tenth there, but for the most part across the board, 1 year out to 5 year projections were higher.
I mean, we're automatically, if you're following me, hopefully, right there. We just bought Apple. Apple's almost $1 now in the money. Nvidia is now $1 in the money. Apple now 80 cents, trying to go higher through that level. So there it is again, man, another dollar, put it on the board. We're here, we're not going anywhere. We keep saying that, but it's the truth.
Yeah, I'm still, at the end of the day, we're not going to get the dips that we want. I'm glad you got into Apple. I was looking a little bit deeper. I just found Tesla, which is actually still underneath support. So I think this can be one that we can jump into. I just saw everything else in the market get to the upside. So Tesla, long story short, up 5%, rejected 180 bucks. Just did a dip down into 178. I'm trying to grab this one here off of 179.5 on TSLA. Bit of a name that we didn't really touch earlier today, but I'm going to jump into it. The other thing that's happening, we'll get to some GameStop a little bit later, but that's starting to get back above 30. If GameStop can take VWAP, I am interested in grabbing that. So I just grabbed the dip into Tesla into 178 we're looking.
Good luck with that right there. We just put $1 on the board and out. I mean, sometimes it'll take people minutes, months, years, even myself to make $1. During this environment, there it is right there. Look at that. We buy 216.80. We are out right there, 217.80. Honestly, I think we got 82s. $1.01 right there on Apple. And I think this is what it's all about, right? We've, we just made a little bit more. The first trade on Apple today into the 200, which is perfect for me, and then bought it right back up into day's high. That's $1. We just spun it again. We are at the day's high. We have no LFT. We're still rocking. I'm not going to rebuy this dip unless we get into 216.50 again, which is where we were trying to get that dip. We actually wound up paying 80s. We were just pennies away from actually getting many more shares down here, but we'll take it out. And I'm actually thinking now, what about this break higher now through 218 high of days? So I think that's the trade that I'll be looking for right now into the close. 218 high break now for Apple. But yeah, I mean, no bullets here by the Fed. 25 basis points cuts in 2024, and then another 100 in 2025 is what they're looking for. So looks like we'll get the one cut that we thought about, that we all knew, and that's that. And again, this has just been a pretty good day here to trade. Obviously, this is going to be my best day of the month. And right now, we'll just sit and wait to see if anything else hits the news wire. And on that note, what say you, Brendan?
Part of these expectations, guys, are forecast 2025 PCE and core PCE inflation seen at 2.3%. That's versus 2.2% going back to March.
Okay, well, we're starting to get some more things. Actually starting to turn it back down. I just got the quick $0.50 on the dip buy on Tesla. It's holding 80s right now, 178.80s. It got up to 179.5. I'm not looking to reload this one, and we're going to get to AMD in a quick second. That is about to break lows. So we get in here, 178.80. I'm just going to jump it out here, about 30 cents worth of risk. We got the 50 to the upside, but if we're going to start heading southbound, I was on the offer of AMD at VWAP. I don't think we're going to get it at this point. This is still trend down. It's about the only name that I actually like a short on. So if we hold underneath 19.5, this would be the one I try to jump into for any mean reversion in the other direction. I said if GameStop got above VWAP, we'd have a look at it. It's only at 30, but a 31 break. If it can get above that, that would get that one back in the pocket for me there. So the only short I'm looking at is going to be AMD. If we get VWAP, great. If it makes a fail of this 160 level again, this is a real volume candle. Dollar up and down with the top at 160.40. So if it can never break this high, the trend would be downside continued here on Advanced Micro Devices, the weakest of the chip names. Brendo.
Not much in the way of change as far as the statement is concerned. If you remember going back to the last meeting, they added that part about in June, they were going to slow the pace of the runoff of the treasure caps that were coming off. So they crossed that off, obviously, because it's June. So that's begun. So other than that, nothing has changed on here.
Almog asking there in the chat, Brendan, was there any mention of date? Like, are they going to talk about maybe cutting in September? Was there any mention of that? Maybe that'll be a question that we'll get from the Fed on Q&A. So if Brendan hears anything about that, we'll get all the information that we find relevant back over to you. Brendan's working the desk as we speak. So anything like that, we'll get involved with it. All right, so because that was just a nothing burger, as we sort of thought it would be, let's just move on and look for the next trade. So Apple, we already took $1, right? So put that on there right there. I'm going to just add to what we're doing here today. So pretty clean trade. All of our trades today have been super clean. It's not like we're scalping back and forth too much. Palantir, we'll get to that, potentially a different story. All right, that's Apple. I want to look at Amazon, as Amazon right now is breaking lower. Talk about story of two names, as we're still long Nvidia, which is a monster, and then Apple, which is a monster. It's the other way around here for Amazon. Amazon's feeling weaker today, down 0.46 into a strong market. So if you are looking for a short, I think this is one for us right now. That little level break right there of 186.80, it's now gone and looks like it wants to go a heck of a lot lower. So for me, I mean, still be here for this trade, but it is quite clear that Amazon right now is breaking. So I want to short this. If and when I've now found my target short, all right? We talked about trading with Tesla before. I now looking at Amazon, what was up with this? What's up with this? What's up with that? So for right now, I mean, I'm thinking about the short here. I like it back to the 50 period. I like 50 period retracements on these stocks. So 186.75 is on my radar right now. 186.75 for Amazon up into 187. Got to give this one a little bit more room. That wick right there would have smoked you if you were trying to go short against that 50 period. So that's 187. Hey, let's just put an offer there right now. We've made one trade here this afternoon, and it's $1. So if you had that, maybe you're already done. And I don't blame you if that's true. But there it was. Look at this dip buy right there. Find the strength, find what you do best. We know that. It's Apple. It was a nice move, dollar club. So I'm going to put now Amazon back on. I only have a very, very small position of this Nvidia that's coming out at 124.50. So if we want to break this trade down, I know we're all here for the Fed, but we just bought this off VWAP. That's $1. That's almost $2. So right now, if we lose, we'll lose 40 cents. Good trade. Amazon, we're going to wait for that short.
Yeah, I think you just got to find that weakness. I'm now on the offer of game AMD because we're not really holding that support on the NASDAQ, and you want to be short something weak. It's not red yet, but I feel like it's just a yet kind of thing. If the market continues trend down, this should get there. You mentioned Amazon. I went over and looked at another big cap tech name, it's been back and forth, green to red, like 5 times since the release has happened. That's Google. It's just barely holding on here. And, underneath this 177, starting to look pretty good as well. So if we don't actually get a pop in AMD that we can fade, I'm thinking Google should be a name to go short. Strong names we want to be at VWAP if we even get it. Tesla's holding up pretty decently. Like we got in here at mid-80s. We're able to get out right in front of 179.50. It's still right in the same range. So Tesla's holding on to a lot of the strength as the market is making a decent enough attempt, I think, to bounce back into it. We talked about a lot of the chip names being strong. I was thinking we'd get some kind of a dip in ARM with all the volatility that it had. ARM went like $1. I was expecting this, if the market went down, to drop like 2, 3, maybe even 4. But ARM is hunting back in for those highs. I don't want to take any top breaks before 2:30, so I'm going to still look for dip buys in strong stocks. I just don't want breakouts before Powell's talking at 2:30 and doing the Q&A.
Just bullish. Yeah, we were pretty bullish here today. With the market up 1.33%. Randy, how's your day going?
That is weak.
Okay, good. All right, so GameStop. It's funny, last time you were here, we were talking about GameStop, and someone in the chat there was like, yo, Sean, what's up with GameStop?
Oh, it's dropping.
So $33. Look, it's still up down 5%, sorry, but did have a nice move up to $34. Now GameStop's coming right back into a spot that I think you could buy. I think you can buy this spot. I think you can buy 28.50, right? Yeah, exactly, Randy. Buy the dips here. Why not? Let's see if we can take advantage of that in GameStop, buying some of these dips into 28.50. So let's just put a bid there on 28.50 to get long. If it comes back in, we will take it. So we'll put the bid there if we can get that. The other trade ideas we're working with is Apple, and we all love Apple around here, that's for sure. Taking the high, another 5%, Randy. I mean, look at this. There's WWDC. And what would DC do? DC Comics, hopefully no more movies. But there it is, 200 break higher and no stopping this day. So I'm going to go long. I'm going to try to go long on the break higher into the day. So today's high is 218.12. We already went long on this dip right there. That was $1 in 1 minute, Randy. So we spun that one. And now we'll wait to see if it can get even higher than that right now. As here's Apple trying to take out those highs. I like to short in Amazon, but that's not printing anywhere near. Stay with strength. Stay with Apple. We're looking to go long through the top of Apple. And here it goes right now, breaking through 218. Nothing can stop it. It's all the way up. Did you ask for a coffee? Sure, Randy.
Stopping it. Nothing can stop me. I'm all the way up, and that's exactly what Apple's saying. While you were basically just going over Apple, AMD ticked right into 116.25. About that, came right back into the 80s. We got 13s or 11s into that 90 level. Still inside the range for AMD. As long as it's down here, I'm not going to be concerned with VWAP. Going to try and scalp trade it inside of the bottom of that range. We're getting a bit of a pullback in Apple. Tesla was the other name that we had here. It's not really doing much, so I'm going to move away from Tesla. We had that first move, and Tesla now not even reacting to any of this. You want to see something which is trying to go, and I feel like this one isn't. So I'm going to pivot over to something which I like this 140 level on Micron earlier. Didn't really diddle with it, but it's holding VWAP. We were along this 138s on the day. This is one of the many like top breaks, all-time high, all that kind of good stuff. So Micron, anything above here is holding an all-time high. So if we get a bounce off VWAP, I want to see some buyers step in, and I'll pivot from ARM and Tesla to this name because it's at a key price level. So we're going to work with some Micron in here. I'm throwing out the GameStop, VWAP breakout, at least for now, just because it kind of rejected 30 and is heading lower. So the next thing is probably some kind of a dip buy. 28's a good level, 26 as well for GME. When the release happened, it was at 30 and there was a potential for a break. It's decided to go $1 in the other direction, so no need to fight it. Brendo?
I just saw this image, and it's a very good explanation of exactly what we were talking about. So this is going back to May on the expectations. This is June now, so revised essentially to 1 cut from where we were earlier, 3. So these clusters represent an entire year worth of voting. So if you go out 2 years from now, somebody has it pegged at 2.25 down there in 2026. The lowest here about 275 going out to 2025, but the median here is about 4.25, 4 and change, let's call it, for 2025 on the dot plot, guys. But you can see that shift, as I mentioned, back higher a little bit.
Okay, I find like what's interesting is you'll get like a million different people analyzing the dot plot in a thousand different ways. Like, I don't know. It's interesting to look at. Price action is going to rule the day at the end of the day here.
Yeah, the dot plot's pretty irrelevant if they're going to keep changing it, right? All right, thank you. Right there, the Fed is always, leave that on there. Thank you, Randy. What time are you out of here? Soon, Randy? All right. Safe travels, my friend. Enjoying it today. Yoel, we did not get a cut. So there it is, Yoel in the chat. Are we expecting a cut or not? We got status quo as expected. So I'm not taking anybody by surprise, the movements here today. So I'm just going to look at GameStop. I still want to buy that level. I mean, we sort of gone over this a little bit here today on what we're looking for. GameStop back into here. It was our #1 trade P&L-wise for me yesterday, buying this and then buying some 30s and 28.50s and some of these dip buys again. So we're going to try to do it again. I mean, this 28.50 held on earlier on. That's actually right off the open held. And then we ripped up about $4 from that level. And then since then, pulled back into 29.50, then ripped up $5 from there into 34. And now you're down that $5 right back into this level again. So look, I mean, GameStop is going to be one of those stocks that you're just going to have to try to be smart about it and play off of key levels, and that's what we're going to do. The only time we've really ever lost on this was when the Roaring One himself started to get all crazy. We had a nice move upside earlier on that day, and then, of course, this is where it was just, I think it was 17 halts or something on this day, and that was last Friday, where he was, off air for 30 minutes, came back on, and then, was threatening to hit the eject button and all this kind of fun stuff that was happening. And then, if we just waited and was patient down there, you're able to pick up some bottoms in and around this 27, and that would have paid off even down. I mean, that's $2. Like this 27, that's 29. So, and then yesterday, again, we found this 23 level that we were very, very patient with and got 2 or 3 fills down here, loaded it up before eventually taking it to the north side. So we're getting pretty close now. I mean, I'm bidding GameStop here 62s. What exactly are we at? I feel like we're there right now. So 10 cents away, and we're long on GameStop. Let's ride.
Yeah, low of the day is real close on GME as it starts to tank in there. Tank is the wrong word. I got 28.50, check that, 28.37. So that's why I'm looking for a bounce on GameStop. 28, like call it like 28 quarter down in there. If it gets down to today's low, which would be pre-market, or right at the open as a matter of fact, that'll be like 28.35. So I do like it. Micron just dipped off the 140 level, so it is starting to head back into the upside. Hold on to VWAP up 4%. If we're not going to get any kind of thing in Tesla, you know, Tesla with a decent range, but I feel like the levels here on Tesla, it's kind of sitting in no man's land. This is a pretty decent potential for a 180 break. If we do go trending to the upside and Powell takes us to the promised land at 230, the 180 break looks pretty clean. 180.27 is the actual high, so you know, slapping a 30 break, but I'd wait until we actually get Powell on that podium to care too much about it. So until then, I want to trade off like defined levels, like this 140 level on Micron. If you happen to be watching AMC, I feel like this is one of these things is not like the other. AMC's volatility is almost non-existent. That said, the $5 level. If there's a dip into 28 that I miss, and there's a chance to get 501, 502, something like that with a really tight stop, I'll just jump over to this if I happen to miss any kind of a dip buy over in GameStop. Because I think with that, if it starts going, you're like, ah, crap, I've missed that trade. Sometimes you can get a quick scalp trade looking on over at AMC, and it's right at the $5 level, which does give you a good risk to reward on the trade.
All right. I mean, again, there's someone in the chat asking, where do you learn about day trading? I mean, I just took $1 on Apple here. I talked about why, and I talked about that I was taking the high of the day break as well, and talked about why, so I hope you're learning. Here goes Apple. We just took out the day's high. Why not? Let's just see if this wants to continue to work, man. We're pretty hands-off right now and pretty comfortable and pretty enjoying what this day means today. For the stock market, what it means for our accounts, what it means for stocks like Apple and the rest of them. I mean, it's just been an absolutely door knocker of a day. Like, hello, we're coming in, and it's the NASDAQ. I mean, look at this trade. We just talked about taking this. I mean, real sees real. I mean, we'll see if you guys want this trade or not. We talked about breaking the high of the day. For me personally, I can't explain these trades any better than exactly this. And there it goes right now. Now it's 50 cents in the money. I mean, we already took $1 down here. If we were still holding this, we'd be $1.50 in the money. I mean, you guys can clearly see what's happening on the desk here. And so far, so good. As we'll take this bull and hopefully take it all the way to the upside. There goes Apple right now. All-time highs and just continues to go. Let's put an offer at 70. I mean, this is the thing. When you trade with shares, you're able to take advantage of these moves. So there it goes. Let's wait to see. We're long at 17s now, 45 cents in the money, and we're sneezing at it. Let's see if we get a little bit higher here on Apple. Long GameStop, by the way, as well. So far here today, on this move in the last 20 minutes, $1 right here, another 40 cents right there. And now we're into GameStop. I'm in it a little bit early because I feel like we missed that dip the last time. If it still comes back in, yeah, hit those bangs. Let's go. We'll see what happens now with GameStop back up to the upside. But if you're a trader, I'm here for you. Let's go right now. We've talked about these positions. We like Apple. We like GameStop. I like the stock. What you got over there?
Tesla's at 99. So 180 break about to income on Tesla. No break. Okay, I was just staring at it. We just got to 179.99 on Tesla. I'm going to put an edge A stop in there. That's been way
Is that a 1 minute chart?
3 minute.
Oh, 3 minutes. Okay,
So, yeah, you know what? I find, and I know a lot of people will look at 1 minute charts. These breaks are a little bit easier to see sometimes for some people if you look at a 1 minute. I like a 3 minute. You can see consolidation sometimes better on a 1 minute. I feel like that just gets me out of. I don't like it. I feel like.
So what is the idea here? Short in front of 180?
No. I'm not taking. I don't want to short a strong stock at any kind of a high. I just don't want to be doing that. Like, I'll take a break trade and I can have a tight stop and like risk it to 80 or something like that. But if I'm going to short something, it should be a weak stock. It should be something trending down. Tesla ripped so many faces off today. Like, I thought it was going to be a relatively weak day. Like, I wouldn't have pegged this as being stronger percentage-wise than NVIDIA. There's no chance. I feel like when it surprises a lot of people, I don't want to be fighting it in any stretch of the imagination. So I'm looking for the breakout here.
Look at Apple.
Anytime you stare at it,
Right.
it just went to 99 for the third time and just pulled back. So as long as it keeps putting in higher lows, I'm still going to take the breakout. But you just got to be patient for it. It hasn't quite broached that level yet.
I mean, Apple right now is now almost $1 in the money on our last punch. Like, what is even, what, if you're not, and again, Neil's waiting for Tesla, that's cool. But I mean, Apple has been the obvious, easiest trade for the last 2 days. It's why yesterday we had the big trade and why today we're just, look what we're doing. Boom. I mean, and again, that's why I asked Neil about what his trade idea was, right? He talked about giving 20 cents worth of risk to Tesla there. That's the kind of stuff, like, you got to know your trade before you're into it. And I mean, look at this Apple. I mean, it is, I didn't even, for this example, I didn't even have a stop in. I just took the long and was like, all right, we'll deal with it when it happens, because that's how confident we are on this trade. I mean, dip by there. We were just long 216.70. It's at 219. Like, you're like, I don't, I've already said this, and I think that if you, I mean, what are we, Neil? What are we even doing right now? I mean, there we go, another dollar, $1.10 in the money here on Apple as we just break through these levels. We don't even have Powell on the damn podium yet, and we're doing all of this stuff. Oh yeah, by the way, your boy is here as well. Shout out to GameStonkers right now. I mean, look where we're long on this one. We're long on GameStop at 60s. Let's take a piece out right now. There it is right there. Let's go. Let's spin it again. Today, Apple monster, GameStop, NVIDIA, Oracle, Palantir, Tesla. Let's just keep on going. I mean, this is what we're doing. We're at the high of the day. We don't plan on losing this trophy here. Let's be smart about it. Today's a monster day, my biggest day, probably in months. Yeah, we're really happy to be doing it right there. Here we go. There's that dip buy in GameStop. So it comes right into the levels that, again, we talked about. And thank you for asking, where do you learn about day trading? Well, you want to learn about this. We just gave you GameStop right there, which is a pretty nice one. Take 50 cents if you want it. Apple mooning as well, pulling back a little bit, and that's why we took some out. But Apple, nicely done, up to 219.50, man. How's your Tesla trade?
I can tell you right now, wishing I'd been in the Apple break. I like a consolidation breakout. The longer it holds, sometimes it's going to be like it's coiling up. But if you were shorting this at 99, I'm not going to do it. But if you were shorting this at 99, you've probably been scalping it 3 or 4 times off this level. I just feel if you like a stock in a certain direction, I'm always going to go in that direction. I learned my lesson with that. Specifically, it was on Apple at 180. So we're still looking for that breakout trade. I'm not really into GameStop just yet, but I'm going to pull this up. I don't want to get away from the level 2 on Tesla because that's what I think is going to happen next for me. But this level here at 29.10, I was going to take a break out of the local high up here, but with that dip down in, I'm waiting at 28.30, so that's where I liked it on GME. We could still get filled. But if we don't ever breach 28.5 and all these wicks just resolve to hold higher, then a break of this local top here at about 29.15 can be a decent setup for it. So I like the fact that you're rejecting everything underneath 29 even. I'm still on the bid. I want tighter to 28, but if we never get it, I don't mind breaking out the top on GME. Just want to show you my black chart, and I'll throw it back up there. Still not much happening in some of these other names. I know Google's looking relatively weak, at least a little bit relatively weak. But I'm just going to be on Tesla until Powell hits the podium. This either breaks or it doesn't. I can go dip buy hunting back into 178.5, but if it's in 20 cents, then I know they could come any second now, and you want to be ready for it. Talked about that in the lesson of the day. You know, make sure you stay in your lane. I don't want to be sitting on a level 2 of, let's just say, Microsoft, and then Tesla breaks 180, and then that's the trade I was sitting here wanting to get. If it wins, it wins. If it loses, at least it's the one that I want, and it's the one I know I want here at this 180 on Tesla. A little bit late to the party, but it's very well dressed with this double top.
Mm-hmm. And I mean, you know, we talk about this all the time. I mean, it's just like, you know, you got to sit there and look down and say, all right, how has the strategies been working for us, right? And I think that yesterday we had this trade with Apple and it was working out, and it continues the momentum forward. We talk about day 2 plays all of the time around here. But let's look at something else. What else do you guys want to look at? Let's check out what the banks are doing. JP Morgan, let's have a quick look at JPM. Again, I believe, now I'm out of this name. Now I got out way early, man. I mean, I didn't think this was going up to 200. I think we talked about where we had gotten out here. I was going to say 160, but I'm thinking, yeah, I was going to say, no surprise, I remember this level. This looks like a Sean level that we would get out at. Comes right back up, hits 160, drops down to 135. Your boy gets nervous, comes back up and gets out. Right, so we got out of the majority of these shares, probably in and around here. Daryl and everybody else knows sort of how we were trading this name in the pandemic, and we were long JP Morgan $80 and things like that. It's kind of the same thing with some of those square fills down there at 35 and watch that thing run up. But I still think the banks, I mean, now that we have this one rate cut that's kind of been built in, you'll start to see the banks probably try to react a little bit better with some more certainty in the rate environment. So I'll just wait for this move to break back higher above the 50-period moving average, which could be right here, right now, at 195. So we'll wait to see if that's going to be a play. But another name that I was thinking about getting involved with at some point is going to be Berkshire, because they're just into everything. So I like a lot of value. But again, this name has been pretty flat pretty much all year. I mean, obviously from the first of the year, we had a big move. But if you go back into February, we're kind of at these levels. And a lot of that is because of the pullback, of course, with the financials. I'm just surprised that we're still down like this and we don't have a huge move up because of Apple. Like, I'm just really surprised. I thought I'd be looking at Berkshire and we would have broke a little bit higher. So I'm going to have to look to see what's up with that.
There was news with a 180 broke on Tesla here.
Nice.
The high of the day is what was 180.27. It is now 35. I just took some out in front of the previous high of the day. I actually got a price of 180. And I was looking at it. My order triggered before it broke, which thank goodness it actually broke, because there might have been like a dark pool print at the half print or something, but there was still an offer when I got filled at 180. Sometimes a stop trigger will do that, and you got to punch out because it doesn't actually break. In this case, it is going. So Tesla is continuing to go to the upside, going to ring the register out in front of the next $0.50 break in there. I missed GameStop again. I'm sitting at 44. I went Daryl Strawberry on GameStop and it decided not to fill me. So that breakout could happen on GME. It's about 29.20. That's where I'm going to look for it. But if we missed it, we missed it. So we waited for Tesla. It's starting to go higher. The NASDAQ's at high of the day with 90 seconds. Sorry, check that. 30 or 40 seconds until Powell hits the podium. Remember, he's going to get a bunch of questions. He'll avoid saying anything directly. But I'd rather be in something in the right direction with the market or with the stock's trend as opposed to fighting anything at this particular moment. So I'm still going to have that 20-cent stop on it. If we lose 80s, then we're getting out. If we break 181, I'll hold on to a third of it. And okay, one last chance for you, GameStop. I don't want to move my bids, but like, come on. Like, either it's going to fill down here off of the previous low, or we're just going to have to take this breakout and maybe make a bit of an adjustment because we just missed it twice.
Yeah, we'll just go a little cow action on this one because that is what GameStop's been. We just took another fill out there at 90. So again, we're only taking 30 cents back and forth here. Now we're holding half to see if we get a little bit of a bigger move now on this play. So again, it's $1 in the money on Apple. We clearly are all over that. $1 in the money on NVIDIA, and then GameStop is what we're looking for. Is it good, CompuCare team? Is it good to sell all Tesla share now ahead of its voting? I don't think the voting really matters that much, to be honest with you. We've talked about it. I don't love the stock of Tesla here. I'm not buying anymore, but I do like Tesla. I mean, it's not, I'm not talking about the day trade, just talking about it as a company. I think there's some opportunity there, and I think most of you would probably agree with that. So I would still say, like, stay in the pocket with your Tesla trade, but at the same time, be wary that it could break down. I mean, there's so many tailwinds for so many names, and I just find that, like, Tesla just doesn't get the love sometimes. Yep, I understand that. No, she's just saying Powell's on the mic. I mean, he's on the mic every time at 3:30, so we will not expect him to give us a phone call, but if he does, then I'll pick it up. So if Powell calls here, I'll pick it up and let you know what he says. But other than that, Brendan's going to have any of the breaking sort of rhetoric or whatever you want to call it that Powell's going to be spewing right now. So that's Tesla, and this is Apple. We're going to wait to see what happens.
Yeah, absolutely. I was actually just under my breath. I was like, when you mentioned Tesla, was like, did you remember about GM? Because I know you had said you were thinking about selling some.
No, I remember no rest for the wicked.
I put my stink offer
podcast.
today. I said in the midday show that I was going to sell a portion of my personal Apple shares at $222.22. I'd call it a stink offer because the likelihood that it gets there anytime soon is pretty low. So we got that dip. I said I get 44s. I was on the bid at 44 in GameStop. If we get back up to those 29s, going to try to take some out, but we're starting to come back in here on GME. It's actually down 8%. If it breaks the low here, 10% down would sit at $27 and change. And I don't want to ignore that. That would be SSR. If this goes SSR, I think that gets spicy. Tesla pulling right back to that 180 level as Powell takes the podium. I don't mind getting out and then looking for strength right back above the 180, but it's holding 180, at least in the short term, for Tesla. Some weakness was in Google. We were looking for potential, Alphabet right here, just wicked 177.20. I should probably be in this. GameStop just took 28, so I'm out of GameStop. It couldn't hold on to the 28. SSR, as I said, will be at about $27.50. It'll be short sell restricted. I love bounces off SSR, but it's not there just yet. It is getting close.
Yeah, there goes GameStop to the downside. And again, this is why you take profits, right? I mean, I'm not short anything, but we've already taken our profits on this. We only have 20% left. 25% left of this name. If this comes back in and breaks through 218, then we will get out of Apple. I don't even have a stop on this trade, like I said. So let's just do that right now. 217.97. We'll get out if it breaks it. But hey, we're not even thinking about getting out yet here on Apple. So nice move right there. Nice move for Nvidia. That continues to hold fort now as well. I know Neil was in Tesla. I still like that move. That's now broken back down below. So we're not going to worry about that. Qualcomm, you just mentioned Google, AMD. Someone said Elf Cosmetics. What are you, trolling me again? Because of my lovely wife, Jesus. When this name was at 140 on earnings, she's like, you should just buy this name. That's it right there. We even talked about it on the show. She was in the chat. So shout out to you, Marissa. I love you. That would have been a great move, buying 140 up to 202 right now for that as that goes. GameStop continues to move lower, of course, as we got out of that break. But that's why we take money. Money, money, money. We talk about that. Take that fill, then get out when it breaks. So that's sort of the benefit of playing it when the momentum is there. And then obviously as the whole market falls down, so there goes GME. So we'll wait to see if we can get anything back in on that name. For me, I'm still going to stick with the sticky note level that we wrote down earlier of $26. So that's on there. We'll wait to see if GameStop gets to that level. Other than that, man, we'll still stay where we are right now here today.
Yeah, so Tesla broke the 80, got to 179.40. I'm like, my stop was going to be that 20 pennies, so we did take it out. That's a real wick. It really did get that far down there, so you are getting that whipsaw action. Obviously, Powell's on the podium. You can see he's in the bottom corner, so you can get the captions in there if you're interested in what he's saying. Unless we're getting right back above the 180, holding some bids in there, I'm going to wait for an obvious turn. If we get a support level, great. I think 178 looks pretty darn good. If that even happens, Google just missed what I think was the opportunity there on Alphabet. I just flipped to it. I don't want to chase that down. If I'm getting in, my stop would be 177.25. So chasing it 50 cents in when support is 30 cents. It's 30 cents from its low. It's 50 cents into the move. So, it's like kind of like a swing and a miss down through 177, but I'm not going to chase it outside the zone. It's about an 80 cent range on Google, so when it's traveled 40 or 50, I don't want to be punching in those lows. As mentioned, GameStop, it's kind of like a moving target to the downside. There's SSR, and then Sean already mentioned the 26 level. It's not a guarantee it bounces at 10% down, but if it so happens to bounce at 10% down, then I'd be looking for a long off that level.
All right, Powell is remaining highly attentive to inflation risks, is what I'm hearing, which he is obviously data dependent, as they keep on saying. Everybody says, hey man, let's review some Oracle. Oracle is going to be, well, Apple will be there, but Oracle actually, I just put on Apple, but Oracle is going to be a very, very top stock there, and it's just one trade. And it was a good one here today. You want me to look at it? We will. There's Oracle all the way up to 140. We see it bounce off there a couple times. I'm a support and resistance trader with Catalyst. Oracle had earnings. Catalyst check. resistance check up here at 140. That's just checked up at 140 again, back down to 139. There's $1 about as fast as you can get it on that trade. And then there it is all the way to the 200 period where we took on that trade another $3 or $4 on Oracle. So it's like, again, you're seeing the difference in trading styles, right? Sometimes worth holding, sometimes not. And this one, and for me, on Oracle, when we thought we had the top there, we definitely were able to hold this one all the way back in. And everybody saw me do this live on the show. So again, we talked about liking the short, we put it on, and then it was a bank down to the downside and creating, again, another opportunity for wealth. And then, you know what? Honestly, just stick with what we're doing over here. This is part of it. You know, look at Apple, right? Like, since we've been back on air right now, Apple, we've gotten long 216.80s. So that right now, Neil, is $3 in the money. This is why you trade stocks that aren't yawns. You have to trade stocks that are moving. All right, we talked about that with Oracle, P&L number 2 on the show. P&L number 1 on the show, NVIDIA. Okay, P&L number 3 on the show, Apple. Okay, those are 3 stocks that are moving around. Now, a stock that is not very profitable, that we just took an L on, I'm happy to trade it, is GameStop. Again, another stock that's moving around. I think it's worth looking at these names. So is GameStop SSR on our system? Yes. It says E here, so that normally means yes. If we don't have anything SSR, I'll just say N there, or nothing. So I think GameStop will be SSR today. But there goes Apple right now. I'm not going short at GameStop, so I don't know. There's Apple right now again. Thank you, Mr. Fabian or Mr. Sharif, as we start to go back up to the upside. So there it is, man. So far what we've put on for you, $3 winner here on Apple. Then we got reloaded and added to this position on the high of the day break, which is another $1.50 for you. So hopefully, you know, you're trading here, you're able to see some of these moves and learning from this, because I'm learning every day as well. Trade the strong names. We just bounced off 220 there for Apple, only a quarter left. I'm going to hold this until the cows come home. So a break of 218. We may even reload it, but that's my level. We're not dumping anything until we break back down below 218. Come on, Jerome, say something again.
Yeah, he's not really saying anything crazy. They're doing the question. You guys can see in the bottom, like that's Bob Pisani, I think, asking a question. So he's going to get into the question. That's usually when it gets a little bit more exciting. The bull is blocking it. So look, at the end of the day, you've got to try to trade your own style. I love the fact that Tesla is making a bit of a bounce. We don't get 178 in here. It's got a $2 range, top into bottom. But if you're taking a top break, remember, this only went about 50 pennies into 180. And I always say, when in doubt, zoom out. So when I zoom it out, there's room on this up to like 182. This is the big top last week. So I just want to put in perspective. The reason I like Tesla above 180, and I should have zoomed out the first time when I showed you guys this chart. It is trying to break what has been a long consolidation. There's your 180 resistance. There's your double top at 182. So I think you've got some range to be captured in here. It just has to hold this bid, maybe even make some fresh highs. I don't mind these dip buys, but this one's got a little bit of room. You got to be able to find those key levels, look at the stocks that you're involved in that you like, and then try to stick with them. Like GameStop, actually, I think it tagged SSR by about a penny or two, but I was over on Tesla, and it bounced about 70, 80 cents. I didn't think it got 10% down, but I think it actually tagged it by about 1 or 2 cents. You can do the math yourself, though. So it's a good level. I said it was an automatic buy down there, but sometimes that's where you get a bit of a turn when a stock is heading into the downside. So Tesla's having trouble holding the bid above 180. If I don't get that, then I got to look for an even dollar bid on a dip buy instead.
Ooh-wee. Oh, man, there goes GME. Good hold by all you guys down there as we bounce off 27.50. Congratulations again to that. And as we congratulate, we talk about feeling some good vibes around here, right? If we're going to talk about stocks that we've been trading here on the show and whatnot, I'm going to give a big shout out to Obi, because right now, Obi, number 3 position here. So he's on the podium. So let's give a big shout out there to Obi today. And I would shout out Brankles, but I don't know if he wants me to, so we will not do that. But congratulations, Brankles, who's there as well. So again, some big shows there. Yeah, you can clap for that, Patrick. There you go. That's awesome. So congrats, Obi, Brankles. Congrats to everybody trading here today again live. it's tough to trade live. And I'm just shutting out Obi. A lot of you know Obi, love Obi, and so do we. So shout out to him. Again, Obi will be here for me in a month because your boy got summoned for jury duty. So July 17th, Obi will be here, and then I will. Yeah, not really. It's just they're gonna ask me some questions. At which point I will give very, very harsh political views and hopefully get booted off of the jury.
It actually works.
Nah, but under oath I wouldn't do that. Of course, I would just do what is natural. And hey, if I get chosen, it just means more Obi and Neil. So guess what? Everybody wins. So right there, that'll be good. I hate taking time off the market, but for jury duty, I guess I will do my civic duty and do that. So that's going to be fun. We got
Sometimes they get a plea bargain, man. I got so lucky. They call us in. They're like dividing us up, and then all of a sudden, in the middle of the process, the guy comes in the room and he's like, "Yep, we don't need you anymore." So we got like a half day and we're chilling. I got lucky that regard. I don't want to do it.
I already told Brendan I'm supposed to be there at 8:30. Hopefully I get dismissed 8:45 and we'll be right back in the seat to fire it up for all you that day. You could check out, I'll be tweeting that day and you guys will know if I'm here or not, or you just watch the show. But that's July 17th. That's a month away from now. Just something to talk
July
about.
17th.
And by the way, tomorrow would be, that would be next week or the weekend. Look at this, man. It's just now $2 in the money, AKA $5 in the money from our initial dip buy opportunity right there at, $4 at 216.50. Look at this, man. There's 220. 220 on Apple right now. Probably worth adding to this position as it just rips higher. We're now $2 in the money. And there it is right there. Yeah, Dan McIsaac. I will tell them I like the stock, and we'll see what they say there, Mr. Bailiff. I like the stock. And, we'll get going on it. Of course, I think it'd be cool. I would love to sit in a jury. I hope I'm there and can able to see something go down and just be part of the process. I've never been part of that. And I said to the wife, I was really sad when I got it, but I thought it would be real cool to sit there and do that. So I'm going to go and hope to get picked and have that experience. So I'm excited for that as we go, of course. And just joking, I'm not going to say anything negative about that, but I'm going to tell them I'm a day trader and we have the show. So they might not want to choose me anyways because I speak in front of 100,000 people every day, but that might be something that they're going to deal with, not me. I am thumbs up on that. All right, GameStop still dancing around. We are $1.70 in the money on Apple and 70 cents in the money on NVIDIA, and we're just adding to the levels. I think we'll probably break this long on Apple and take a 220 break because, again, we could fail immediately on it. If it does, we'll probably hold it back 50 cents, 70 cents or so on a fake breakout through 220. So let me put an offer up here to get out in case that is the high, and we'll just put on just ho-hum. I mean, this is 216, it's 220. We'll put 350 there, plus we'll add this into it, get it out at 220, then go long on a break. It's Brendan's world, we all live in it.
Just real quick, guys, he was talking or directly asked about this morning's number and basically said it's progress and moving in the right direction, but they, guess what, still need more data.
They always need more data.
Don't we all?
Yeah, so like as you were saying that, like I have my stop set at the 220 level. I mean, anything that's setting up an even dollar break in trend, I liked Tesla to 180. It did end up working out just not as much as I would have liked. Tesla's at 179.50 and doesn't seem to want to go any higher. So the next available break that I can see is going to be the 220 level. I was just sitting on my breath. I could get filled this afternoon. This stock was at $215, I'm pretty sure, when I put an offer on my personal account at 22s. But if it gets there, it gets there. I'll probably have scalped out of it. We're 15 minutes into things. The NASDAQ is rolling down a little bit here. So I want to go back over to Alphabet. It's still in the exact same range, Google. 70-cent range on Google. Market, when it was trying to go higher, this was not making much of an effort. It's giving it the old college try, and the result is kind of like junior high action for Google. So unfortunately, this one's weak. If it gets back into the 77s, I'll try the short again, but I don't want to chase it. If the range is 70 pennies, then I'm not putting in 40 cents worth of risk. I want it at 77 even, so I can give it to those quarters. So we're going to get the next move, which should be a break of 220. I wanted to mention that we haven't really talked about crypto. Bitcoin bounced decently. This is a 3-minute chart of Bitcoin. 68.8, caught a little bit of a bottom. inside range, but if you're tracking, a good bid came in at the early support at 68.8. I had my eyeballs on Mara just in case that broke down. Mara would have looked like an opportunity, maybe for a sell off that 21, but it didn't happen. Bitcoin held on to trend. So, Mara, I wouldn't short it unless Bitcoin is falling apart. But if Bitcoin lost that support level, I might look at Mara underneath VWAP. Free locates on Mara, so we don't have to pay for shorts or anything.
All right, because this is a trading show, we'll talk trading, and look what just happened. Apple right there, monster trade again for Apple, out there at 220. So again, long there on this dip buy into the 200 period. We say, who's Powell? Nice dip buy there, and then the break of the high of the day. Well explained, I feel like, and obviously here, hopefully well traded, as we will just sit here and wait. Still, Powell's still yapping a little bit, so we'll see what that's all about. But for right now, I'm still taking a 220 break on Apple. I like the stock. After that, we could watch out for Tesla, but I'm not going to do that. All right, what else is up there? Palantir, we can look at Palantir, we can look at Meta. Let's have a quick look at Palantir. Palantir is going to be a flat stock for us today because it did break right there at the bottom. So again, here it is. Longs, 24, out 24. I mean, we were doing this while you guys were here, 24.17, and then we held about, maybe it was 10%, maybe a little bit less. Then we did average it back in here at 24, then a little bit more at 90, then a drop down through 85. So, excuse me, the minute that broke, we're getting out. So it is going to be a cup of coffee, but we are, again, just to talk about it, we are failed on Palantir. It did not print out for me. So we are negative on it, but if we had 99 problems, Palantir is definitely not one of them. Today's biggest problem for me really is going to be Tesla. We hit it and quit it off the sticky note, and that was real quick right there. So we take about, I think it was about a 30 or 40 cent hit, maybe maximum, right there. There goes Apple. Apple just broke through. We said, so again, I'm using appropriate shares here to judge this move. I said that there could be a pullback. It looks like that's what's happening right now for Apple. So let's average into a little bit more here in the pullback. We took the break of 220. You probably, I don't know if you have it or not.
Exactly 220 again. Like, that's a weird price to get. Like, you shouldn't get that. That's actually a bad fill. Like, to be, but I know it sounds weird to say, but I generally don't like it to get the even dollar price, because that means on some level, the second it broke the level, someone was immediately offering it again. And I ended up working out on Tesla, but that's not some guarantee that it's going to continue to work here on Apple. This is obviously a bigger mover, so I'm giving it to the 50 level. But I don't like the way that happened, because it essentially means that the second that printed above, someone jumped right back on the offer at 220, and then you're able to actually get a fill in there. So I'll go dip by hunting at like 19 or 18 or something like that. But when it comes to that breakout, I don't like it at all. So you're right. I'd slap the fail on that break.
I'm wrong too.
I'm just not it's a very weird thing that happened on both stocks. It's a rare that you get a breakout where I'm saying I'm not buying until it's at 220.01, and I'm firing an order all the way up to like, I think 25 is where I put it to, and I get filled at the even dollar. And so that means the algos might be in control of that one. If we get a good dip buy, I'd like it to be into a support, which would be about 18.5. So I think looking for that at about 19 could be the spot. And the other part about it, just like earlier today, I don't mind taking breakouts twice. We did it yesterday with Apple, and the second one was better than the first. So I don't mind doing that again. Like, if it just takes out the high again, I'm just going to go long 220 again. I don't care. It's a strong enough stock that it should be worth it if it does eventually go.
Yeah, we're playing with big time house money here, and I'm not, like I said, completely different strategies, right? I'm not getting out of this Apple trade until we break back down below 219. So right now we're in this trade. It's an amazing 30 cents against us. That is not an out for me. So we'll wait to see what winds up happening. Maybe take more long as it goes. You got a good fill there. I got 220.11s on that break. So the high of the day, 220.15 right there. But I didn't. again, like I didn't trigger till 02 or 03, so I probably got a little bit of a blast up there, which is fine for me. All right, so here comes Apple. Let's, no, that's because I averaged in.
Oh.
Yeah, remember?
I thought we got...
Fortune favors the bold there, and we just took a little price right there at 219.70. So yeah, Neil's correct there. That's my price says 220, but I looked when you said that I was like, what? Did it not break? But yeah, I got 220.11s. So I used Fox River in a different stop there. So that was good. That stop has been fantastic.
Quick look here. I know obviously Apple's breaking higher and been really strong, but the banks are rolling over.
Yeah, we looked at JP Morgan.
You mentioned JP Morgan. BAC looks like it's trend down. There isn't even a green candle here since Powell took the podium. It's been all red. So if you're looking for something, I know I was talking about Google and all that good stuff. You know what, I don't have my stop word to take this long again. So I said I was taking the break a second time. So I'm just getting my Apple stop in, that's all. So if it breaks it a second time, I will be into Apple. And there we go. No, but BAC, no red candles, no green candles on this one. If we are gonna roll lower, why not look at what has been bad the entire time? So BAC can't hold VWAP, it's underneath 39.5. Let's just go a little bit further here. It's actually breaking down off of a previous high.
Come on, Apple.
Rejecting. So I do like this potential short. We get like a 39.5. If you go back into prior support, I'd look to short this bank name. Obviously, if it starts doing a huge volume spike to the upside off something Powell said, I might change my mind. But they're bleeding on these. They're bleeding the banks here. So whatever he's saying, which I'm not really paying too much attention to, I'm just watching price action, does not being recepted well for BAC. So I'd look to short a pop here back into 39.50. Support to resistance, pretty simple strategy.
Yeah. What about GameStop? 28.
SSR bounce was good on GameStop.
All right, so the stock that was really exciting to me to go short, and we said this, but we set it up here at 186.80 just as we came on the show. I mean, we're like, let's look for some shorts, and I'm like, yeah, let's look at Amazon because it was under the 50-period moving average. Since then, Amazon has only gone down about $1.20 or $1.30. So again, taking opportunities there on Amazon should have been had, and we did not have it. So I could have just punched short. I was waiting for a retracement up. Very dangerous to be punching things while Fed is still talking. Obviously, you saw that happen with Apple there. But Amazon, again, maybe a 50-period punch back to the short side. If it comes back up and then breaks lower, we can try that. I still like this 186. Like, I still like this level, which is the one that we had liked before. It's just we had missed it. So let's wait to see if it gets back up to 186.50. It still has to go, and I'm not sure it does. That is Amazon. NVIDIA is going to turn against us in a couple seconds. It's been really just doing this. This is, if you can't see where my out is, then please zoom in a little bit more. You could see these little takeouts right there. If we break through 50, we've already had this out from here, so just a little bit lower here on NVIDIA, and we will be out. We are now reloaded in this name, so let's see what happens here with Apple as we take that bid down here, hopefully back up to the upside. If they break 219, then we're going to get out of this. We are playing with big-time house money. Here comes Apple. We're long at 80s right now. If we can get back up there, maybe we'll take a piece out, but this is risky because someone's going to ask Powell something and it's going to break down or rip up. And it's just like, that's not reaction to the stock. That's just reaction to the macro of what the day brings. So I'm going to get stopped out on Apple here if it breaks lower. I still love the stock and I still love this name, but looks like it is going to try to break lower right now, AAPL. And if it does it, it does it. And we'll just get out. I mean, we are well equipped for this risk. So there it is, 219. It looks like it's going to go. If this wasn't Powell right now, I would probably give it a little bit more room. But again, just because of the day, let's get a piece out, or let's get it all out actually. If we break through 219, that's the offer that I have right now. So we'll do that and regroup it on Apple. The best trades are when he leaves. So hopefully when that happens, there we go. We'll take out some 30s now on Apple just to relieve some pressure. We're long at 77s. So here it comes back up. Maybe we'll take a 50 and then just let the rest breathe because we were almost close. We were close to getting clocked there out at 219 break. So a little bit of relief taken out. Powell still yapping. So, more to come.
Improvement in, okay, really? Inflation is improving a little bit here?
Yes, it is.
So Pat yourself on the back, Mr. Powell. What you did worked. So I elected the wrong move, which was to wait for a 219 bounce and try to catch it on the way back. But if we can get it on Apple, we will. I made an error. I said we had free locates on Mara. We actually don't. We got to pay for them at Real Trading. They are 1/8 of 1 cent per share on Mara. And Bitcoin did break support, and we are getting underneath VWAP. So if we take out 250 on Mara, I'm looking for short under VWAP. It's not there yet, but I had to pay for them. The whopping cost, if you get 100 shares, it's like 12 cents for 100 shares to go short on Mara, which is essentially free. So I know if you're complaining, hey, how could you go short Mara? I can't get it to my broker. We can here, which is a big advantage, I think, here at Real Trading. Pretty much everything is going to be easy to borrow, but every now and then you got to throw a few pennies at it just for that privilege. So I'm sitting on the bid here at 219.11. If we get it, great. I'll probably give this just underneath the 219 for a stop on Apple. It's a strong one at this point. BAC is trying to catch a bid. I do want to short back into that going into VWAP on the banks. Powell's not really saying anything. I don't think that's... he hasn't said anything shocking anybody.
Yeah, no, he's not doing anything that's shocking anybody, but come on, Apple. Let's go. Let's get this thing singing again, man. We've been buying these dips throughout, right? Let's go. We just take some outs at 50 here. If we can get this going, we'll be real happy with this trade. Let's go, Apple, breaking through 220. I mean, I am like, this Apple move, wow. It took a minute for these guys to get going, and then once we broke that 2 bills, it was like, see ya later. Nice upside move there for Apple and continuing higher again. And we just trust the process, man. We trust the damn process. Buy dips in Apple, put money in the board. Hey, look, for me, this is a positive name today. So we're playing with house money. Let's see if we can get going. It came right into our levels, and we did exactly what we said we would do. Buy the dips. This got to 219. This got to 219 O's. Right there. So, if you're waiting for a 219 dip, Merry Christmas, you got it, and there's 60 cents. So if you want to ring the register on that, you can. I still think we break higher. It's almost 3 o'clock. We've done real well holding out for this. Now Apple comes right back to flat. Remember what our price was, $219.77? So, this Apple trade could be a doozy and a big winner. So let's get going back up to the upside. We did take out some pressure there on that name. We'll see where it goes. GameStop, red on this name just because of this little move here. But again, just like Palantir, what we're red on is 5% of what we're green on. Like it's not even that. So we'll wait to see if GameStop can get going. It looks like it's trying to. I almost think this is a great break, 28.70 or so, this little recent level, because you're going to be above the 50-period moving average. But the ultimate conservative sort of level is 29.15, 29.20, only $1 from now. I like the stock breaking back above there. And you know what, Neil?
Oh my God.
Apple is back. Huge move back up to the upside right now. Let's take a piece out here at 83s, and now let's see if we can go back. This is what happens, man. We talk about this. This is the trade style, right? We talked about holding it back against us, so now let's go back up to the upside. Here goes Apple. I know you're taking the 220 break again. I am not, because we're already in this name. Now 50 cents in the money. Hey, because we're back up here, let's just do it again. Let's put some more money back into our pocket here on Apple and take a damn 94 print right there. Dara, how you doing? How you doing? She's doing well. Okay, there we go. Breakthrough. Yeah, no problem. A breakthrough 220. Now goes Apple. Neil, let's see if it's there. Hopefully this time we have better luck.
I just threw the stop order back in there. When if a stock is like $1, $2 away from a breakout price, I tend to cancel the order because I don't want it getting there in one candle and then you wick the top. I'd rather it gradually move up and watching it into the level, but the stop order's back in. I got BAC. We mentioned shorting BAC back into previous support levels, so it just came into 45s. I got, 44 technically. I got 42s to the short side. Mara I paid for the locates, but then Mara's not holding underneath VWAP. So this candle is about 20 cents on BAC. That's what we'll look to capture. Apple is right back at the top. It hasn't broken yet, but if it breaks, we are going to take this one again. I said we'd take the long one more time. You know what I just realized? I thought I hit enter on that. Okay, well, we still got time. It hasn't broken just yet. There we go. When using, we have different stop orders here. When using like an Edge A, which I think is the best fills here at Real Trading, everyone's going to be different. I think it's been pretty good. This one will actually show up where my limit order is going to go. So you know how far I'm crossing. You can actually see the line in there. I tend on Apple, you've been getting it. You cross 25 cents, you'll get it no problem. Sometimes on NVIDIA, you got to go more. But got to have a break to get a break. It has not taken out the top just yet. When it does, I'm no issues getting back into it. We had a dip in the futures. If the trend is up after Powell gets on the podium, then I want to be playing long and strong stocks. And if you're short something, BAC hasn't really caught much of a bid until just about now. So risking really 4 cents on BAC where my stop is, and then we'll have this break if it does get there. I'm still thinking about the original breakout on GameStop that I wanted. The dip buy was no good, but 29.15, that's the one I was going to take before that move to the downside on GME. Right there off 29.15. So I don't know if I just don't go right back into that well. There's $1.50 room to get to VWAP. There's $1 to that 30 level. So still plenty of action. And we've seen this rip in power hour time after time. So I'm going to get that stop right back in there. As always, scalp trading in for me on this. We're going to take some out all the way up to the 30 if it does, in fact, break.
Yeah, so again, that's just what you were talking about before. We take that, you punched out at 219.50 or whatever it was the first time. So if you just make 50 cents back, then it's a flat trade on Apple, right? That's part of the risk management. I think that's something that here at Real Trading we talk about all of the time. All right, so because I want to, this is the highlighter. Yeah, you're gross. All right, so here we go, man. 220 break higher here on Apple. We're already in this, baby. We can't. Let's go. Let's go. Diamond hands or not, man. Remember we talked about confidence. Thanks to Dara for that quote. I mean, and it's just like we talk about buying the dips. Right, there's the first dip by 260, 217. Boom, there's the next. This is a breakout of the day's high, and there's a breakout again. Trust the stock. Nice move again there right now. Neil's back into the long. You might be the rub on this, my guy. Let's wait to see what happens. Get going now, Apple. Let's go. Nope, didn't work. All right, let's go, Apple. Breakthrough 220. Hey, we're already in the money 50 cents on this. Let's take another piece right now because it did fail on that break. So there it goes, man. We'll just keep stacking it up. Apple, a hell of a positive name on this side. Let's see what winds up happening now. Come on, man. Let's break through this 220 and get going for once and for real because I think once we break up and we get to like that 220.50 level, then I think it'll continue to March. So just need that last little bit of confirmation. But hey, we're long. We've been printing on this name. We're at the high of the day so far for this. And it's just been NVIDIA's been the sleepy one, but I'm pretty happy with this Apple trade.
Yeah, I'm not happy with it. I just took it out again. It could not hold that high. About halfway into yesterday's afternoon move. If you're watching yesterday in Apple when we were trading it, I like to try to keep it like strategy when it is working, trend to the upside. And when it's not working for me, I've given half what I made in the afternoon yesterday just to keep it in reference. Yesterday was about as easy. From 3 o'clock on, there's one red candle. Today, see the choppy action. Maybe that's a Fed thing, but the break doesn't look like it's going to be good. I think the dip buy is the way to go. I've got to stop on GameStop, but GameStop just turned around again, so I don't think we're going to grab that one, unfortunately. And as I said, Mara, no hold under VWAP. So I paid for the locates. It's a sunk cost at this point, but as I said, it's really cheap. So you have them in there just in case it starts breaking down. Bitcoin was looking weak, and then we got back higher. Just because you've paid for shorts doesn't mean you should short it if it doesn't give you what you want. And we talk about this all the time. Like, you don't have to put on a trade just because you've made that sunk cost. I know traders that are like, they've said that they don't like paying for shorts because then they feel like they're going to force a trade. I feel like you should just be disciplined enough to pay for the shorts so you have them in the back pocket, but then not take the trade unless it sets up. So that's going to be the approach that I'm taking. I'm always paying for it if there's a chance they're useful. I hate to be in a situation where a great trade sets up and you could have been ready to go, but you elected not to be prepared. So that's just not me.
All right, well, we're always prepared over on this side. Not always. And there goes Amazon. Okay, let me see what's happening there. We've really liked this short on Amazon. Hopefully you're saying there it goes upside. Okay, good. So here comes Amazon right back up to the upside. So let's get ready to rock and roll. I like this short up here, so we're going to put it on for Amazon. Although I am nervous about our boy possibly leaving the podium at some point here and this market absolutely mooning on us. So let's just put a little bit on right now. We know we like this trade. trade. I was going to take it against this little level there, 68, but because we're fed and it's going to be moving around a little bit here today, again, you know, this is just a real trade again. Breaking through 187 is the stop. So we'll put on a baby spot right now. And what I mean by that, again, some baby shares are other people's defaults. So what I want to make clear is that right now I have on about 20% or so of what I'll take once by the time we're up here. So I still like this trade. We'll see if it can go in. There's something here at the 200 period, so let's put our next offer. And this is where we'll try to get about 50% of our position and then potentially rethink about this. All right, so we'll put on a position right here, add to it right now in the 60s because that's the 200 period trade that we like on Amazon. So hopefully that will come in. We already have more shares on this than we do on Apple, so let's wait to see what winds up happening right now in the market. Hopefully Amazon pulls back. I like to short up to 187, and in fact, just so I don't get carried away and start looking at something else, look at this, out, 187.02. So if we break that level, just make sure it got accepted, there it is. So that stop order's in right now to market me out on a break back above 187. So that's the level that I like. We're averaging it back in. Yeah, we're averaging back in the 60s. Let's see if this works for us on Amazon. Apple 20 cents in the money, Nvidia 50 cents in the money. Amazon flat trade, but a new one. You guys want new ideas? Here's one for me on Amazon.
Yeah, the new one for me is going to be, I'll explain the earlier trade on Longeveron a little bit later on, but it was at $1.50. So you'll understand that this was a key price level earlier on in the day, resistance into support. Thank you in the chat. I think it might have been Scott that was mentioning in the chat, hey, Neil, Longeveron's going. So I know you're watching the midday show because when it did this dip into $1.50, we had it here. It rejected 170 eventually. I probably held on. Didn't need to on that move. When it goes up there a second time, sometimes you can just get it all out. But if you're going to hold 150 again, the stop last time was $1.48. I'm trying to get long in front of 150 with $1.48 stop on Longeveron. It is a 5 million float. I don't think it's even that much short. It's only 3% short float. But anytime you do a reverse split, you know what happens. Sometimes they bounce eventually, but reverse split dies. Regains $1 today and is running to the upside on LGV. I'm trying to grab some at 53. Might have to step up to 54, 55 here, just a tad. I don't want to chase it too far. 75 is that top.
We're still, by the way, let's go. Hydration Nation. Who else is here? You got your water around, Hydration Nation?
I'm half done.
You're half done. Yeah, I'm trying to pound this back. I just put this in at the beginning of the show.
Actually, I thought I filled mine up, but obviously I didn't. There's no way I'm drinking that much water here. Come on, LGVN. Just one little take.
I filled mine up. All right, so.
Last time.
All right, Apple is now 50 cents in the money and still trying to go a little bit higher. As it goes higher, of course, we have to watch out for Amazon. I mean, hey, Amazon just touched my level there and I did not get filled. Let's take a little bit here at 58 then. It would just touch 65 where I was sitting. No, I thought we were going to get that there. We do not. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. That's fine. Serenity now. We'll wait to see if we can get that price again for us on Amazon. Hopefully we will. I just put a 58 to try to get something there on Amazon. We'll see if we get it. Apple, again, let's go to that one. Are you still? Oh, yeah, you're out of Apple. All right, so break back into 220. Are you taking it this time?
No, the breaks have been 0 for 2 this point.
Okay, right. So
I'm on the bid in front of 19, but it didn't actually give it to me here. Not trying to tell myself not to chase this on LGVN. So,
all right. I just wanted to see because like I don't. To me, I'll probably take look. We'll be $1 in the money, but I think we'll take a 220.50 break. Just because, like I said, I want to go long this name. It's really super working. It'll be a very, very top stock for me, and we just started trading this at 2 o'clock. So we knew the plan of action.
Oh, that was my chart the whole time. Sorry, yeah. I was just checking Tesla. I didn't realize you were talking about Apple.
No, you're not, you don't have to worry about anything. All right. Okay. Yeah, Neil, chill. It was just 3 seconds. All right, so I just want to say, like, you know, this is already just, and it goes to having a plan of action, right? We knew we wanted to dip by Apple, so we did that. We knew we wanted to break the high of the day, so we did that. We knew we wanted to break 220, so we did that. So that's 3 for 3. And I know Neil was saying the breakouts didn't work, but these 3 ideas have worked so far. So let's wait to see if if we could continue it, right? And so, and again, part of the podcast was, and we say this all the time, and it's stay in focused with what you're doing. Because the minute you start following somebody else, then it's not going to work, because then you may not even understand what their strategies are. So that's why I'm trying to keep real trading as sort of a thought in my head. To try to show you guys, you know, where I'm trading and what the logic is behind these trades, and then up to you guys to judge if that trading style, profitable or not, works out for you. You know,
there was a guy.
That's the thing.
You actually probably don't even know this, but I'm in my trainee group. I'm not
would
going to
have
say any names. You'd remember him. I've said a couple of things to describe him, but there was a point where I remember there was a trader in front of us, and I think it was a couple of guys you know. And
I mean, you can say their names.
He was
no
mirroring it. The guy that worked at the post office, and I remember there was a trader. There was a trader in front of us, a full-time trader when we were trainees, and he was looking at his screen for his positions. And if the guy got into position, he was like taking the next fill up, and it's like, okay, so this guy gets in at like, let's just say Oracle was $30. I have no idea, whatever. At 30.05 on a long in Oracle, and this guy would be long at like 6s or 7s every single time. And it's like, you can't do that. It just wouldn't work, because even if the guy scalps out of the trade and you're in late, and he was trying to copy the guy's positions, maybe he learned something off of it, but I just found you really can't do that. Even if you get it correct, you don't know what his stop is. You don't know the reason he's getting in. You don't know the characteristics of the stock if you're not trading it. Sorry, GameStop made that break of 29.15 as I was trying to tell that story. That's why I was a little bit distracted there. But it's an important point. I've never really seen too many traders be successful trying anything like that. So GME is through that 29.15. It was kind of a random level, but it was this level right in here, right at 2 o'clock. It was the top. So if we get to 30, I think scalp out into the 30 level. It's been a bit of a brick wall for GME. It did go SSR. If you zoom it all the way out, 30, resistance, support. The only good trade I had today on GameStop, because this one was kind of okay, was actually a dip into the 30 at VWAP earlier. So if it was good support earlier, I think it's a resistance level now, but the breakout is working, at least in the short term. Longeveron. So, you know, sometimes you have a good idea. Sometimes you heard me say, don't chase, Neil, don't chase. Well, that was the wrong idea. I could have chased this to any price I wanted, and it would have been fine. But I look at what worked before, and I tried to be disciplined about it. Sometimes being disciplined is going to cost you. The opportunity cost of not chasing this move is now it's just gone 20%. Now up 120% on LGVN. This could be like a power hour low cap mover, so the next time it does a dip, I'm going to look to see if I can get in. You never know where it's going to bounce, so you just got to watch it like a hawk.
All right, Apple just took 220 again. All right, so let's go back and see right now what's up. So Amazon is like, so we were able to get an 80 fill here because it pushed back in. We're short 67s. This is going to break. I mean, it is so geared up right now. It already took that 200 period. We are just pennies away. As Powell's still on, man, I don't know when this guy's coming out here, but he is still on the mic. And so we'll have to wait. Oh, you can see right there. I can't see him, but I can hear that he's still on. So we'll wait to see what happens there. A breakthrough on Amazon and we're gone, and we will slap the L. There it is on that one. So again, you know, Neil just said, I don't think it's a good idea to follow other people. I think you can follow some of the trades that I'm putting on because they're all pretty easy to understand. And that one was a stop out. So again, I just thought Amazon was weak into that. I still will. I'll get all this money back, but I'm not going to revenge trade it. I'm just going to wait. If the market starts to pull back, I will smash this stock.
I want to make a correction, though, because there's a difference when you're explaining your actual strategy, because then there's a,
right.
Oh, this stock is trending to this. This is the key level. The dude was literally looking at his screen and just punching into the position at no context for it. That's what I was getting at.
Yeah, you're right.
That is the level of nonsensical at the time. And the guy was a smart dude. The trader was a smart guy, and he had his own ideas, which were fantastic, but he just, for some reason, thought that he could emulate, and it was a very successful trader. He was emulating. Every now and then he would walk ass backwards into a winning trade because he just followed the guy. But you had to have an idea of why you're getting in the trade. That's why we explain it. I was wrong not to chase Longeveron. I admitted it. I liked 150. I was going to stop at 148. I was going to risk 7 or 8 cents. Continues to go to the upside. So anyone that's in it, congratulations. $2, big level. You would have heard Sharif say that as well.
Oh, that's it? Okay. By the way, we told you maybe potentially my guy to the right was the rub here on Apple, but right now it's working to the upside. So let's take advantage of this right now. We'll take a little bit out of Apple and let's just see if it works, man. I still think the break long here through 220.50 is it. And of course, I'm just joking about that. I mean, the market has no idea who's long or who's short, and I wish it did.
Actually, you know, in the SIP, like where it's kind of like in the SIP, like where your order is coming from is in there. That individually doesn't know that it's me, but it does know what broker it's coming from. So that kind of nonsense is kind of true about the markets. They know when it's retail versus all that other stuff.
But it's still trying to, it's still trying to go upside.
Still trying to go. GameStop's having some trouble with 29.65 here, but still on its way potentially to 30. I did say there might be an opportunity in AMC off of $5. Not really as much anymore, but you know what? That was really messy around $5. I don't think there would have been any good way to get into AMC, good risk to reward. It only went 10 cents, and then it went 9 cents against you or 8 cents against you. That's no good. So it never really set up on AMC. GameStop, let's see some follow through, hopefully. That's what you got to get here. And Carvana apparently is moving. Oh, Broadcom earnings tonight.
Done yet? Oh.
Broadcom earnings tonight. That should be a big one. We're going to talk with Tammy, the Fibonacci princess. She's ready, locked and low to talk about NVIDIA, Apple, and Broadcom, which I think is yet another name that people have been sort of sleeping on. And it's sleeping today. Wow. Trade what moves. I thought Broadcom would be doing something here. $8 movement on Broadcom, relatively speaking, is not that big. It's $1,500 stock. They should be splitting, but they seem to never want to.
Powell's still on talking about risks and all that. And by the way, look at this Apple fill right there. I mean, we were able to get out on the tops. Like, we have the high tick of the day there for Apple. I don't know how we got that. I just sat there at 2025 and was able to get that to 2025, I think. I'll find out the fill for you exactly, but there it is. I guess it's not the exact high. The exact high right there is, if I can put it out, well, I can see right here, 220.20. So I think that must be a 15 or something like that. Yeah, 15 fill right there. I'll check my blotter. Apple 13s. 220.13 is a fill that we have there on Apple, and now we still have 20% of the trade. So let's see if it works. I still want to go longer, breaking through. NVIDIA is now, that's $1. We're long at 125. Let's see if that works. And man, oh man, we did take a hit there on Amazon. That's too bad. Again, someone in the chat said Sean and Neil make day trading look so easy, but that's why I try to keep it real with all of you and try to tell you that, like, it's definitely, if we're making it look easy, I mean, we'll pat ourselves on the back, but at the end of the day, you can ask us if we're red or green, and we will tell you at any time, and that's why I try to celebrate talking about some of the successes that we see on the floor, because honestly, it's tough to do this. And we just celebrated Obi's graduation last week, which was awesome, and hopefully some more to follow, right? I mean, and that's sort of what we're trying to do right now. The next one to graduate may eventually be the one to my left, Miss Adara, because you know what? Adara stays here. Like, she's done now. She's done, and she's still sitting here. Well, looking at stuff.
She's also helping out to prep for the aftermarket show right now.
No, but it doesn't. You know what the thing is like, honestly,
is fantastic.
Yeah, no, it is absolutely fantastic. But the end of the day is she's sitting here putting in the work. So it's like, honestly, and we talked about this on the podcast again. Like, it's just about figuring out if you like this or not. You know, you cannot pry me, and they've tried around here. Pry me away from this seat, you know? And the thing is like, that's what it's about for me. You know, it's there has to be a work-life balance. There's no doubt about that. But if the market's open and I'm not on a forced vacation or something like that and I'm breathing, or apparently jury duty, then I'm gonna try to be here as much as I possibly can. And that's why when you look behind us, remember I anointed Obi the next one? You know, I anointed him that years ago. Okay, and the reason why is because when I'm staying late to do the recap show, which thankfully Neil's we're gonna be splitting this up now. Again, work-life balance, we talk about that, we put in the work for you. Obi was the only one here every single night. Back here, testing, looking stuff up. And see, and that's the thing, right, is that there's other guys so someone just yelled loser. Well, guess where the winners are right now? Unemployment line. Obi's collecting checks, the only one behind us. Okay? So that's good. That's called being real right there. And that's Obi. And a big congratulations to Obi. Thank you, Obi, for putting in the time and proving the point of screen time.
I can also tell you this much. There's a couple of guys that are usually in here first. Obi is, generally speaking, on the average day, one of the first traders in on the floor as well. So, you know, he gets in here early. He actually sends me his journal every single day, and you should see the level of detail that's in it. I think it's fantastic. And it's, again, not everybody has to sit there and write a journal every single day. I'm not here to tell you that, oh, this is the only way to do is to journal, but believe me.
I've never journaled.
It's certainly true. Whether you review your trades mentally, review your trades when you're sitting down, it doesn't really matter. I know for sure, like during midday, I like to go over some of the things I did in the morning. When I'm on the train, I like to make sure I'm reading this, that, specifically, whatever works for you. But I find, you know, as long as you're putting that time in, I know traders that their Sunday night ritual is to go over charts for a couple of hours. And I used to do that a heck of a lot more, that whole Sunday night thing. But just whatever works for you there. I did get into long Chevron. I just want to mention it did dip back in. I said don't chase, don't chase. I didn't chase. I got here long 163, stopping underneath 158. So 148 before, 158 here. If it breaks the high, I'm going to try to hold on to about 20% of it if it does make a high break on long Chevron. Just very, very quickly here. I did not, Powell has left. Well, you guys can see. It's literally just said the event has now ended. So hopefully you guys can tell that Powell is now done. I wanted to zoom out the chart and say why I mentioned $2 on LGVN. It's just the last time it consolidated for a month off 160. It had one test of 2 and failed it dramatically. So I think $2 is a reasonable spot to assume bag holders would be selling something on a Wednesday afternoon here on long Chevron. So I will not be long this thing if it gets to $2. I will be all out 100%.
Again, I mean, so I look at the chat a lot, and like Ruben and everybody that just appreciates everything that I spew out. I thank you for that, because you know, that's part of what I do here, is hopefully be able to teach and talk to you guys about things that we're looking for. And I mean, I don't know if you guys are looking at a position that I'm in right now. We're now 30 cents in the money. What stock did I say, Neil, that I was going to get right back in?
I'm going to assume it's Apple.
Wrong. Amazon. There it is. Look at that. There we go. It's a nice move down there for Amazon. Look at this back in right now. Good move there for Amazon. Starting to go. We are now up on Amazon. So shout out to Sebastian. Shout out to everybody that was up there and saying like this was going to be a revenge trade. Nepa. It's nothing to do with revenge trade, my guy. This has to do with being able to sit there and understand what kind of patterns you're looking for. And that move there against that high of the day. Good move there for Amazon. And now there it is, right? So we go from being upset a little bit about the trade to right now putting in the money, 50 cents right there. Fire that hot dog cannon on for Amazon. Yeah, so far so good. We knew that if the minute that Powell left, this was the party that we wanted to be a part of. So there it goes, downside move. And again, it just goes to what Neil and I are talking about every single day. Plan your trades, know what you want to do. Ramin goes, he's off. I go enter, bang. Short, punch the short, pay for it, take the shares you want, buy Amazon. Hopefully, oh man, there it goes. A nice little move to the downside right there. I know you traders can see this, so so far so good here. Just NVIDIA, and by the way, Apple did come back out as it breaks through 219, and we talked about having 20% left of that trade. So Apple, the best part about this is I only started trading this afternoon, and I could see my P&L, and it's up. So good trade there for Apple so far today, although we are now out of it. As Neil mentioned, you know, possibly Apple. He's right. We were out of Apple. It just came screaming back in. But we just put the damage on the board now for Amazon. We went short and lost. Trading, Neil, as you know, is all about timing. That was a good time there on
Planning, time, then timing, right? Because
Yeah,
you
exactly.
want to have a plan of action so that you're ready
Oh,
to time the
look at
move
this.
in there. Look, the market might be going down right now. Thankfully, well, we'll see what happens with Longeveron. It's starting to turn a little bit here, so I'm not going to move my stop. I could put it to break even. I'm just going to leave it where it is. Shout out to Mr. Bill. Thank you for the super chat. Appreciate it. I sent your VO there. I believe we did get it. So, you know, anything you pass on to the team, we appreciate you sending that on in. And best of luck there, Mr. Bill. We don't ask necessarily for anything in here that A, you enjoy the show, hopefully B, get a little bit better. And if you like the show, then like the
Pity the
show.
fool that doesn't hit the like and subscribe button.
I love when you hear, if you hear us say Brankles, I know Sean Brennan or Brankles are talking about things, he goes off camera for a quick second. One of the things that you have the advantage of when you're on a trading floor, and this is important, is you have a risk manager or you have a couple of risk managers which are going to hold you accountable on a daily basis. That is a gigantic advantage because what it means is there's someone actually looking at your trades and saying, what the heck were you doing with this? What was your plan of action? You're getting asked that and you have to justify it a lot of times. And I think for a lot of people sitting at home or if you're just trading by yourself, that is the hardest part of trading. Is if you do not have someone to hold you accountable, then you have to have internal discipline for yourself. So it's a big advantage we have. I think it's a big reason why the show works because we hold ourselves accountable. You'll hear me say all the time, what the heck was I doing with that trade? That was a mistake, blah, blah, blah. This was horrible. My out was too tight there. As I said here, did I make a mistake with an out there? It wasn't the best out because I could have gotten more. I analyzed this and realized that the mistake was not reloading and then not getting all out when it failed a lower high. That's the mistake. Now it's putting in another lower high off the same top failed break. So I'm probably just going to jump out. And if I reload it, it's got to be a 150. That's the adjustment. I was able to realize that I'm going to take the first dip when it took out the high. But now it's looking a little bit more weak, so I'm not going to reload this off 50s at the same level, or 60s off the same levels before. I'm going to wait for a test of that VWAP. If we get it, there's still some time left in the day, although it is 3:30. I want to respect the fact that it's 3:30 and we are starting to roll back in. Apple is really accelerating into the downside. I got to go over to Mara because Mara under VWAP was something that we did want, and Mara just tagged. I have a chart of Mara up. It's not like I magically knew Mara was getting under VWAP a second, whatever. Like I don't have magical powers. I'm looking at a chart up here that showed Mara getting under VWAP. If it can hold the offer under 50, which it's not doing currently, then I want to jump into this one. Bitcoin still under that $70,000 level. And I know you're like, oh, you don't want to punch the bottom of a move. But this is a key line in the sand here. It was holding that support the entirety of the afternoon before the Fed even came on. Support was at that 50 level. So now you get the acceleration. Going to pop on the offer here. I'm trying to get some 44s. I had to pay for locates on Mara. Dirt cheap. Like I said, 12 cents for every 100,000 shares is what it costs to get this short. Not going to chase it, but we're sitting here at 44 trying to get tapped in as Mara finally broke VWAP and then held offer under. It's not enough to wick underneath. I want to see sellers under that price to join that move. We're about 19.45 now on that NASDAQ and trending lower and lower. And GameStop might hit that 26, by the way.
Oh, yeah, maybe. Well, I don't know if we'll be in it again. Amazon just is $1 now in the money. I mean, the Dollar Club today, I think, has been every stock pretty much. I mean, we don't necessarily have $1 in GameStop, but I mean, this Amazon trade is pretty good. Trying to get down lower now. We knew we wanted this Amazon short, so. Like we were saying, Neil's been looking at Longeveron. We did get stopped out of Apple. Apple now 217 and change, so you're right about that one. That one continues to make a downside move. There's the NVIDIA break. We're gone on that one. The number one stock today for me is NVIDIA. So that's been good. Amazon, we just took $1 on that. We can look at Oracle. That's probably coming back in as well. There it goes. So, we love trading Fed days. So it's been a great day today. I want to thank everybody for watching and make sure you hit that like and subscribe. I just went and got some more water here.
So Just to quickly come in.
Thank you, Hey Davis.
Someone just said like GameStop's SSR, but it's still falling. That's the kind of play, like, when it tags it, it's a gimmicky style trade. Like I want it the first time it goes. Just because is short sell restricted, needing an uptick to hit the bid, doesn't mean it's gonna bounce like a rock and just only trend up. But if it does off that level, I want to get it the first time. I didn't get it. It probably missed it by a cent or two. But you know, it's a one-time trade. We've talked about this at the open for many stocks, where if it doesn't work right away, we don't want it. So I did just jump into Mara in here. Is it continuing to hold underneath VWAP? So it already started to make a bigger move. I have shares at 47. Let me just cancel. I was trying to get 46, 47's on the way down. I didn't get 47, then I offered 42, and I got 42. So if it comes back up, I don't need to be anchored to 47 or anything. VWAP's up at 55, which we'll try to grab. It is 3:30, so you're going to get some early look imbalances. I'm not expecting much of anything here today. Just to remind everybody, next week CrowdStrike is getting added to the S&P 500. That is a gigantic deal, so next Friday matters a heck of a lot for them, and GoDaddy and KKR is the other one. Currently, Ford is an early look, 2 million to the sell side, CNQ 2 million to the sell side. Nothing really going to stand out there. Those are the big two. Ford's had some imbalances, and it kind of always pairs off. So nothing exciting on the early look imbalances. It is past 3:30. We'll give you updates as we see them.
Congratulations to Skilo. This is actually the purpose of the Freedom and Wealth podcast, to be completely honest with you. Here it is right here. Skilo, I got a job today, but I still love to see and hear you guys trade. I mean, that's hopefully that is still something there. We love, apparently here, Canadians, hey, what's up, Boompa? Canadians love shorting U.S. companies, eh? Yeah, man, we do, eh? I hope you're good with that one. But I love buying U.S. companies as well, with the number 1 stock today, number 1 and 2 stock today, and maybe 3 stocks today, Oracle. Well, we did short Oracle. That's a U.S. company, so you're right about that. That's the number 2 stock. Number 1 stock's NVIDIA, which is a U.S. company. And number 3 stock today is Apple, which is, again, a big U.S. company. I want to say thank you to Hey Davis right there for commenting on this trade, I guess, with Amazon. And yeah, shit. Does Amazon have good shows? Yes.
Yeah, I think
I don't watch anything on Amazon.
The Boys
but I'm
is really good.
Yeah, I'm hearing good things about some shows on Amazon. I mean, I think it's
Jack Ryan's good. Reacher's good. I mean, I probably can't
Fox to Monkey.
I'm saying.
Fox and Monkey?
Well, huh?
I don't know. Something about monkeys and foxes.
I literally heard him say Fox Monkey is what I heard Fabian
that's
say.
a great show if you haven't seen it yet. I was driving down my street the other day and I was like, yo, Marissa, there's a fox coming straight at you, man. And yeah, there was. Just walking down our street, this really, I don't know if you've ever, foxes in the wild are gorgeous. Like, honestly.
We had one in our backyard
right.
this year.
Yeah, exactly.
They look great and cute.
Yeah, they're gorgeous. They're gorgeous. I thought it was awesome. Keep your cats inside. If there's some foxes crowding around there, we don't let our cat out. He goes out. William goes out and just enjoys a little bit of a little num on the grass and stuff like that as he just chills out. And we watch him and we just chill out together in the back. But there's no way that he's not an outdoor cat. I rescued him where I was rescued from the streets of Brampton. So my cat is from the streets of Brampton because, again, trying to keep it, you know what I'm saying? So returning the favor on that one. So shout out to William the cat. Long live Brampton.
There's a cat in my neighborhood. I don't even know who it belongs to. I see it in my backyard like once a week. It's a black cat. I can't make this up. Like, I'll go out in the morning, and I get up pretty early, so I'm going to my car at like 5-something a.m. in the morning, and I'm seeing this black cat like once a week for the life of me. And I've asked people around the neighborhood, I'm like, whose cat is this? I'm like, I don't know. Like, it could be coming from like halfway across the world for all I know. I'm actually looking at Apple for a dip buy, but I just got that fill up at 47. Average price now 46 on Mara. Remember, I did get 42s, took some out at 35, and then got more at 47, so now my price is 46 on Mara. I know sometimes that can be a little bit confusing, but I have taken a couple of trades in there. It might not be VWAP, but 330 is hit, and Apple is all the way down here at our 2 o'clock bottom. So at 2 o'clock, when we started the show, Apple was 217, and it's trying to hold on to this 217 level as we speak. So this wick low is 216.50. If this bounces off 216.50, I can't think of anything else that's worthy of a dip buy. Longeveron, it's 60 by 61. I'm still in at 63. I've taken one profit take so far on this name. It just seems like it stopped moving. If it just goes sideways for the next 20 minutes, I'll probably just have to get out flat on LGVN.
So I was just scrolling through here on my Instagram, and this is what I'm doing tonight. This is a while ago, but I still coach. So we're doing that tonight. And I used to curl as well, coaching curling. That's me right there, coaching some kids. We still got to get curling around here, that's for sure. What's up to my lovely wife, of course. And this Throwback Thursday, so this is like when I was hiring guys. Neil may be sitting over here. This is what I look like 20 years ago. So there it is, man. This is old. Throwback Thursday, 20 years ago. Notice the colors in the trading. Look at this.
You know what?
Look at the colors. We ain't changing any of that. Look at this gangster mouses right there.
In my head, I'd swear the bridge had a different color. Like my memory, I thought the bridge was yellow.
We talked about this. You're getting real old.
No, I'll be honest about it. I actually genuinely remember it being yellow. But
you never know. Yeah. Age is a crazy thing. All right, now you're right. I don't remember. We paint everything all crazy around here. But throwback to that one, man. When we had a little bit of hair, anyways. That was that. So that's a fun one. Check me out on Instagram as we go. I was actually looking for there's Fahad, the guy that will beat Neil one day in a race. I just don't know if it'll ever happen. He probably won't. Christmas we could do about this. Man, Fahad is all over my feed. What the hell? All right, so as we go, just some fun there. And shout out to family. And this is another thing that I'm doing tonight. She always looks so badass, but shout out to my daughter here. And she's something else. I was looking for William the cat. I did not find it. We only have 20 minutes left to go right there. There's our big expensive coffee machine as we go. Here's Belle. So this is the cockapoo, but she's really quite special. So there's Belle as well. No William. I will find William. He must be on the Twitter machine.
As you're finding William, Apple bounced off 216.5. It's at 217.5. I just took some profit out. Longeveron's going. But at the green screen, we've got a Dara. I know what color that is over there.
Should be green.
On this sector board, we're actually going to talk about a few names making some outsized moves. One of them to the downside, and there's some interesting names on this list. So let's take a look. We do have Micron here, MU. This one actually getting a nod from Jim Cramer saying that it can definitely go higher. So Micron here, along with a lot of the other semiconductors pushing higher, but Micron has this Jim Cramer nod as well. Uber getting not one, but two mentions from CNBC today in a positive light. CEO of Altimeter mentioning this one mentioning this one in the morning. Then in the afternoon, Steve Weiss announcing that he bought Uber. Uber also getting a price target increase from Citigroup. So great look for UBER, up 5.5%. Lots of catalysts to talk about. Last but not least, during the downside, we actually have a price target decrease here from not one, but two analysts for Accenture, ACN. Wedbush and Stifel lowering their price targets for Accenture ahead of its earnings next week. So ACN to the downside, but nice looks for Uber and Micron and lots of outsized moves with catalysts, even as we have all this Fed news, guys.
Fast the market's moving. I was in at 216.79 on Apple. I was getting some out at the quarters. I had just put a stop in at break even when it was looking like it was going higher, and it just tanked into the downside. Longeveron's at high of the day here, so as I said, I'm going to hold on a little piece. If it breaks a high, I'm going to hold it. It was also a question, why isn't GameStop halting to the downside? I don't think any of these moves have been fast enough. Like, it has to move. It's not just moving a percentage. It also has to do that within like a 5-minute period. So is a 3-minute chart, and none of these are big enough for an individual halt. So it is possible for something to just go down go down 10%, but as long as it's controlled, it's not going to go into a volatility halt. So GameStop is tanking. If it gets to 26, it's getting a little bit late. I'm not sure if we're going to be into that one again. As I said, Longeveron pushing back into the high. If it breaks the top, I'll hold for a break into $2, but I said if it gets to $2, I'm out. I'm actually just going to put an offer at 194 if it gets up there. So LGVN, your short floater of the day.
Short floater. I love that.
I think it's low floater, actually.
Yeah, I was just thinking about floaters. We
God,
talked about, Hanky the Christmas poo there on South Park.
That was exactly where my mind
went.
That
is it Hanky? It is Hanky, right? Or is
that's
it Hank?
one of my favorite Oh, good.
Anyways, here's
South
another
Park.
throwback. I just found this. I just want to show. We'll go back to trading in a minute. This is 2020. So this is the desk. We do not have the second set there. There's Brendan. We had some interns back then, and we had different people trading in different spots. It's basically, you can see it's the same floor as we're in right now. It's just the desk extends, and this is where Adara and Sharif are right now. So yeah, just an intern there. So that's Brendan, and I think I remember what her name is. I think her name was Liz. So that's that. And yeah, just a little look at some of the stuff that you may not see every day. Go find it on my Twitter, on my Instagram, @TraderTV. Sean, often imitated. Trust me when I tell you, often imitated. We still get friends of ours. They're like, hey, dude, is this you? I'm like, bro, what are you even talking about? All right, so, but never duplicated is what we're getting at. So go check it out right now on Insta. And you can see we have all of this, man. This is all over here. Quite the nice studio for sure. We've had some people visit us. So that's that. Hey, Michael Noss, how you doing? Right there, SMCI. Good one there from Michael Noss. Good call on that. Okay. So Amazon, let's get back to trading, as we say. Let's get down to business. And for right now, Amazon is just kind of cruising, right? It's kind of hovering around. There's GameStop, so let's go. GameStop comes in. This is 26. We're waiting for that. There's no money yet. GameStop's breaking lower. Now, I don't know if there's news on this. I haven't heard anything in my ear in a minute, so, but here it comes back in. I'll probably get out if it breaks 20.
It's going into a halt.
This is going to halt down. No, it did not.
No. Whoa,
right.
that shouldn't happen. It's because it's SSR. It wasn't a halt. It's SSR. That's all it is.
Right, they just stacked it. So we just took a 13-cent hit there as it does break through 25s, and there it goes lower and lower and lower.
Okay, now it probably should be halting.
No, the halt is broken. There is something wrong. It should have halted before, I think. I didn't want to interrupt you. It shouldn't move that 10% that long. It's only a $26 name. Like, it only has to move $3. So I thought GameStop right here, 29 down to, well, $3 would be 27. Yeah, I mean, maybe, you know what? Maybe it didn't. Maybe it just hasn't moved that quickly.
Yeah, so
I'm going to get back in.
The thing about it being short sell restricted is if you can't hit the bid, the offer will stack up sometime because people can't hit the bid to go short. So you see the offer stack and it looks like it's going into a downfall, but it's not. So like if it does halt in the last 10 minutes, it won't open up in 5. Any halt that happens after 3:50, the open is at 4 o'clock. That's a hard and fast rule with the market.
Yeah.
So if you don't, just so you know, if you're expecting it to open back up in 5, volatility halts are usually 5 minutes. I'm not going to get into this one.
The thing is, it can run in the after hours.
That's a lot of times the best bounces in the stock happen in the aftermarket. All right.
Like, my earpiece just said power off.
I want to talk to myself. I don't want to catch a falling knife. I think we're pretty fortunate just now. As I said, like on Apple, I just put a break-even stop. Like, look at this. We got a scalp trade in Apple. Went like 50 cents in the money. Threw a stop at break-even. Moved my stop up to break-even. And then all of a sudden, if you don't have a stop, now my style of trading is what it is. Ooh. Like, I'll take that. I'll take like the paper cut smaller hit. But look at Apple. It just tanked like $3. And thankfully, it did so without me getting up break-even. But LGVN just resisted the high. There it is. I said if it broke the high, it'd hold for 194. It's now 3 times it gets above 180 and immediately rejects it. So if it can't hold 170, we only have about 15 minutes left in the day. I'm just going to jump out of this one. At some point, I have to get to the desk and set things up for the aftermarket show where we get some AVGO earnings. It would be nice of them to announce a split tonight, although I'm a little skeptical that they will actually do the thing people want.
Yeah, I don't know if they're going to announce a split. I mean, everybody always wants that, of course.
They were my call for next thing to split a year ago.
Yeah, I think that's
probably... Let's just say that call's been wrong. Like, how many, like, Chipotle split since then? NVIDIA split since then?
Stocks don't split that often, though.
No, it's pretty rare. I just feel like AVGO, like, Broadcom's been one since the start of the AI craze. I think people have been asking for that here. GameStop at 25 is awfully appealing.
This just has to go back to 26 and we make it all back, but we've just been basically chasing this thing down and trying to bid it. We got out at 25.50. Now we're long at 25.40s, just against 25. I guess we're not going back to the upside. Is there an early mock on this or something that we can find? No. So GameStop, I mean, it's just getting hit right now. So there it goes, back down through 25. We saw, what was it, Andrew left and all that, sort of talked about with Citron having a short going through. We're long at 30s, and look at that size right there. That's not even that much. That's 50,000 shares plus dark pools in at 25. So that's going to get taken out. This has done 130 million shares, by the way. So I feel silly We could have just punched short when that 26 didn't hold, but we're only down $1 from the level that we liked. So although it looks like we are taking some hits here, but they're not like dramatic hits by any stretch of the imagination. It's just, it keeps breaking. So I'm holding and it's breaking. I'm holding and it's breaking. Just try to look for something to do, and that's not a great thing. So let's stick with it. Amazon's moving around. Like now it's trying to hold this bid, right? But every time it goes, it starts to like scale up, and then it just falls right back down. So like right there, you see now people are buying it, so it gets marketed up, and then it stops, and then it falls again. So that's just multiple times that just happened right there on GME. So I feel like there's buyers here at 25 for sure, but every time they try, the sellers are definitely outnumbering them, at least for now. Look at these sell candles here. Look at these sell candles. We have one buy, and that was probably what we just saw, and that's what got me long, but that did not last. So it looks like they're not able to win, unfortunately, the longs today. But that 25 just held again. Like, see what I'm going to do? I'm going to get caught here paying for highs again on GameStop when it's probably just going to fall back into 25. Let's just see what winds up happening right now on GameStop. It looks like it is trying to get that bounce back through. There it goes, upside through 25, 26. So let's just see. You don't have to get back to positive, but maybe GameStop does want to go, and I don't mean on the stock, that's down 15%, but we just saw a lot of volume go through up there, or down there, sorry. Nice move back through 26. There goes GameStop.
Yeah, I waited for it to get back through that 25, and it's going to fail 26 immediately. Come on. No, let's give it a chance. I'm going to give it to 25. I was about to say if it fails 26, I'm going to get out. I'm giving it 25.50. There was a good question. Someone in the chat was like, it's manipulation when it doesn't halt, when it should, blah, blah, all that kind of stuff. All we're simply telling you is just from our experience, when we usually see, there was a halt off the open the other day that felt like it didn't go anywhere. And then there's been a couple where it felt like it moved enough and it didn't halt. That's all anecdotal. I'm not going to put a tinfoil hat on. It's just from our observation, watching stocks, time and time again. I think at the open, maybe it was last week, it moved it was like $1.20. It was like nothing. It was whatever. It felt like it moved like 2% at the open one day and halted instantly, and it made absolutely no sense. It was an up halt right off the bat. I'm like, that was way too fast. I remember missing the bid because it wasn't far enough, but that's all anecdotal. So I just grabbed 25s. My stop is not going to be 25.50. I actually tried to get 25.15, didn't get it. Chased it up here a little bit to the 31 level, and then we'll see what happens. I don't want to cancel the offer. I'm going to get out if it gets to 26.30 or so, because 26 was a big level yesterday. It was probably the biggest level yesterday was 26. So if it can't, there it is. I just trailed out. I just trailed out 25.40s on this one. I was just saying 26 can't break. If it's big support early, it might turn into resistance here. So we'll get a little bit back on GameStop. But wild action, no halt for it apparently. And remember, if it halts after 3:50 in the next 2 minutes, it is a 4 o'clock open. That's how the market works. So just be locked and loaded and ready for it. I'm willing to bet AMC gave you that $5 short. Yeah, it gave you the $5 short, but it's not really moving much. You get 10 cents out of AMC off $5. I mean, you get it, but it's just not that good.
Yeah, like we are long now at 40s here on GameStop or 37s, and it just went 50 cents in the money. We didn't take it, right? So there's you just got to play this name back and forth. I'm going to give it a little bit more room through 25. I'm just getting exhausted with it here. It's been quite the day, as you guys have seen us talk over and over about some of these different names. I just hope that you've enjoyed the show. We did get a 0 rate move today, so that was kind of as expected. We're still holding 20% of Amazon, and that looks a little silly as it's starting to go back up to the upside right there. We should have just taken it all out at 86, but I have these targets, and we talk about being a support and resistance. I need to add Fibonacci's or something to this plan because that move down there, I don't know how far it retraced back, but you see, we always talk about this. If we get moves back into the 50 period, that's pretty much always an out for me of at least, a certain part of the shares, depends on how many we have, but I try to get out of 25% in and around there. We were a little bit more aggressive with our outs here on Amazon because I wasn't sure if it was going to hold 187. And then when it did, we were able to get 70, or when it didn't, we got 75s, and then we got 60s, and then we got 31s. So that was the dollar club down there. But now it looks like it's coming right back to the fact that right now we are flat just on this part of the stock right now. Our stop was 187.60. So let's again, heading into the imbalances, let's not get too crazy. I'm not going to add to this. Our stop is 30 cents higher, but we did get that move back in on Amazon, and that was a good one back to the downside. So, yeah, here we go. Just a matter of seconds now until these update, and then we'll get that result, and then Neil will just spit some fire, and then he'll go back up and get ready for the... No, but I don't know if do you have positions? No, you
NVIDIA 2.2 million to the sell side. I've never seen NVIDIA outside of an imbalance on like end of month or quarter. 2.2 million sell on NVIDIA, 1.3 million sell on Apple, 1.2 million sell on Amazon, 900,000 sell Tesla, 800,000 sell Microsoft. This is going to obviously be a big red number on the overall imbalance. If you care about Cisco, that's also a sell imbalance. I've pretty much said all the big names anyways. The only thing we didn't see, I didn't see Alphabet there out of the big cap, or Microsoft. But Apple, Amazon, NVIDIA, although NVIDIA just paired off 700,000 of that. The total paired volume on NVIDIA is 10 million into that, what was a 2 million imbalance. Now it's a 1 million imbalance, whereas Apple's a 3 million paired volume into 1.2. So some big sells. Overall, the SPY's 2.2 billion to sell. Not going to lie, I kind of expected a bit more than that based on those numbers that we just saw. But 2.2 billion to sell isn't small. The market seems to not care because it's kind of bouncing a little bit here. Go figure.
Get Roaring Kitty on the phone immediately. We are now $1 in the money on GameStop as that goes right back up to the upside. So we said that we weren't done this, man, and GameStop upside right now. We did see that strength at 25. So Neil had that. Now we're going to wait to see if it continues higher. Right now, that is GME. We're long at 25.37. It's at 26.16 right now. So it's not quite $1. It's 80 cents, but hopefully we can break a little bit. I did not see GameStop on here. But doesn't mean that it's not somewhere. But again, this is just a late minute move back up to the upside because we've said this before, trading GME into the close, and it has that opportunity to get going after hours, and that did happen yesterday. There's the close rates here on GameStop, and then I guess by the time 611 was there, we were down about 30 or 40 cents, and then I just remember it just starting to tick up, and everybody in the chat was like, there goes GameStop. So we'll wait to see, maybe 27. It's only 352 right now. I say that because this is where the 50 period is, 27.50. So if we can get 27 and change, I think on GameStop, we're doing pretty good. But
NVIDIA is insane. NVIDIA fully paired that off almost instantly.
Oh, so it's ripping up
now?
It
came out 2.2 million. You saw live, it went from 2.2 million to 1.5 million to 1.1 million to sell in the first 30 seconds after the imbalance. It's now fully paired. Like they've paired the entire thing off. So basically, long story short, the market or people buying in the market saw a sell imbalance to be able to take shares in NVIDIA, and they just bought this up without even waiting for the auction. So they just said, okay, whatever, we'll buy it, and then the programs reacted to that by buying as well. At 355 is still a decent pair event, which does matter, but NVIDIA's already paired it off. I just saw Microsoft pop up to now 800,000 sell. Tesla's still a sell imbalance of 900,000, and Apple is still 1.5 million to the sell side. So Apple still has a big sell on it. NVIDIA, what a reversal. If you're really, really quick, when you see it pair off, you could probably punch long, but that is an algo-driven trade. They're piped right into that feed, and when they see it go from 2 to 1, they're already buying it up. Really difficult for a human trader to get that.
Yeah, we are almost wrapping it up, man. It's 3:53 right now. We're just waiting for that fill to come in on Amazon. It did dip in to O's, and then it just bounced back up. So oopsies. So we're going to sit here right now at 187. There's the dip right there. Oh, actually, we must have not. We didn't put our fill there at the very beginning. Neil mentioned that it was millions of shares there to the downside. I didn't get to see it, but there's a lot of paired off action here. So
it was huge, yeah.
Yeah. So, on that pair off.
Wow.
What now?
Bitcoin tanked.
Yeah, it's 67.5. I mean, Bitcoin does not like a negative NASDAQ. So that's not good for many of us that are holding Bitcoin, and GameStop's pulling back as well. GameStop got to 26. We had indicated that 26 was a pretty key level there today. Oh, there it is. Let's go, man. A little face slapper right there for Amazon as that just came in. So we just get our 04 fill on that. So now we only have less than that 10% left of this trade. We'll see if it wants to work out for us. That's Amazon. We might as well just get out of GME possibly here. It just stopped at 26. My offer, we have to be flat at the end of every day, so I can still be in this for a little bit past 4 o'clock, but not much. Get down, Amazon. I put it at 26.50, and it went to 26.35. So we're a little bit away from taking that $1.20 or so. It did go $1, but we're not doing dollar club on that. We don't really care. We're just waiting to see for an explosion. If Amazon works, it works. Let's check out Apple. Wow, Apple is getting killed right now. Apple is down to 213, and as Neil mentioned
Still
before,
a sell imbalance.
Yeah, talk about this trade. Like, I mean, to get out of that long right there for flat while still banking on that, unbelievable move down there for Apple. We'll put Apple on our radar tomorrow. Maybe for the first time in a couple days, obviously, we will be looking short on Apple tomorrow. But I'll make that decision when we get here tomorrow.
Before I move to the desk,
yeah, there goes GameStop.
it's
again.
still over $1 million, 1.3 million to sell on Apple, even after 355. And Penn showed up out of nowhere for $1 million to buy. But I'm going to mosey on over to the desk there. Big move in Bitcoin to the downside. The 70,000 failure is a bit of something. You got to watch out for that Mara. Watch out for Coinbase. I know tomorrow we'll be all over some of these names, but what a fun afternoon. Yeah. I'll see you guys at the desk with market recap, where hopefully Broadcom does a split, so I can stop talking about it.
All right, let's do good luck pound there for Broadcom.
Good luck.
So we'll do that, because I think that a lot of the chip names right now, they don't have much to go on, because remember we talked about, I don't know if GameStop is going to go. Chips now, I feel like the biggest tailwind that was there, and we talked about this for NVIDIA, was just the split. Because we're through earnings now, and it's just like, now where does NVIDIA go? Still up 4%. So look, like the name, and still think there's more to go. But NVIDIA is my number one stock. We'll see if we can trade that tomorrow again. But at the end of the day, it's holding the bid. This is not holding the bid. So Apple giving it back, still up that 3%, but is 220 something? We talked about that. A big key level coming into play today, 220 for Apple. Look, man, its 2-day move is like 10%. So when you're $3 trillion, that's $300 billion added back to the stock in just the last couple of days. So do we like Apple? Yes. Is it potentially overheated? Yes. Both can be true there for Apple. With only 2 minutes left now, and we talked about having to be out of our positions, let's just wait to see what happens with GameStop. I'm still trying to hope for higher high, but maybe 26 is all that we're going to get. I'm actually going to cancel my 26.50. I chugged that water too fast. And we'll put a 26 now. I'm not going to give 50 cents. Hopefully we can get back to the upside and print us at the close in and around that 26. With only a couple more minutes to go, I just hope everybody enjoyed it today, man. Like, I don't even know how I'm going to hold this voice here, but we'll try to do that. And, I wanted to check. The worst thing is when you're coaching Little League, by the way, is when all of a sudden, because I take pride in setting the lineup, is that, when you get like a late cancellation, I'll snap right here online. Okay, good. We do not have that there today. But, sometimes you get parents will message you, and it's fine if your kid is sick or the kid got hurt or something and is unable to play. And the problem with that is that I have 14 kids on the roster, and you only field 9, so you got to sit 5. That's a lot. So every kid sits twice, and it's just a matter of making sure that's fair, that everybody gets their little look there. So, that's my problem, not no one else's, but that's just what I'm thinking. All right, there goes GameStop into the close. Oh, we still have Amazon. Let's just cancel all these trades. Now, I'm not used to sitting here at the close. All right, we'll get Amazon out here at 16s if we can. Hopefully we will. We just push bid enter. Hopefully that comes out with only 2 minutes to go. Amazon, a good short. Not good there, but good there. We'll be roughly flat on Amazon, but at least we're able to make back some of what we lost there on that one. And then GameStop just goes right back to flat. That sucks. A break back down below 25 and we'll get out. It looks like it just wants to go lower here on here on GameStop. So hopefully into the close we get a little bit of a move, but with only a minute left. There's our Amazon fill, so that's a little bit of a face slapper to end the day on that one. But yeah, so far so good here. Market almost closed. I do not want to forget the countdown here, so we will ring that in just 30 seconds. We'll see Adara. Oh, Amazon goes down. We just got out at 187 and change. Let's go over to GameStop. Really, man? Watch this thing just absolutely fly there at the end of the day. I'm going to put something up near 26. Maybe we get a last-second fill. Otherwise, we'll probably be punching out on the downside here of GameStop on an early move. So with only now 15 seconds left, I do have the countdown on the board, and I see she's ready to rock and roll. So let's hit it right now. Now we're counting it down to what a big day it was. We talked about the NASDAQ hitting some of these highs with only 3, 2, 1. Finite. All right, do not tell compliance. I still do have GameStop shares. Let's see what happens here. And Brankles, don't worry about Brankles. I'll get out very, very soon. As we see a move here in GameStop, let's just see if there is one last second little jolt up. We are still 10 cents in the money on that one. But let's find out where Apple closed. I'm not going to wait too long because I know Broadcom's on people's minds. Right there, 213 and change for Apple. We'll see if that holds out. NVIDIA at the end of the day, basically flat, up 3.75%. Good afternoon for NVIDIA, but kind of quiet right there. Oracle breaks above 140, so let's go on that one. I think that's a big trade to look at there. What are the trades for tomorrow? Come on, GameStop. Come on, GameStop. I got to get out. Come on, GameStop. We're waiting for 90s right now. We thought that there could be a little bit of a move up here, so we get a little tricky with it. Let's see if GameStop can print us here in the after hours, something that we're not necessarily supposed to do. So let's go GameStop 25 and change, trying to go higher here into the close. Incorrigible. Good word. Thanks for trading. Thank you, Hey Davis. And Hey Davis to you as well. I hope you come back tomorrow. Make sure you do hit the like and the subscribe. My earpiece is gone, so if they're ready, I don't know. I'm not going to look up Broadcom, but here we go, guys. We had waited for GameStop. Let's just offer this out here in the after hours. There we go. We get out 74s. Sound a siren there for a little bit of a 40-cent win there into that, holding it into the close. So thank you so much again for the big day. The market recap show is now, Ramin, thumbs up. I know Fabian's over there. Okay, we're ready to go. So, all right, Neil's on the 1s and 2s, which is a good thing with Adara. So get it over there. Let's see if Broadcom can help the broader market today. Get it with the recap show. Thanks again for watching.
Let's get it done here at Dara. Yeah, on the 1s and 2s today for the market recap show. It's hilarious because my high school buddies call me DJ, despite the fact that I have zero experience playing or making music of any fashion. I have no idea where it came from. But the story today, Adara, the Fed moving the markets up, and then the huge move back in right at the end of the day. Apple, $7, it pulled back. That is a 3% move on the strongest stock the last couple of days here. Apple making dreams come true. If you were short this one at the high, I'm not going to pretend that I was. But overall, let's be real about things for a second here, Adara. A lot was green today. You've got uranium up 3%. You've got obviously SMH is going to be up 3%. KRE does 2.5. IWM, so the Russell's up 1.5 points today. XBI. You just go down that list. I feel like every time I'm on here, wheat is down. So by the way, if I do the market recap show and you're in a long-term position or a short-term position in wheat, sell wheat. I feel like every time I look at this board, I see wheat is having a rough day. And I'm also noting UNG is to the downside. For anyone that is watching our trades of the week, remember I said if I was in that Tellurian in my personal, I'd have taken the money and ran when it got to like 95 cents. That's close enough to $1.
Yeah.
But Adara, wow, what a day. We're expecting to get Broadcom a little bit later on, but the first one's actually going to be Dave & Buster's.
It is.
Which you've never even been to.
I've never even been to Dave & Buster's, I know. How dare I? You know, I think we'll have to see if this one plays nicely with the longs coming up into here, because we are expecting that at 405 from what I am seeing. I think I appreciate the bang button for that. Yeah, we're seeing pretty decent expected moves on both of these. I'm just going to get these numbers. So for Broadcom, we have an expected move, 6.4%. Dave & Buster's 12.3%. So I think both of these could be really, really interesting names to look at. I know last time Dave & Buster's had a nice little move, so.
Yeah, and look, Dave & Buster's is an 18% short flow for those that are wondering why does it have such a big expected move? Because it's a heavily shorted stock and it's in an upward trend. We hear all the time where our guests will talk about, is a shorted stock a potential for a squeeze? Well, if you're not in an upward trend, then what's the reason why anyone wants to get out of it? It's up 5% going into it today, just to give you the lay of the land. And on the daily, it's trying to bounce off of the 200-period moving average. So it was in a deep upward trend. It needs to break something out here today for it to get exciting. Good day for it today, up 4%. A lot of things were up today. But if you're looking at what might be the most interesting thing, okay, I know everyone's talking about NVIDIA, and we talk about way too much. We talk about chip names for good reason, because that's where the bread is getting buttered in here today. You look at the SMH, and you're asking yourself, what slowdown? Did Powell do anything to this today? Nope. How's about nope-ish? It doesn't matter that Apple pulled back $3 because that ain't in the SMH. NVIDIA held pretty strong today. AMD did not have a very good day, but this trend is completely unbroken. I know you can feel like you're getting a little bit stretched here, but I looked at ARM, which isn't even in most of the major indexes. This closed up 8% and held the highs. There's some seriously strong names out there. Micron in the midst of a breakout and holding above those highs. The only thing it's a dog is Intel, which I'm not going to bother showing to you because you guys all know that Intel sucks. So the big winner and the big mover is that SMH. What's interesting about uranium is I put this up on a weekly, and I remember the last time I was talking with Mike and a couple of others, I was like, if this can hold above 33 on a weekly basis, I liked it for a breakout. It just never did. And the good thing about something not breaking above, which is closing on the weekly above 33, would be now it's in a bit of a dip buy. You guys can imagine the steep trend line that it's holding. I think the 50 period's giving it to you on URA here. It would bounce off the 28 level if that's the case. So I think it's getting into a dip zone where you can have a bit of a trade here in uranium if it's not going to take that breakout. If I use a weekly chart, then you have to close above the break. It's not on a day trade, it just has to tick above. But if you're swing trading or anything like that, on a weekly, you need it to actually close above that level on the weekly chart, open up there on the Monday, and then you'd look for that long, something we talk about here a lot. So we don't have any earnings out just yet.
We actually do have Dave & Buster's.
Oh, it is out already.
These numbers are still like trickling through here. We had a beat for adjusted EBIT, so it came in higher than expected here. We're getting one, let me find this. So this is okay, adjusted number here. Sorry, give me a second. These numbers have changed. Adjusted EBIT, 183.1 million versus expected of 122.7 million. So that is going to be higher than expected here. For their quarterly net income, $1.12 per share. What I'm seeing is the estimate was 156, so that is going to be a pretty massive miss.
Oops.
Oops. Yeah, they weren't playing nice here. I'm not seeing their revenue yet here, though. Oh, sorry, but the quarterly store sales decreased by 5.6% year over year, and their revenue decreased by 1.5% year over year. None of these numbers are good.
Yeah, that is a swing and a miss, like me swinging at change-ups. Any pitcher with a good changeup, that should just be illegal. Throw a fastball, throw a curveball, throw a slider, and keep it simple for me when I play, because changeups are absolutely unfair when someone has a good one. You're down now. Look, you're down 6%. That's from previous close. You're down over 10% on this move. The stock was at $50. Now it's at $44.30. So you are getting a big retracement on Dave & Buster's. I know it's going to sit there and say 5-6%. It was up that much going into it. So a host of misses. I think that same store sales miss is going to be a big one. That's an important metric for them. Under pressure. You know what I was cheering for? I would much rather a stock with an 18% short float go up. But you know what can come into play tomorrow? SSR. If it's going to go down 10% from previous close and have an 18% short float, there is always the chance that we can get an SSR bounce tomorrow. So there's always something to watch here, but it's looking pretty nasty here for Dave & Buster's. I'm going to give you back to the daily chart here just so you get an idea of where it is. It's broken through support. That was at $46. Pretty key level. There's nothing, I mean literally nothing of significance on this until it gets to the $40 level and then maybe the $38 level. So it's going to be a tricky one. If it's trading here in the middle of nowhere at $42, even down 10%, I don't know if I'm going to like that SSR trade. $40, 38. I don't mind digging into those. I always want that SSR bounce to have something, another reason behind it. Like, just give me a big even dollar level. Give me a place people were buying it in the past. Give me a moving average, something for confluence. And then I don't mind stepping in front of that sword when a stock is down 10%. But if it's got nothing else going for it, I'd hate to be fighting that trend on Dave & Buster's. One thing that's I think will be interesting for you as you're in your journey on trading is every now and then throwing in one of these names that you're not as familiar with, watching the tape on earnings when it's really moving, watching the tape when a stock is SSR is pretty valuable. It's a different type of movement when the uptick rule's in effect and you can't hit that bid. You will learn something about the price action, especially when that offer stacks up. So I think it'll be useful for you maybe to watch some play, watch some GameStop as well, which is going to be SSR tomorrow.
Thank you.
Still no Broadcom. We're expecting them at 4:15.
4:15, yeah.
So we got about 5 minutes. We might actually be on with Tammy when they come out because we're excited to be able to talk to the Fibonacci princess. Speaking of which, I don't even need an earpiece. I got a button and I can hear Ramin. So you know what time it is. We got the Fibonacci princess for Trader Talk, and glad to see you again, Tammy. Welcome. It's been an absolutely insane week where Apple has gone haywire and turned into like NVIDIA or some kind of a meme stock the way that it's moving. We get the NVIDIA split. Obviously, we had the Fed today, which was looking fantastic, and then things took a little bit of a turn. So there's a lot to get to. You've got meme stocks going crazy. A lot for us to discuss. But first off, how are you doing?
I'm doing great. How are you doing, Neil?
As you can tell, I'm in a good mood. It was a good day of trade. It could have always been better. I probably got as fortunate as you can get trading Apple this afternoon because I had the break 3 times through the high of the day. I had a dip buy down into like 216 and a half that I got out break even on. Went to look at another stock, came back to it, and it was $3 lower. I'm like, oh, that was pretty good to get out there. Every now and then, the best trade you make is the one that you get out for a small hit. So I'm pretty happy with that. So it could have been a disaster for me.
Absolutely. Take the money and run, right?
That's the name of the game. That's what we try to do here. So, look, what have you been up to this last little bit? As I said, it's been an absolutely insane and wild week. If you're a technical trader, this kind of price action gives you a lot of juice and a lot of things to maybe analyze. You get into new price areas, a lot of 52-week high breaks. I mean, so many that I can't even count them, to be honest with you. So what's been the top of your mind here, Tammy?
Well, you know, in my room, actually live, I give 8 charts that I analyze all day, and those are the futures for SPX cash and NASDAQ cash, which are ES and NQ. And then I also live do Apple, Tesla, Amazon, and NVIDIA. So with the split this week with NVIDIA, it's been interesting. I had to go down to a 10-minute chart in order to be able to get those new moves with that price action. But the daily fixed itself pretty quickly, so that was good. But with Apple, I just could not believe this jump we've gotten this week. It's been amazing. I've had a lot of clients take some great profits. And, you know, I also give 30-minute charts live. And this is a great example of, you know, an entry that I gave. Let's see, when was that? Yesterday, around 12:30. We had a little pullback into symmetry there into that 203 area and held and continued that move up. I mean, almost straight up from there, right? We had a little pullback this morning and then continued that move up. We also had that set up live in the room, met both of those targets on the upside, and then is when we finally failed around that 220 area. Tell you, if you're looking at a daily chart, we're starting to get very extended on the daily. So this morning, I was telling my clients, you know, you really need to trail up those stops if you're bullish, because this larger swing that you know, we failed from in December and bounced on the 19th of April. We had met the first target already off of that one around 209. So I was saying, hey, if you're going to get in, just be sure that you trail those stops up and make sure that you lock in those profits and you don't get yourself in trouble in case we do have a big pullback. And this big pullback is what I've been looking for, because I wanted us to get through quite a bit of price resistance before I was interested in Apple again. So now that I've got all the moving averages on the side of the bulls, we are finally getting a nice price action pullback here. I'm interested in Apple now.
Yeah, I mean, it's what's a lot of fun is like a stock can it can basically change its mood, for lack of a better term, right? Like Apple can go from being, steady Eddie and not really the most volatile. It flips a switch, and suddenly you're getting wild breakouts, 5, 10% moves, when normally like 1.5% would be a good day for Apple. Just you mentioned something that you're cautioning some people in your room to make sure they take those profits. When you see a move like that, it's really easy to just say, "Oh my goodness, that's so big. You couldn't." Like, it took a month to see that kind of move. You've got it in 2 days, and you get that deep in the money. You're like, "Yes, this is going to go to 240, 250. Let it ride." What's that one thing that maybe holds you back into reality? I know you've got your levels out there, and that's what matters the most. But what do you tell people that get that exuberance and then suddenly start getting the massive dollar signs in there instead of wanting to follow the plan? Because I know that can be a very difficult thing. When a stock accelerates and you're in the money, sometimes just that irrationality or that exuberance gets the best of you. What do you tell people to caution?
FOMO. Missing out.
That's it. FOMO. There it is. I'm just sitting there like, what's the word I'm looking for?
You've just got to stick to your plan. And that's why I like to look at lower time frame charts, because, if I look at this 30-minute chart, I mean, we are having a pullback now that is daily worthy. So the great news is I'll be able to set this up on the daily, and I'll just look at some of these previous swings that we've had here and get my setup zone from that. And if we go a little too low here, then it's going to be a caution for me. What I'm looking for is some of these similar pullbacks that we've had here in Apple, and I want a lot of those swings to kind of line up. And then I'm going to have my setup zone and just wait for my indicators to tell me that zone is holding. And then, I'm going to take it from there. And if it comes back and it takes out that setup zone, I mean, right now, what I see that I'm liking is that 203 to 206 or so area, if we can get down into that. And if it takes out my setup zone, then I just get out and say, hey, this could make a deeper downside correction, and this could start looking not as good anymore. But I'm pretty
Not to cut you off.
The way I'm feeling right now is that this thing's going to keep on going because it looks so much better now, and it's cleared all of the symmetrical resistance of this swing up. So it is a bullish setup now. Now, the other thing you want to do when you're trading something like Apple is you want to pay attention to what's going on the NASDAQ. The NASDAQ is also very extended. So be sure to pay attention to those kind of things. I do have some timing coming in around late July, August that we could end up, having a bigger pullback. So just be aware of what's going on, not just with the stock you're trading, but with the overall market.
And speaking of the overall market there, Tammy, as you were talking, AVGO just did an Apple, which is they finally look. If Dara's going to have the numbers, and she'll give you the numbers, AVGO is going to split. So I can stop talking about it and just can start celebrating the fact that this is finally going to do a split. I've been saying it for a year that Broadcom needs to do a split. Dara, please give us the numbers. They just reported and they're up 10% as we speak.
I would love to give you guys these numbers. These are insane. So we did have basically emphasis that all these Q2 results have been driven by AI, just to clarify. So this is obviously not bad in addition to the great numbers we're going to get. They did post a record $3.1 billion of their revenue being from AI. I know they wanted to get to $10 billion in AI revenue for 2024. So, I mean, that's not a bad look at all for fiscal Q2, right? In terms of the numbers themselves here, we did get a revenue beat that came in at $12.487 billion versus estimate of $12.028 billion. That's not even a small beat. That's like an NVIDIA kind of beat. We also had, sorry guys, I'm really excited here. We got earnings per share as well, $10.96 versus the estimate of $10.80. Also going to be a beat. And then, of course, we have that stock split. So the split here going to be a 10-to-1 split. I guess, taking a page out of NVIDIA's book here. They're going to start trading post-split in just over a month here. July 15th, that is when they're going to start trading on a post-split basis. July 15th, I have no words.
Well, I got the first thing that came to my mind is Sean better not actually have that jury duty in the middle of July because AVGO is finally going to split.
Wait, that's not
so I think it was the 17th. Tammy, Sean mentioned today he might have to do jury duty, which is never fun for a trader. I hope you've never had to do it. You don't want to miss that time, and they don't care about the fact if you have like a commission income from trading. They're like, yeah, whatever, that's not good enough. Like
Nope,
you're not
they
a
do
cop.
not
You're not
care.
something like those lines. So you have to
Most
make
people
stuff
don't
up.
care, to be honest with you. That's the problem. Is most people are, they can be a little brutal when it comes to understanding what we do on the stock market. I love how my phone always rings at like 9:32, of course, because I'm Eastern time zone. I'm like,
Yes.
I've told people over and over again.
Don't call it the open. The only person where I will look at my phone if they call me at the open or the close is if I see my mom, because I know if that's the case, she knows better. No, she knows better than that too. It's like if something has happened, that's the call that I need to pay attention to. My pop's probably like whatever, he wouldn't say a word. But I hate to put you on the spot here, but you mentioned about Nvidia being a little bit tricky after the split. What's your approach here? So we have 1 month to sort of figure this one out with AVGO, but you had said there with Nvidia that you had to maybe jig some of your technicals because of that split. Now I know a lot of split adjusted charts. It's easy for most of us moving averages. When it's a 1 to 10, if I'm looking at key price levels, I don't have to worry about anything because a 1200 level is just $120. And I can just go off support and resistance pretty easily. So what changes for you, if anything? I know Broadcom is going to get heavily traded 1 month from now. For a lot of people that are watching that are not touching it with a 10-foot pole, they're now trading a lot of Nvidia. They're going to be trading a lot of Broadcom. What do you say to your traders?
Well, I will tell you this, that, my husband has been trading for over, 35 years now. And, going into a split can be a lot of fun, but after a split, it can be a little dull for a little while sometimes. I'm not saying that necessarily is going to happen with Nvidia because it is the big boy right now, right? And everybody's loving it. But I'm still following it live on my charts. But as an example, I have to use these line bars in order to do my work. And so when it first split the other day, you can see it goes from all the way up there to all the way down here. But this is why I've been using a 10-minute chart, is because then I'm able to widen it out and I'm able to get some swings and data here to use. On a daily, it did fine. I was able to show support on Monday. And then, of course, we're coming up to the targets at 127 and 130. But, I just would expect it to trade a little bit slower now. I mean, you're not going to get these super fast movements when you go from having such a small amount of stocks to, such a small amount of shares to a huge amount of shares, 10 times the amount. So, I think it's fine to trade it, but, those movers and shakers are where it's at, and AVGO could be one of those into its split. I will tell you on AVGO, we are getting very extended here, but NVIDIA didn't seem to care about that because I kept saying, we're extended on NVIDIA, trailed those stops, lock in that profit, and we just kept going and going. So that could be the same thing with Broadcom until we do move into that split.
Yeah, I've seen some weird things on Nvidia. Just today, I was noting in the live show at 350, the imbalances came out. It was the largest sell imbalance. It got paired off super. It was 30 seconds. It was paired off from 2 million to 1 million. The imbalance was gone 30 seconds later. It was just the auction orders just flew into it. The second it was a 2 million sell, it's like they just started jamming buy orders in. Meanwhile, Apple was $1 million to sell and it tanked $7 into the downside, and it actually grew into a sell imbalance. Nvidia is just a different beast, which makes it a lot of fun. But I'd be remiss if I didn't ask you about the meme stocks here, because I've heard a lot of technical traders say this. When it comes to ridiculous short flow, things like GameStop, where the logic doesn't always have to make any sense, Roaring Kitty's out here doing live streams, stocks halting all over the place, it can be difficult to find technicals or trade it technically, whereas maybe you just want to be tape reading or reacting to the latest tweet. Is there anything for you here? Do you find you have an edge that you can use your technicals on? Or do you tell your traders to stay away from it? Just very curious, because I've heard other technical traders say they don't necessarily love the meme names, where I think as a day trader, when they're moving, they're fantastic.
Well, I mean, I think you just have to figure out what works for you. I was talking to somebody about that earlier today, and becoming a great successful trader is like building your own personal puzzle. And there are going to be a lot of different puzzle pieces that make up your puzzle. And you have to figure out whether or not this is part of what you want to do. Is this your way to trade? Is this what you want to do? Is this what you like looking at? Is this what you like reading about? And if that's the case, then hey, go for it, right? I'll tell you one thing that I saw on GameStop, because I do have clients that ask for it, because I do chart request also in my service, in mine and Carolyn wrote in the Fibonacci Queen service, or Queen of Fibs, I should say. I noticed when we did this low to high, we bounced off of that 786 here. And I was thinking to myself, if we go through that 786 at 2258, then we're going to make a deeper downside correction, maybe take out the 24th of May low. Well, we bounced, we came up to this 618, we failed. Look at us, we're back at a 786 again. Okay, so what's giving me a little bit of a caution is the fact that we came up to this between that 382 and 50%, and we failed. Looks like we're going to come back and retest that 786. To me, around 24 is going to be your risk. So if I would put a stop underneath that, and if we go below that, I would start getting a little bit caution. Now, the only thing that I would say to kind of say, well, this could make a little bit of a difference, is just that we've got this 50 and 200 moving day averages down here. Those are simple moving averages, and you can always bounce from those. But if I was trading GameStop, which I am not, it looks like it bounced from 22.79, which is just below that 786. And sometimes you do go through it just a little bit. I mean, that would kind of be my area, maybe around 22, 23. After that, I would just be like, this isn't working anymore. And we could either retest the 24th of May low or actually take it out.
Yeah, I agree with you on that front about like where the stops tend to be. I always find like the things like GameStop or these like meme names or whatever you're calling them, squeeze type names. If you have a price area, other stocks are going to respect them a little bit better. You better have a wider stop than the actual line that you're dealing with. Like if you like a 23 and a half, you don't want to necessarily put a stop out there like 23.39 or something like that. Like a lot of times, it's going to have to really travel through that because it's just moving more. As exemplified, if it's going to go $5, $10 to the upside and have 50% days and 70% days, it's really hard to trade on a swing basis with a really, really tight stop. Now, day traders, you can get away with it because I can just get out and just get back in again if I like it 50 cents lower. Or if you swing trade, you get one shot at it. Sometimes you have to give it more room, which I don't think is for everybody, and that's an important thing. If you're used to having on a swing basis, I don't want to hold it an extra 10% against me. Maybe GameStop isn't for you, but I'm glad you're able to find some levels. A little bit better than the analysis that you're going to get from a certain kitten. Roaring Kitty, who I'm hoping, I don't know if you listened to the live stream that he had, but watching the stock hold down while the person holding 5 million shares and 12 million in calls was laughing about it, I can only imagine what it must be like to have like your net value, like the value of his position went from like $1 billion to cut in half, and he was just the most relaxed person you'll ever see. I promise you, that would not be me. There's no chance I'm losing that much.
It's funny. I have not watched it. I did see a picture of him where he was wearing like a business suit in front of the computer, and I kind of thought, this guy does seem like quite the entertainer. So I don't know. I haven't watched him yet. Maybe I need to. I'm really busy normally just running charts and trying to keep up with the market.
Stick to what you do. Look, it's good entertainment for us. As a day trader, we're in and out, so we have those moments to do it. But I think if you're like a swing trader, you didn't need to be listening to that call. You can trade the price actions and stick to your charts, which is what I love about having you on here, because we get to expose our viewers to a different sort of subset. To swing trading, to finding some technicals on the Fibonacci's, which you do a fantastic job of. So tell everybody where they can find you, first and foremost, and thank you for coming on again.
I'm the Fibonacci Princess. I help you define your risk by giving you defined setup zones. And I'm at Elliott Wave Trader. I work with Carolyn Broden, the Queen of Fibs. I'm on Twitter at TraderTammy1.
Thank you very much there, Tammy. The Fibonacci Princess, thank you so much for coming through. Look forward to talking to you in the future because I get to do like Wednesdays and Thursdays, so I think we're going to be talking a lot on this market recap show. So thank you for coming through. Have a fantastic day.
Awesome. It's always so great talking to you, Neil. Thank you so much for having me on.
Thank you.
Take care.
I still get Ramin reminding me to hit the button because I have no idea what I'm doing up here. But before we get on to the roll call here, can you let's go over those numbers for Broadcom again because they're so good we should hear them twice.
We really should. Sorry for speeding through those last time, guys. There are a lot of numbers. They're all in one row. Trying to do the best I can here. I appreciate everyone's patience here. So Q2 revenue, they're all going to be a beat, just fair warning. But Q2 revenue was a beat. Did come in here, $12.487 billion versus the estimate of $12.028 billion. So hearty beat as well, beat by almost half a billion dollars. And then earnings per share also a beat, $10.96 versus the estimate of $10.80. Then worth noting as well for their revenue, $3.1 billion of their revenue came from AI. That is a record for them in terms of portion of the revenue coming from AI. Also worth noting because I know CEO Hock Tan was saying that their goal is to have $10 billion of their revenue come from AI for 2024. So we're in Q2 2024, $3.1 billion in one quarter alone is not a bad look. Also, last but not least, they did announce a 10-for-1 stock split that will be effective on a trading basis as of July 15th. So in just over a month.
And we'll be excited for that. Tomorrow, it's still going to be a $1,600 stock with a ridiculous spread, so I can't promise you that Sean or I will be trading it on the show. I'll probably tell a story about Amazon and the correct trade I had, which was a loss, because when it broke a key level, I had no concept. I'd never traded a $2,000 stock before, well, at least not that one, and I had no concept of what it was going to look like when it broke the level, so I did not judge the slippage. 5 minutes later, it's like, oh, well, that was a $50 winner that I don't have because I did not give it enough room. It's always a learning experience. We're going to watch it for sure. Thank you so much, Adair, for those numbers. What an absolutely ridiculous move. You're actually holding up your 12% with almost no pullback in Broadcom. That chart needs to be seen. A lot of times we will show you these moves to the upside in the aftermarket, and the sellers will come in. The exuberance gets pulled back a little bit. Not really here. It's actually holding some of these highs, which is always impressive. Anytime something holds an all-time high in the aftermarket and there's not a ton of pullback, I think it's fantastic. But the thing that I think is the most fantastic is that we get to do something called a roll call at the end of the day. And why it's fantastic is there's always somebody in here that has like maybe the coolest name or just catches me off guard, but I always started in the same place. I started with the best, the number one moderator in all of YouTube, and that is you, Bears versus Bulls. You are by far one of the best friends of the show. We don't necessarily say it enough. I feel like we should thank you on the regular show more often than we do, keeping things civilized in the chat, keeping us abreast of all the super chats and all the messages that we are missing from time to time because it moves so fast. Can't thank you enough. Wish you all the best. Have a fantastic day to you. But let's get on to this. Adair, you're in there. You're informing everybody on the show, and you're typing in there when I'm not even watching you talking about the split.
I'll just drop like earnings and stuff in there. Sorry.
Well, don't apologize.
I don't know. I mean, like, you gotta.
You don't see me typing in the chat while I'm talking. I'm over 40. I can't handle that kind of stuff. I can barely trade and talk to you guys
keep the people
all day long.
Yeah,
so let's get this roll call started. We got Monty G in the house, Alan Smith in the house, Hurt Scrambler, Timon, John H, Andrew Chow, what up? Michael Lewis, let's go. Alex Davis, we try to keep it real. When I ran for student office in high school, I did pull the whole real deal. It's get the real deal, vote for Neil. It failed miserably, so I did not win. That's another story. Caputi Electronic Music, that's the tongue twister of the day. Vin, what up? Hoxton, what up? Jason Renfro, Scratch Life, Trenches Trader, Rocky G, Timon again, Juan Alejandro Castillo, Pooh. Here since 8:30 in the morning. That's what I love to see. Come right back tomorrow as well. Mr. Westermeyer, loving your virtual trading family. We love our entire Trader TV family here. Michelle Meir, Dewey, The Piper, John Bala, what up? Keith Gill is the simple guy. You know what? I'm just trying to criticize the guy. I just think it's wild. I could never be that kind of a person in and out of the money that much. Everyone has a different personality. I think it's amazing what he was able to accomplish, and I wish him all the best. He seems like a really good dude, but I could never hold $1 billion, $500 million. I know it's all hard to realize, but it is what it is. Shout out to NYSE, Urbanista, Joe Finero, Michael P, Mr. Future, Fakir Family Life Vlogs, Asta, Vin, Anthony Kerr, Bbot 5000, UVDA, great hip-hop recording artist. Let's go. We like some hip-hop around here, although I prefer my old school. I don't know about this mumble rap. It's not necessarily for me.
Great. Yeah.
But to each their own. Vendetta in the house. I can't say, what was that? It just disappeared in parabolic something. I don't even see it anymore. But I was having trouble reading it. But Kerry Weaver, Tron, Zaire, Kefa, sup, what's up to you? Bob Coran, Silverado Blue. Now I'm running out of breath here. Scott Tomlinson, intro cable as well. Whew, Fat Figure, there you are. Fat Figure, what did I miss? Okay, look, only because Fat Figure, you're here every single morning when I put the chat live or put the stream live. You're one of the first people on there. So I'm going to give you a pass for pretending like you haven't been watching the show. You know what AVGO did, Fat Figure. You know what NVIDIA did. You know what Apple did today. And it was a wild one. It was a heck of a lot more fun. Team PJCT, we need your raps. Yeah, you're kind of right about that. We had the... What kind of ended up happening? I'm going to end the show with this. Thank you guys for the roll call. It used to be we get 1,500 likes in the afternoon show, and I would do like I would just rap something that I knew.
Yeah.
But now that we have the aftermarket show, it's kind of weird because we would end the show with that. So we're throwing it, and it's like I don't want to. I do that, and it's like, and then I'm trying to throw it to Sean at the desk. I'll figure a way to make this.
But now
work
you're
again.
on the market recap.
Oh yeah,
so
I
you
am
can
doing,
rap.
Oh, that's
market recap rap, re-rap. I don't know.
Yeah, see, I don't know if you realize this, but I was just trying to weasel my way out of it like a chump. No, that's actually a good idea.
I'm not very good at
So the days that I'm on the recap show, so how about this? The days I'm doing the Friday recap show, we'll get a like number, and then if we hit that like number at the end of roll call, I'll do something.
I like it.
But I have one request. You guys don't know this, but somebody next to me knows her hip-hop.
Oh, I do.
And I'm talking about... Look, I know she's young, but she knows like old school legit. You know what I'm saying? So she better have something as well.
Oh, I do.
Because
I will.
See what's up? You're not even going to be asking for me. Give it a couple of weeks. You're going to want her to rap every single time. Adara, multi-talented writer. I just found out today that she's done race walking.
Yeah.
Like, what don't you do, first of all? Right? Dance, sing, rap, do the watch list, learn to trade, and now apparently you're a competitive. Ramin, you laugh about the watch list? I had to, no, straight up, I had to do the watch list for the 2 days that you were off. It throws my whole preparation off, man. Like, it takes me twice as long to do it as it takes Adara to do it, or it takes, and I'm using ChatGPT for some stuff that you could probably imagine I would. But yeah, it does take some time to go through it. I thank you so much for doing that on a daily basis. But Adara does have bars, V. Branson Designs. But with all of that, it's been a fun afternoon show. Don't go anywhere. We're only halfway through the week. Post-Fed, post-AVGO blowout, Apple going crazy. We'll see you guys tomorrow morning, bright and early at 8:30. Wow, what a day, what a day.
Have a great day, guys.